TSK, the number one expert under heaven, how impressive. Zhao Yenyun said, giving a slight bow. From now on, should I greet you with reverence when I see you? Wow, that tongue of yours is quite sharp. About that, could you lend me your flying sword again? Fong Ming asked. Zhao Yenyun immediately became displeased. Again? I need to go back to the small shrine one more time, to search for their final divine artifact, Fong Ming explained. Zhao Yenyun immediately realized, apart from the Jade Talisman, you have another one of their 3 divine artifacts? Fong Ming let out a hearty laugh, taking out the Tiansuan Cloud Sword. Here, let's make an exchange. I'll leave the Tiansuan Cloud Sword with you as collateral, and you can lend me the flying sword. How's that, feel better now? Zhao Yenyun didn't say anything, but simply tossed the flying sword to Fong Ming. Oh, and by the way, do you have any knowledge about the Bashian mirror? Fong Ming asked as he put away the flying sword. These top-tier treasures are likely beyond Fong Ming's current level, perhaps at level 6 or 7, or even higher. While their power depends on who wields them, they are still formidable. Given Fong Ming's cautious nature, and the fact that he has a know-it-all like Zhao Yenyun here, why wouldn't he ask for more information? Asking doesn't cost him anything. Zhao Yenyun pondered for a moment. It is said that the Bashian mirror has the ability to duplicate. Duplicate? Fong Ming exclaimed, then wouldn't that mean I could become a tycoon? Zhao Yenyun chuckled and shook her head. Not duplicate objects, but people. Hiss. Fong Ming was even more stunned, but also intrigued. Like, if I can't sleep with you for now, maybe I can create a duplicate to try it out first? Zhao Yenyun continued, the Bashian mirror can duplicate the target, and the copy will exist for about an hour. The duplicate shares the same mind and nearly identical combat ability as the original. So the more powerful the person, the greater the mirror's potency. However, for true top-tier experts, the Bashian mirror becomes useless, as it cannot replicate such high-level masters. Fong Ming's heart raced with excitement. The Bashian mirror has such incredible uses. Wonderful. If he brings the Bashian mirror, maybe he can defeat the giant lizard from the Aston camp? It's possible. The duplicate's death doesn't affect the original, right? Fong Ming asked. Of course not, it's just an energy being created by the mirror, without any feelings or pain, Zhao Yenyun said disdainfully, looking at him as if he were an idiot. It merely consumes the mirror's stored energy. The stronger the target, the more energy it drains. Once the energy is depleted, the mirror becomes useless until it's recharged. Fong Ming nodded, ignoring her condescending gaze. Being looked down upon by her is nothing new. Someday, he'll make her call him brother obediently. He set off for the small shrine. The Flaming Mountains. In Journey to the West, when the Tang monks group arrived here, they nearly could not proceed any further, until the banana leaf fan was used to extinguish the raging flames, allowing them to pass. While this is a legend, it does illustrate the intense heat of this place. In the summer, the temperature can reach around 50 degrees Celsius. And the ground surface scorched by the sun can reach around 80 degrees, hot enough to fry an egg. Now, although it's past summer, the temperature here is still very high. But at night, it turns bitterly cold, with an astounding temperature difference. Boom! A ball of flame erupted from the flaming mountains, and as it fell to the ground, a naked man emerged from the fire. His entire body was fiery red, as if he was being consumed by the flames. Ha, I've broken through to level 3 now, he exclaimed. Those fools actually ranked me 5th? Just level 3 ability users, that's all? I'm level 3 now too, and I've mastered the 3 mysterious fires, the supreme true fires that can incinerate anything. What's Fong Ming or Niu Sanquan? They can't withstand even a single breath of my true fire. Now, I'll go kill Fong Ming and take the number 1 spot. He propelled himself into the air, heading towards the distant city. When he reappeared, he was now dressed in a suit. Fong Ming returned to the small shrine. He found Tang Tianqin and the other women, and upon seeing his arrival, Tang Tianqin immediately led the women out to kneel and welcome Fong Ming. The women of the small shrine really know how to serve. In this aspect, Fong Ming can't help but admire them. He thoroughly enjoyed himself. He didn't have to lift a finger, yet he reaped all the benefits. The only ones that could rival the small shrine in this regard would be the Aston camp. A country that created the Kama Sutra and worships fertility, they are truly advanced in this area. The women are not just playthings, but they've taken it to an art form. Fong Ming couldn't help but compare Tang Tianqin and the others to Fatima and the rest. They each have their own unique charms, but all have given him an incredible experience. What a life of a deity! Fong Ming smiled, even though he couldn't possibly get a level 4 soul pearl right now. but with the true martial dual origin divine art and spirit stones, he had achieved a tremendous boost, and didn't just get stuck at level 4 and stop progressing. And the Love Classic allowed him to evolve during intimate moments, enjoying and enhancing his strength simultaneously. However, after the enjoyment, he still needed to take care of business. He had to get his hands on the 8 divination mirror. The copying ability is too powerful. At least until his evolution surpasses the level of this treasure, it can bring him a tremendous boost. The problem is, where is this thing? Japan is not like China, it has basically restored communication. On the contrary, each settlement here has become a completely isolated island, unaware of each other's existence, and due to the special geographical situation of the island nation, the survivors are basically staying in the mountains, making it even harder to discover. The only hope Fong Ming has now is that the 8 divination mirror has indeed been taken away by someone, so he has a chance to obtain it, but if it is sunk into the vast ocean, then it may take hundreds of thousands of years before this treasure has a chance to resurface. He believed that Fujita Nico was the luckiest, so he let her lead the way, and the two of them set off on another journey to find the 8 divination mirror. Over the course of a day, they found a total of 7 settlements, but there was no trace of the 8 divination mirror, and Fujita Nico wiped them out without Fong Ming even needing to intervene. In her mind, Fong Ming represented the divine will. The divine will naturally takes precedence over everything. Fong Ming was very satisfied with her performance. Does a country and a nation that turns invasion into a national policy and can arbitrarily release nuclear pollution deserve to exist? Can the world do without Japan? Can the small Japanese nation be reduced? Absolutely. Unknowingly, he had stayed on the island for 3 more days. He planned to search for 1 more day, and if there was no harvest, he would return home and come back later. After all, he couldn't keep focusing all his energy on finding the 8 divination mirror. There are so many treasures in the world, and Zhao Yanyan has also said that the 3 divine artifacts of Japan, although they can be ranked among the top 100, are still only at the tail end. They are useful, but not worth pouring all your energy into. After 1 more round of searching, he planned to hand this matter over to Fujita Nico. Early in the morning, Fong Ming and Fujita Nico set out, aimlessly wandering through the mountains. Fujita Nico relied on her intuition to guide the way, but today her luck didn't seem to be very good either. They hadn't found a single settlement by midday. In the afternoon, they did come across one, but it was clear that it had been overrun by zombies and was completely wiped out. If we don't find anything by nightfall, we'll head back, Fong Ming said. Fujita Nico nodded, and they continued on, still guided by her intuition. However, as the sun set, they still had nothing to show for their efforts. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, Fujita Nico stopped in her tracks. Fong Ming embraced her and was about to take off on the flying sword, when suddenly he saw a flickering of flames, 1, then 2, then 3. The small fires quickly grew into a raging blaze. It was a settlement. An unexpected surprise. He flew Fujita Nico over to the site. It was indeed a settlement, with a good number of people, likely in the thousands. They were in the midst of a large-scale ritual ceremony. A young woman, no more than 20 years old, was seated on a raised platform, being worshipped by the people below. She was dressed in a pristine white gown, her hair and body adorned with an abundance of fresh flowers. Her beautiful face was dazzling, outshining even the flowers. At that moment, several bound men and women were brought forth and had their heads unceremoniously severed, their decapitated bodies spurting blood as the crowd erupted into feverish cheers. The woman in white stood up on the platform, spreading her arms towards the moon. To their astonishment, the moon seemed to be drawn towards her, emitting a brilliant beam of light that bathed her in a divine glow. The crowd grew even more frenzied, prostrating themselves in worship. "Master, she is Princess Hinamoto," Fujita Nico introduced. "Princess?" Fong Ming was taken aback, then it dawned on him that Japan did have a royal family. However, he had never seen news coverage of someone this beautiful before. The royal family members he had seen were quite homely in comparison. Fujita Nico explained, "Princess Hinamoto is from a collateral branch of the royal family, but it is said that when she was born, the high heavens appeared in the clouds, so the imperial court proclaims her to be the reincarnation of a divine being from the high heavens. The current emperor has designated her as the fiancée of the crown prince. You're not even worried about the inbreeding issues that could arise from such close-knit royal marriages? Oh, that's par for the course in Japan, I suppose. However, Japan's previous superstitions are one thing, but based on what I just witnessed, this Princess Hinamoto seems to actually have some real abilities. At the very least, I, Fong Ming, with my abundant supernatural powers, cannot communicate with the moon in a way that causes it to shine so brilliantly upon her. Unfortunately, the distance is too great for me to use spiritual waves to sense her exact state. The Japanese royal family, huh? Fong Ming raised an eyebrow. He had already taken Japan's #1 beauty as his own, and now occupied a wealthy baroness. Adding a princess to the collection would mean he has subjugated the pinnacles of beauty across all realms of Japan. This is a complete and utter humiliation. Fong Ming immediately took to the air, his wings unfurling, and he landed steadily on the raised platform. Who dares? You dare to desecrate the divine maiden, you shall die 1,000 deaths. Get down from there this instant. The people below roared in unison. While probing Princess Hinamoto's state with spiritual waves, Fong Ming casually picked at his ear and addressed the Japanese people below. What's the big deal? Can't even handle a small thing like this? Then when I bed your divine maiden, won't you all just gut yourselves? The language barrier was irrelevant, as his intent was conveyed through the spiritual waves. Instantly, the Japanese understood his words, and their fury knew no bounds. Die, 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 they screamed. Yet Princess Hinamoto herself remained remarkably calm, asking, Who are you? I am Fong Ming, from China, he replied with a slight smile. I've already taken 2 slaves, one is your #1 beauty, Fujita Nico, and the other is the wife of the president of some Tokyo Electric Power Company, supposedly the top socialite in your aristocratic circles. Now if I take you as well, the royal princess, that would be the perfect set. Just taking you 3 out whenever I encounter the Japanese would be such a blow to them, don't you think? These words naturally enraged the Japanese to the point of frenzy. One man could no longer contain himself, leaping up the platform with a samurai sword, swinging it at Fong Ming. Die! Fong Ming struck out with a single punch. With a sharp clang, the sword was deflected, shooting back at the man's forehead at lightning speed. Though a sword has only one sharpened edge, the immense force of the impact caused it to split the man's head open like a watermelon, splattering the brains everywhere. Utter shock and outrage. All the Japanese were boiling with fury. A Chinese man, daring to come here and act so brazenly. After all, it was only about 70 years ago that they were running wild on Chinese soil. Yet now, after all this time, a Chinese man has the audacity to show up on their doorstep? Worse, he dares to defile their divine maiden. Detestable, unforgivable. Princess Hinamoto looked at Fong Ming with a cold, piercing gaze. On behalf of the high heavens, I hereby sentence you to death for your sacrilege. She produced a mirror and held it up to herself, causing a duplicate of herself to appear. The 8 divination mirror. Fong Ming instantly recognized it, unable to hide his delight. Goodness gracious, he had initially only intended to humiliate the Japanese, but now an unexpected boon has presented itself. What he had searched for in vain has fallen right into his lap, without any effort at all. Princess Hinamoto's duplicate then raised her hands, unleashing searing beams of moonlight towards Fong Ming. Fong Ming was somewhat surprised. This princess was actually a level 3 esper. Was this all achieved through the use of this artifact? Possible. But a mere level 3 esper amounts to nothing before Fong Ming. The 8 divination mirror can only copy the target, not boost its combat prowess. So, Fong Ming flickered, grabbing the duplicate's head and effortlessly slamming it to the ground. Seeing this, the Japanese were utterly devastated. He had the audacity to force Princess Hinamoto's duplicate to kneel? What an unspeakable humiliation. Although that was a duplicate, in a sense it still represented Princess Hinamoto. The princess was utterly shocked. She was well aware of her own immense power. Without exaggeration, she alone could wipe out everyone here. Yet her duplicate, possessing 100% of her strength, was so easily overpowered. Just how powerful is this Fong Ming? Without a word, she aimed the 8 divination mirror at him. A beam of light shot forth, and a duplicate of Fong Ming appeared beside her. No, this should be called Fong Ming's duplicate. As the new duplicate emerged, the kneeling duplicate of Princess Hinamoto immediately vanished, disappearing into thin air just as it had appeared. Kill him, the princess commanded, pointing at Fong Ming. The duplicate Fong Ming instantly charged towards the original. Ha! Fong Ming was taken aback. The 8 divination mirror can even duplicate the enemy? Shouldn't the duplicate of myself be in sync with my own will? Yet he could not sense the duplicate at all. So it's not about being in sync with the target, but rather in sync with the wielder of the 8 divination mirror. Tell me, how do you intend to respond to this move I've played? Fighting against oneself. Fong Ming felt that he, as the original, should still be able to win. After all, even if the duplicate has all his abilities, can it also wield corresponding treasures? If so, then the 8 divination mirror is not just a top-tier treasure, but the undisputed number 1. But even if he wins, what then? That is merely a duplicated energy construct. Moreover, compared to the 8 divination mirror, Fong Ming is still very weak. The mirror should have enough energy to continuously produce new Fong Ming duplicates. The result of this battle would be Fong Ming being worn down and killed. He had always thought the 8 divination mirror was the weakest of the 3 divine artifacts, but now it's clear that it is in fact the mightiest. So what if you are powerful? As long as you don't exceed the limit of the 8 divination mirror, I can match you evenly. Fong Ming smiled, looking towards Princess Hinamoto. If I can't solve the problem directly, then I'll just have to eliminate the source of the problem altogether. Boom! Fong Ming charged towards the princess, but the duplicate immediately intercepted him. Matching speed. So Fong Ming could not break through, being firmly blocked. Then I'll create some distance. Fong Ming retreated, with the duplicate pursuing, but it stopped after a certain distance. Damn, it's so smart, knowing I'm trying to circle back around? Or, can the duplicate not stray too far from the 8 divination mirror? Fong Ming glanced at Princess Hinamoto, whose face was full of disdain. Clearly, it wasn't the latter, but rather she had deduced Fong Ming's intent and deliberately had the duplicate hold its position to prevent him from circling back. Thinking this can stop me? It will just take a little more effort. Fong Ming charged back in. The duplicate blocked, attacking while retreating, not allowing Fong Ming to get close to the princess. But Fong Ming's goal wasn't to get around the duplicate. He just needed to get close. Within 40 meters. He unleashed his mental powers, creating an illusion to confuse the princess. He just saw her gaze become hazy, but it quickly cleared. The duplicate acted, dispelling Fong Ming's mental control. Identical abilities, identical strength. TCH. Ha ha ha. The princess was quite smug and self-satisfied. What are you so proud of? Fong Ming shook his head, drawing even closer, then used the 8-foot jade curved magatama. So what if you are powerful? As long as you don't exceed the limit of the 8 divination mirror, I can match you evenly. Fong Ming smiled, looking towards Princess Hinamoto. If I can't solve the problem directly, then I'll just have to eliminate the source of the problem altogether. Boom! Fong Ming charged towards the princess, but the duplicate immediately intercepted him. Matching speed. So Fong Ming could not break through, being firmly blocked. Then I'll create some distance. Fong Ming retreated, with the duplicate pursuing, but it stopped after a certain distance. Damn, it's so smart, knowing I'm trying to circle back around? Or, can the duplicate not stray too far from the 8 divination mirror? Fong Ming glanced at Princess Hinamoto, whose face was full of disdain. Clearly, it wasn't the latter, but rather she had deduced Fong Ming's intent and deliberately had the duplicate hold its position to prevent him from circling back. Thinking this can stop me? It will just take a little more effort. Fong Ming charged back in. The duplicate blocked, attacking while retreating, not allowing Fong Ming to get close to the princess. But Fong Ming's goal wasn't to get around the duplicate. He just needed to get close. Within 40 meters. He unleashed his mental powers, creating an illusion to confuse the princess. He just saw her gaze become hazy, but it quickly cleared. The duplicate acted, dispelling Fong Ming's mental control. Identical abilities, identical strength. TCH. Ha ha ha. The princess was quite smug and self-satisfied. What are you so proud of? Fong Ming shook his head, drawing even closer, then used the 8-foot jade curved magatama. Ah! Princess Hinamoto let out a piercing scream, then immediately dropped to her knees, prostrating herself before Fong Ming. Great Amaterasu! She gazed up at him, as if he were a divine deity. Got it! Your fighting myself tactic was indeed clever, but unfortunately the duplicate lacks treasures, and as a mere level 3 Esper, it's no match for the 8-foot jade curved magatama. Do you have a demon subduing staff? If not, then you're bound to be struck down. However, the others don't understand what's happening. Just moments ago, it seemed Princess Hinamoto had the upper hand, forcing Fong Ming to fight against himself and securing an unassailable position. Yet suddenly, she's kneeling before him? You are the princess of the Yamato imperial family, an incarnation of the gods on earth. How could you possibly lose, let alone surrender to a Chinese man? Fong Ming walked over and took the 8 divination mirror, tossing it into his spatial ring. Instantly, the duplicate disappeared. Fong Ming smiled, also dispelling the power of the artifact. Princess Hinamoto was first stunned, then grew furious, attempting to rise and attack Fong Ming. Boom! Fong Ming stepped on her, pinning her to the ground and preventing her from getting up. How could a level 3 Esper contend with a level 4? Fong Ming chuckled, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness. What are you doing? The princess cried. No! No! Stop this at once! Stray Butterfly wailed in distress, while shredded fabric fragments began to fly out of the darkness, the very white dress that had adorned the princess. What was happening in that darkness? There's no need to elaborate. No, the Japanese people roared in outrage, their eyes bulging with fury. This was the symbol of their Yamato nation, their imperial princess. And she was being defiled by a Chinese man. Ah! One Japanese man, unable to bear it, drew a short blade and plunged it into his own abdomen, then slashed across. Many others soon followed suit. Not everyone will resort to seppuku, that is an extreme act taken by only a small minority. The majority are simply enraged and despairing. But they don't wish to die. They've endured the difficulties of the apocalypse this far, how could they bear to die here? As long as they live, they have hope of turning the tide. After all, when they were once colonized by the Western powers, didn't they rise up through the Meiji Restoration? It's the same now. The world is in chaos, with zombies rampaging. As long as they can survive, they can one day march across the continents, making the entire world submit to the rule of the Yamato people. Just then, a figure gracefully arrived on the scene. Breathtakingly beautiful. It was Fujita Nico, the national goddess. Seeing her, the Japanese were instantly enthralled. This goddess was clearly also an Esper, for who else could leap dozens of meters with a single bound? Fujita Nico scanned the Japanese with a contemptuous gaze. Why haven't you all killed yourselves yet? Ha! The Japanese were all dumbfounded. Master hates the Japanese the most. After he's done playing with your princess, if he sees that you're still alive, he'll be displeased, Fujita Nico continued. Now they understood, but their blood ran cold. You're a Japanese too. Have you betrayed your own people? Preferring to be that Chinese man's lackey? Refusing to die? Fujita Nico said coldly, then let me send you on your way. She picked up a samurai sword and charged towards the Japanese. Slash, 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 blood sprayed, severed heads flew. When Fong Ming dispelled the darkness, he saw Fujita Nico kneeling before him, smiling sweetly and reverently. Master! Fong Ming nodded, pleased with Fujita Nico's actions. Well done. Fujita Nico beamed, her whole body tingling with delight. Princess Hinamoto glared at her, utterly shocked that there could be such a Japanese traitor. Why did you betray your country, your own people? She couldn't help but ask. Fujita Nico looked to Fong Ming, who nodded. She then strode towards Princess Hinamoto and delivered a resounding slap across her face. However, even though Hinamoto had been brutalized by Fong Ming, as a level 3 evolved being, she immediately counterattacked. She drew upon the power of the moon, unleashing a beam of moonlight towards Fujita Nico. Moonlight is still light, and once launched, it's impossible to evade. But Hinamoto needs a specific motion or gesture to guide the moonlight, giving the speed-oriented Fujita Nico the perfect opportunity to dodge. Fujita Nico quickly closed the distance, unleashing a flurry of blows on the princess. Boom, 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 3 powerful punches in quick succession. Yet with each hit, Hinamoto's body was bathed in shimmering white moonlight, and she remained unharmed. Fong Ming found this intriguing. Could it be that Hinamoto was a rare wielder of light-based powers? That ability was more common in the West, and even there it was exceptionally rare. How could a Japanese woman have awakened to it? As level 3 Espers, their abilities should be roughly equivalent. But while Hinamoto had been brutalized by Fong Ming, as a novice, even with the enhanced constitution of an evolved being, the toll on her was immense. This confrontation revealed that impact. She was no match for Fujita Nico. After just a few moves, Fujita had Hinamoto pinned to the ground. The esteemed imperial princess, revered as an incarnation of the divine beings of the high heavens, was now being straddled and beaten, completely exposed a most humiliating fate. Let me go. Release me at once, she shrieked. Hinamoto's consciousness was growing hazy. Fong Ming paid her no heed. If the woman submitted, he wouldn't mind keeping her as a concubine. But if she couldn't bear it and wanted to kill herself, so be it. Did he really need to woo her with honeyed words? How unworthy. He began examining the last divine artifact of the Japanese, the 8 divination mirror. Dripping his own blood onto it, he immediately sensed another will within the artifact resisting his own Hinamoto's, a mere level 3 against his level 4. Fang Ming erased Hinamoto's imprint from the mirror, replacing it with his own. From now on, this mirror belonged to Fang Ming. Tui. Hinamoto felt the severing of her connection to the 8 divination mirror, and in her anger and despair, she involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. TCH. Fujita Nico glanced over. Lamenting it? What a mistake! Not just this treasure, but all of us are Master's possessions. If Master wants us dead, we should die gloriously. Yet you still can't bear to part with something? Time for some more disciplining. Princess Hinamoto looked at Fujita Nico with pity. Your status was not low either, once the national goddess, and also a level 3 esper. How could you have debased yourself to this extent? I will never be like you. I will find an opportunity to assassinate this Chinese man and avenge my people. Fujita Nico just sneered. Master is so great. The more he favors you, the more you will come to deeply understand this. In a few more days, you will look at Master with different eyes. Fang Ming paid them no mind. He had formed a subtle connection with the 8 divination mirror. Holding it up to himself, with a thought, the mirror activated like a machine being switched on. A beam of light shone forth, and suddenly there was another person by Fang Ming's side, an exact duplicate of himself. While it looked identical to Fang Ming, even down to the details of his clothing, this was a pure energy being. Invisible to the naked eye, but a psychic scan would reveal it as a counterfeit. Fang Ming smiled, and the duplicate Fang Ming smiled as well, then suddenly burst forth at high speed, swiftly departing. Fang Ming had sent the duplicate to search the areas where the Japanese were. The duplicate possessed all of Fang Ming's abilities, like psychic waves, extremely convenient for locating spiritual treasures. Only one duplicate could exist at a time. If he summoned a second one, the first would instantly disappear, or else it would vanish after an hour. And the drain on the 8 divination mirror? Negligible. This demonstrates the extraordinary level of the 8 divination mirror. Effortlessly duplicating a level 4 esper, truly impressive. Fang Ming was very satisfied. This was tantamount to having a doppelganger, allowing him to accomplish many tasks. And if a location was too dangerous, he could send the duplicate instead, sharing its perspective without missing any details. Fang Ming had already become an undefeatable existence, so treasures like the Sword of Heavenly Tribulation and the Jade Curved Scepter couldn't compare to the usefulness of the 8 divination mirror. It was just so incredibly handy. The Japanese hadn't done anything good, but this one artifact alone was extremely impressive. He brought Fujita Nico and Princess Hinamoto back with him. Hinamoto noticed this camp only had women, no men, and immediately cursed Fang Ming again in her heart. This detestable invader. Was he trying to exterminate the Yamato people? No, I must endure this humiliation. As a royal bloodline, the child I bear will be a Yamato prince. He can surely lead my people to restore the glory of the Yamato nation. Fang Ming glimpsed the richly emotional turmoil within her, and simply scoffed. You, a mere Japanese, thinking of bearing my child? Dream on. An hour later, Fang Ming found his connection to the duplicate had suddenly been severed. Time's up, it had self-dispersed. Time to summon another one. The new duplicate appeared and took flight once more. Fang Ming stayed with the Japanese for another 3 days. He indulged in carnal pleasures, with Fujita Nico, Asahina Aya, and a horde of other beautiful women he couldn't even be bothered to learn the names of, all lavishing him with attentive service. And Hinamoto? While she burned with the desire to kill Fang Ming, the more he bedded her, the deeper aphrodisiac's influence became. Her infatuation with him had clearly surpassed her hatred. So even though her current strength might exceed his, could she really bring herself to strike him down? She also sensed this herself, so when being indulged by Fang Ming, she was torn between intense longing and staunch resistance, even breaking down in tears at times, providing Fang Ming with a profound sense of conquest and domination. He didn't have this abnormal feeling towards other women, only specifically towards the Japanese. Now that he had obtained the final divine artifact, Fang Ming indulged himself for 3 days, but that was about enough. He left behind some supplies, not planning to bring Fujita Nico and the others back to his home country. This would be his private villa, he could come visit whenever he pleased. Then he rode his flying sword back home. He returned Zhao Yenyun's flying sword, and reclaimed the Sword of Heavenly Tribulation. Zhao Yenyun had actually been reluctant to give it back, thinking, I obtained this through my own merits, why should I return it? So they had a friendly sparring session, and in the end Zhao Yenyun had to return the sword to avoid being soundly beaten by Fang Ming. Fang Ming realized this woman was not only haughty and queenly, but also incredibly thick-skinned, otherwise how could she have dared to appropriate someone else's divine artifact? After only a day back home, Fang Ming suddenly received a call from Wu Yaozhong. Boss Fang, Li Dongyang wants to challenge you. Wu said urgently. Fang Ming was a bit puzzled. Who? The fourth-rank Li Dongyang. He just came to my place asking for your address, killed quite a few people, so I had no choice but to give it to him. I'm alerting you as quickly as I could. Ah, a spineless opportunist. Fang Ming wasn't at all surprised by Wu's waffling. Likely he was terrified of Li Dongyang's power, but also afraid that if Fang Ming won, he would come after him for retribution later, so he called to warn Fang Ming. Hedging his bets, whichever side won, he could continue reaping the benefits. This was the kind of slippery person common in the apocalypse. Honest folk wouldn't last long. Should he have Xie Jun take over this position? That could work, just consider it a job, and with Xie Jun's speed, the commute time from Mount City wouldn't exceed 20 minutes. While pondering this, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Fang Ming, I'm here. Come out and face me. It seems Li Dongyang has arrived. Wu Yaozhong, you really are despicable. How long did it take you to notify me? Fang Ming shook his head. This guy has been serving as a lackey for too many different people, becoming such a spineless opportunist. Xie Jun has already gone to meet him first. Boom! 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 The sounds of battle echoed. Meng Jining and the other ladies have all rushed over, but their expressions are relaxed. Fang Ming is currently the top expert in all of China, so naturally there are many who want to use him as a stepping stone to reach the top rank. As long as they defeat Fang Ming, they can claim the number 1 position. The temptation is enormous. But what do they have to worry about? While the rankings place Fang Ming at number 1, do they truly understand his full strength? No, not at all. Suspected level 3 Esper? Excuse me, their husband is level 4. And he has a whole arsenal of divine artifacts. Zhao Yinyun has also arrived, teasingly mocking Fang Ming. How many days of infamous deeds have you been up to? This should be the 7th person coming to challenge you. That's right, Li Dongyang is not the first to challenge, but Xie Jun has easily dealt with them all without Fang Ming needing to intervene. It's true that the famous are feared. Fang Ming shook his head. This is why he didn't want to be ranked so highly. It's just too much trouble. From now on, he'll stay low-key, preferring to wander abroad where no one knows of his true strength. Fang Ming and the others are standing in the dining hall, with an excellent vantage point to clearly observe the battle below. Xie Jun is formidable. He just recently broke through to level 3. A level 3 Esper, discounting those who've enhanced themselves with artifacts, is among the elite few worldwide. As a power type, his fists and kicks are ferocious and ruthless. Ordinarily, with such a barrage, 90% of Espers would be swept away. But his opponent is equally powerful. This Li Dongyang is also a power type, meeting Xie Jun head-on, each strike a clash of equals, not backing down in the slightest, nor showing any signs of being overwhelmed. Both are level 3 Espers. Fang Ming couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seems the top Espers are all advancing to level 3 now. Except for him. Oh, and Zhao Yinyun is also an exception. Fang Ming couldn't help but glance at this haughty queen. Just what was the secret behind her rapid advancement? I haven't even slept with you, where did you get the audacity from? Zhao Yinyun couldn't help but feel a deep sense of hostility, glaring at Fang Ming. He must be the only one daring to set his sights on her. Fang Ming was innocent. I really wasn't trying to do anything to you, I was just curious. Xie Jun was engaged in fierce combat with Li Dongyang. Xie Jun was strong, but Li Dongyang was no slouch either. The two were evenly matched, encountering a worthy opponent. Fang Ming kept clicking his tongue in amazement. Where did this Li Dongyang come from? He's so powerful. I've never heard of him before. So, has he been in seclusion this whole time? Tucheng? Other than Tucheng being a place that produces exotic beauties, and having grapes and hami melons, oh and the famous Flaming Mountains, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly extraordinary about the place. How strange. After a few more rounds, Li Dongyang suddenly snorted, you're indeed quite strong. I'll have to get serious. Xie Jun, you're not bad, I can give you a chance to become my subordinate. Xie Jun gave him a contemptuous look, responding with a heavy punch. Ungrateful wretch. Li Dongyang roared angrily, unleashing a flaming fist. Frictional heating from rapid motion can indeed cause objects to ignite, as the temperature can get high enough to melt even stone and iron. This is why few meteorites pose a threat to Earth, as they're too large to fully burn up before impact. So was Li Dongyang's fist moving so fast that the air friction caused it to combust? No. Xia Jun's eyes sharpened, perceptibly detecting that the flames on the fist weren't from air friction, but a different source. A fire attribute esper? Other than Fong Ming, there are actually other espers who can possess dual attributes? Thinking this, Xia Jun has already hastily retreated. Without knowing the full power of those flaming fists, he doesn't want to rashly take risks. This is the quality of a competent esper. Ha! Fong Ming was also somewhat surprised, letting out a slight exclamation. Dual attributes? He looked towards Zhao Yenyun, saying, "What do you make of this person?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Yenyun asked in return. Fong Ming smiled. "We all only have one attribute, either power-enhancing physical types, or esper types with abilities like fire, water, lightning, or mental control. But this Li Dongyang can go toe-to-toe with power-type Xia Jun, and now he can also control fire. Doesn't that seem strange to you?" Zhao Yenyun chuckled. "Before asking about him, shouldn't you take a look at yourself first? You possess how many esper abilities? To use the popular phrasing, don't you have some OP stats? But that's a bit too crude. As the noble and refined woman she is, how could Zhao Yenyun say something like that out loud? Just give him a meaningful look, let him ponder it himself." Fong Ming gave a faint smile. "I'm different, can't be compared to him." Zhao Yenyun was speechless. Your shamelessness really knows no bounds. But she was also very intrigued by Li Dongyang, saying, "He must have awakened the bloodline of the Wuxiu sect. His physical strength is formidable, but his bloodline isn't pure, so he's able to cultivate techniques, gaining other abilities through methods besides just his bloodline." "No, wait." Her eyes suddenly lit up, an excited expression on her fair face. No, he doesn't just have a fire technique, he also has the bloodline of the Fire Dragon clan. "This one, I want him." She declared it quite imperiously. Fong Ming couldn't help but look at her with suspicion. "You wouldn't be trying to turn him into your toy boy, would you?" Zhao Yenyun flushed with anger, swinging a palm with a burst of icy cold energy, nearly freezing Fong Ming into an ice sculpture. "Then what do you want him for?" Fong Ming was still curious. "You're not being very clear." Zhao Yenyun didn't bother responding to him, instead directly leaping out. She descended like a celestial maiden, lightly floating down to the hotel entrance. Sensing her approach, Xia Jun and Li Dongyang both paused, turning to look at her. They were wary of a sneak attack. However, Xia Jun soon relaxed, realizing she was just a hotel guest. She'll be Fong Ming's woman sooner or later. As for Li Dongyang, this was his first time seeing Zhao Yenyun, and he couldn't help but be deeply captivated. This woman is just too beautiful. Not only beautiful, but she also exudes an indescribable noble aura, like an empress, making him want to prostrate himself in worship. But he immediately felt a powerful desire arise within him, wanting to devour this woman. Purely in the literal sense of eat, not sleep with. As if by consuming her, he could gain a tremendous boost. "You may leave now," Zhao Yenyun first told Xia Jun, then turned to look at Li Dongyang. "You can feel it too, can't you? Since you are of the Fire Dragon bloodline, and I am of the Ice Phoenix bloodline, both of us will naturally want to devour the other." Li Dongyang was somewhat puzzled. What's this nonsense about fire dragons and ice phoenixes? Is she writing some xianxia novel? But nonetheless, he was indeed filled with the urge and craving to devour this woman. It would be a shame to just devour her directly. I should play with her first. Yeah, play until I'm bored, then devour her. He plotted secretly. Zhao Yenyun immediately arched her brow, her fair face turning as cold as ice. She sensed the intense malice emanating from Li Dongyang, surpassing Fong Ming's by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. In that case, Fong Ming at most was just fantasizing about her. Die! She lunged forward, rushing towards Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang's expression changed drastically as Zhao Yenyun made her move, realizing her strength was far beyond his own. A level 4 esper? Not good. He hastily unleashed his second ability to the fullest. Boom, his entire body erupted in flames, his suit instantly burning to ashes, though surprisingly he didn't end up fully exposed. Instead, his body was covered in scales, reminiscent of the legendary dragon scales. Zhao Yenyun let out a light hum, Fire Dragon and Ice Phoenix, a clash of life and death. Boom, a crisp, noble phoenix cry rang out from her as a massive white phoenix emerged from her body. No, not a white phoenix, but an ice phoenix. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, swooping down to attack Li Dongyang. A level 4 attacking a level 3, this is just like a father beating his son, isn't it? Li Dongyang let out a miserable scream as he was pinned to the ground by the ice phoenix's massive talons. How humiliating, he had come to seize the title of the #1 expert, but before even seeing Fong Ming, he was defeated by a woman in a single move. Fong Ming also descended, asking curiously, "What are you going to do with him? You're acting like a curious little child, aren't you?" Zhao Yenyun ignored him, her gaze fixed on the ice phoenix as if communicating with it. The ice phoenix then pecked at Li Dongyang, and a small creature was plucked out. Not a mere insect. Looking closely, Fong Ming saw that this creature had horns and 4 limbs, its entire body wreathed in flames. A dragon. The legendary dragon. But compared to the massive ice phoenix, this fire dragon was surprisingly small. The ice phoenix swallowed the fire dragon in a single gulp, then flew back towards Zhao Yenyun, disappearing into her body. Ah! Li Dongyang, though uninjured, was writhing on the ground in agonizing pain, his face twisted in anguish, veins throbbing on his forehead and neck. This was clearly not just an act. Fong Ming couldn't help but look at Zhao Yenyun, wondering how extracting that tiny fire dragon from his body could have caused him such torment. Zhao Yenyun's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction on her face. His bloodline is just too weak, the boost it provides me is too insignificant, she shook her head. Fong Ming was surprised. You've taken his bloodline? Wow, you can do that? You're amazing. Zhao Yenyun shook her head, since I am of the Ice Phoenix bloodline and he is of the Fire Dragon bloodline, we are natural opposites. That's why my Ice Phoenix could devour his Fire Dragon, and vice versa, if he was stronger than me, he could have devoured my Ice Phoenix instead. In other words, they are mortal enemies. I'll fight you both. Li Dongyang gritted through the agony, pushing himself up from the ground and suddenly lunging towards Fong Ming. Finally he's found the main target. Kill. Fong Ming was speechless, the one who devoured your fire dragon wasn't me, why are you picking a fight with me? Boom! He kicked out, sending Li Dongyang flying up into the sky, becoming a tiny black speck that eventually disappeared. Will Li Dongyang be coming back? No, he's been kicked to death. Damn! Wu Yaozhong had just arrived, catching the tail end of the scene. He immediately rushed over, stumbling a bit halfway as if tripping on a rock, then sliding on his knees towards Fong Ming. Boss Fong, you're so mighty. How reckless, he had thought Li Dongyang had become a level 3 esper, at least able to contend with Fong Ming. So he had hedged his bets, but Li Dongyang ended up being kicked away by Fong Ming so easily. Just how much stronger was Fong Ming? Therefore, he must be 100 times more obsequious than before. Fong Ming looked at him with a faint smile. Wu Yaozhong felt a sense of unease, but somehow his true thoughts seemed to pour out uncontrollably. Boss Fong, I thought Li Dongyang might be able to beat you, so I purposely tried to curry favor with him. I didn't expect him to be so weak, I really regret it. As soon as the words left his mouth, he covered it in horror. What have I just blurted out? Fong Ming shook his head, walking over and delivering a kick. Boom! Wu Yaozhong also went flying up into the sky, disappearing into a small black dot. They won't be coming back either. Brother Xia, Fong Ming looked at Xia Jun. Xia Jun responded. From now on, you'll go work at the Eastern Settlement as their boss. Go in the morning, come back at night, just like being a CEO before the calamity. Fong Ming said with a smile. No problem, Xia Jun agreed readily. Now that the hotel's strength is so absurdly powerful, there will soon be a flood of level 3 espers appearing. So, does he still need to guard it daily? Lin Niamyo is completely safe here. He has received Fong Ming's great grace, how should he repay it? This is the opportunity. Guys like Wu Yaozhong, who are weather vanes, are simply not qualified to be the hotel's first line of defense. So now he must step up and replace them. After all, it's just a city, very convenient to come and go. Fong Ming chuckled, but Brother Xia, you must remain resolute, there will be so many temptations over there. In the hotel, all the women's targets are Fong Ming, so Xia Jun naturally won't face any temptations. But once he goes to the Eastern Settlement, a figure like him will definitely be eyed by countless women, who will try every trick to seduce him. Xia Jun smiled, exuding great confidence. How could he ever be interested in other women? The group returned to the hotel. Li Dongyang's incident was just a tiny ripple, not causing any waves at all. Time flew by, and several days had passed. Fong Ming would dispatch a clone to search for spiritual treasures almost every hour. His gaze was fixed on Kunlun Mountain. This is the king of all mountains, the source of Chinese mythology, where the mightiest immortals reside. If the myths are the remnants of ancient history, then how many treasures must be left within Kunlun Mountain? The strongest artifacts must all be there. Of course, in addition to Kunlun Mountain, Fong Ming also plans to visit the Vatican. He believes that the so-called god may also have been an esper of ancient times, and the mightiest esper in the West. That's why the Vatican may possess artifacts left behind by God. He plans to do it in 2 steps. Have the clone explore Kunlun Mountain, while he himself goes to the Vatican. Kunlun Mountain, for 1, has a harsh environment, and 2, may harbor unknown threats, so it's definitely better to send the clone. Fong Ming is afraid there might be a terrifying existence like the Bodhi tree of Shaolin. If the clone gets wiped out, he doesn't really care. After staying home obediently for a few days, helping the women advance, Fong Ming hits the road again. He just can't sit still. This time, he's heading straight for the Vatican. The Vatican is the national capital of Italy, but its land area is pitifully small, perhaps not even as big as a small town within the country. Yet, in the West, it is a sacred place. The center of faith. When Fong Ming arrived at the Vatican, he was quite surprised to find that it was teeming with living people. How strange. However, as he drew closer, the psychic feedback he received made him suddenly understand. The entire Vatican was shrouded in a mysterious power. Is this the doing of a powerful expert? A powerful artifact? Or a formidable being akin to the Bodhi tree? Fong Ming didn't dare act rashly. Among humans, he is undoubtedly the supreme expert, there's no need to be modest about that. But compared to some ancient existences, the situation becomes uncertain. Just like the Bodhi tree of Shaolin. If he could transplant this old fellow over, what would he have to fear? Alas, the Bodhi tree only gifted him a single leaf. Looking from above, the entire Vatican is swarming with people, very crowded, and yet not a single zombie is present. But just outside the Vatican, a large number of zombies are lingering, yet they dare not step into the Vatican. It seems the mysterious power within the Vatican is suppressing the zombie outbreak, which is why no zombies have infiltrated this place. The problem is, the small Vatican doesn't have much resources. How can it sustain so many people? Unless there are powerful experts who can venture out and constantly bring back food. Just as he was thinking about finding resources, Fong Ming spotted a convoy heading towards the Vatican. True enough, it's people and horses. The horses are pulling cargo carts loaded with supplies, freshly harvested vegetables from the fields, as well as flour and clean water from the supermarkets. There are 20 such carts in the grand procession. The escort protecting this convoy is also sizable. Fong Ming estimates there are over 500 of them. At the very front, a knight sits atop a white horse, wearing a rather peculiar set of armor. Why peculiar, you ask? Because this armor is quite revealing. The arms, thighs, and even the hands and feet are completely covered, but the torso area is shamefully exposed, with just a brassiere covering the chest, and iron short pants for the lower body, reminiscent of the legendary chastity belt. And the helmet completely obscures the knight's face, only a mane of golden hair spilling out from the back. The knight carries no visible weapons, there's nowhere to even hang them on that armor. But the white horse has a golden spear strapped to its back. This is a female knight. Unable to see her face clearly, but her figure is fully on display. Estimating her height to be around 175 centimeters, with snow-white skin, ample bust, slim waist, rounded hips, and long shapely thighs, a very typical European style. Just uncertain about her facial features. Fong Ming's clone felt a stirring within, and he summoned another clone of himself to approach the convoy. A living person. He seems to be an Oriental. After seeing Fong Ming's clone, the convoy did not find it particularly strange. In this era of globalization, with such convenient transportation, people of all ethnicities can be found anywhere, and the Vatican is a popular tourist destination as well as a holy site for believers of God worldwide. So the appearance of an Oriental here is not that surprising. However, get out, Orientals have no right to enter our Vatican. Someone immediately yelled out, inciting an echoing chorus of agreement from the others. The female knight raised a hand, quickly silencing the crowd. The Lord says, "Those who believe in me shall have eternal life," she proclaimed loudly. Amen, the people responded. The female knight then looked at Fong Ming's clone and said, "Do you believe in the Lord?" The clone, sharing Fong Ming's consciousness, smiled and replied, "I do." Perfect, following these people into the Vatican would be a good opportunity. As one of the Lord's servants on earth, I, Scarlett Isse von Thussenfeld, declare you a follower of the Lord. The female knight drew her spear, lightly tapping it above Fong Ming's clone's head. A rather simple ceremony. Well, it's the end times, there's no need for elaborate rituals anymore. Fong Ming didn't mind at all, this is just a clone, he can do whatever he wants with it. The convoy continued on its way. But they had not gone far when suddenly, a massive horde of zombies surged forth, launching a ferocious attack on the convoy. The convoy's escorts were evidently well trained, calmly taking out their weapons, which were not firearms, but rather heavy swords and long spears, cold weapons. They then formed a human wall. Fang Ming naturally did not intervene. He planned to disguise himself as an ordinary person. So he jumped onto a supply cart, staying with the non-combatants. The female knight dismounted her horse and charged out, swinging her golden spear. Her movements were grand and sweeping, the spear being around 3 meters long. A single horizontal sweep took down 7 or 8 zombies, which then exploded. Impressive. Fang Ming raised an eyebrow. This female knight seems to be a level 3 esper. But the spear in her hands is definitely an artifact, elevating her power to a new level. Level 4. So this artifact must be of a higher grade than the 3 divine treasures. The 3 divine treasures can only boost the user's abilities to the maximum of their current level, unable to surpass it. Is this a divine weapon of the Vatican? In legend, which divine weapon takes the form of a spear? Fang Ming thought for a while but had no answer. His knowledge of Western mythology is quite limited. No matter, he'll learn more about it gradually. The female knight charged and slashed relentlessly, unstoppable. The other warriors also encountered no match, sweeping through effortlessly. Suddenly, someone let out an agonizing scream, as they were torn apart by a massive zombie. This zombie stood at 5 meters tall, with a single eye right in the middle of its forehead, not a missing eye but a natural cyclops. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed the esper in just a couple bites, then set its sights on the next target. "My Lady Scarlet, this is a level 3 zombie," the people cried out, barely concealing their shock. The entire convoy only had Scarlet as a level 3 esper, the others were at most level 2, the one just torn apart and devoured was a level 2 esper, so this zombie had to be level 3. Scarlet couldn't help but be alarmed. A level 3 zombie has appeared? She wouldn't take a level 3 zombie lightly, but its appearance signifies the zombies have evolved to a new height. Inevitably, there will be many more level 3 zombies to come. This has suddenly increased the pressure on her significantly. Previously, a few level 2 espers working together could easily breach a zombie nest, but now? She must lead the way. How troublesome. She immediately rushed back to attack the Cyclops zombie. Already a level 3 esper or above, and with the artifact's assistance, her strength rivals that of an early level 4. So she quickly gained the upper hand, pressing the Cyclops zombie. The Cyclops zombie was being completely suppressed, but suddenly, its single eye twitched and shot out a blazing blood arrow. The blood arrow was shockingly fast. Just as it was about to hit Scarlet, a golden energy shield materialized out of nowhere, blocking the blood arrow. Fang Ming clicked his tongue. This shield is being activated by the spear. It even has a protective function? Scarlet thrust out with her spear, unstoppable. Pooh! What's a mere level 3 zombie? It was blasted in the head and killed instantly. Scarlet then returned to the fray, sweeping through the horde of zombies. With level 4 might, she naturally had no match. The others cooperated with her to eliminate the zombies, and even this level 3 zombie horde was easily flattened. However, after the battle, the people were utterly exhausted. "Quickly, back to the Vatican," Scarlet commanded. She fears another wave of zombies might come, and in their current exhausted state, it would surely result in heavy casualties. The others also dare not be careless, hurriedly urging the horses to move forward. Fang Ming couldn't help but check the time. His clone has been summoned for 51 minutes, and has only 9 minutes left before it dissipates. He should have just sent the clone directly to the Vatican, knowing a level 3 zombie horde would erupt. What a miscalculation. At this moment, the satellite phone rang. Fang Ming answered. It was Lu Yuqi calling. She said a level 3 zombie horde has broken out in Mountain City. But the hotel is fine. Not only do they have Zhao Yanyu, even without him, Meng Jining and Xie Jun are both level 3, plus a bunch of people almost at level 2, more than capable of defending the hotel. It's just that the sudden appearance of a level 3 zombie horde, the hard-won foothold of humanity, is facing a massive shock again. There's no helping it. As long as the zombies are not completely eradicated, ever stronger hordes will keep erupting periodically. Inevitable. After some thought, Fang Ming decided to head back. Since the first clone's time is almost up, even if he summons another, it would still raise suspicion if it suddenly appears outside the Vatican. Bzzzt, his body crackled with electricity. After breaking through level 4, his wind and thunder powers have evolved into a new ability, lightning speed. Of course, calling it lightning is an exaggeration. It only allows him to run 5 times faster than normal. But one must know, he already possesses the strength and agility attributes, so his speed is not only fast, but also has incredible endurance. With this five-fold increase, it's simply absurd. Fang Ming rushed back to Mountain City with lightning speed. He tossed the subduing demon cudgel to Meng Jining, gave the Heaven Cluster Cloud Sword to Lu Yuqi, and the 8-Chi Jade Hook to Big Honeybee. This immediately empowered the three women, their strength soaring, and they were able to slaughter the zombies like cutting vegetables. Especially Meng Jining, the subduing demon cudgel can boost her power by a whole level when facing zombies, and she's already a level 3 Esper. Going up a level? Level 4. So not only this level 3 horde, even if there were a few level 3 zombies mixed in, she would have nothing to fear. Of course, Lu Yuqi and Zhou Mimi couldn't be as unyielding. From morning till night, everyone was utterly exhausted, but the zombies fell in droves, providing a good harvest of level 3 zombie pearls. These are items that can accelerate evolution. Unfortunately, they are useless to Fang Ming. He needs level 4 zombie pearls now. Evolving too quickly may not be such a good thing either. Nature seems to have a catch-up mechanism. If you evolve too fast, the resources that can help you continue evolving will diminish, allowing those behind to quickly catch up, so you don't get left too far behind. Of course, Fang Ming has the true martial two principles technique and the benefits of the Amitabha Sutra, so his evolution speed is still faster than just using zombie pearls alone. But compared to Meng Jining and the others, he has slowed down a bit. What puzzles Fang Ming is, how exactly did Zhao Yanyu improve himself? Now that's a true monster. Fang Ming clicked his tongue in amazement, but Zhao Yanyu is too proud and intelligent. It would be extremely difficult to extract secrets from her, unless one day he can make her his woman. But given her haughty nature, that seems unlikely. Perhaps she would even think of herself as keeping Fang Ming as a kept man. A male concubine? Fang Ming chuckled at the thought. In the hotel, the support staff were preparing dinner, and soon Xia Jun also arrived. Discussing this zombie horde, even this mighty man frowned, as level 3 espers are now so few, dealing with a level 3 horde naturally poses great difficulty. Fortunately, a single horde would have at most 1 to 2 level 3 zombies, which can still be defeated. However, most other powers only have level 2, or even just level 1 in smaller settlements. They would be doomed under such a horde. So each major zombie horde outbreak will lead to the demise of smaller powers, while the larger powers seize the opportunity to expand. Fang Ming was certainly not idle either. Not only did he personally slay zombies, he also used the 8-tailed mirror to create clones of himself to join the fight. As a level 4 Esper, his killing efficiency is naturally sky-high. With the situation in Mountain City stabilized, Fang Ming worked tirelessly, rushing around the major cities across the country to eliminate vast numbers of level 3 zombies. This way, the various factions will find it much easier to deal with future zombie hordes. Once a large number of Espers reach level 3, it will return to the previous dynamic, level 3 versus level 3, with humanity holding their own. But this is just China. How many Fang Mings are there in the world? Only one. So of course Fang Ming will only help China. As for other countries? Sorry, I'm just too stretched thin, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Time passed in a flash, a full 7 days. The domestic situation has stabilized. Fang Ming then decided to return to the Vatican. And off he went. Lightning speed activated, and in less than half an hour, he was already at the Vatican. After several days apart, the Vatican remains unchanged. The zombie hordes have not made the slightest impact on this ancient city. Fang Ming knows it's the immense power within the Vatican that is guarding it, just like the Bodhi tree in the Shaolin Temple. No zombie dares to invade. Just what level is this power? Fang Ming is extremely curious. What is the pinnacle of evolution? Level 9? Level 10? Or even level 99? Level 999? So, what is the difference in evolutionary level between himself and the entity within the Vatican? Is it just 1 digit, or 2, or even 3? If it's 3 digits, Fang Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth. It might take him over 100 years to catch up. Zhao Yanyu should know, but she just won't tell. How irritating. I'd love to pin her down and spank her, but... Fang Ming's imagination ran wild, even though he couldn't see Zhao Yanyu's face right now, but he could imagine she's glaring at him with disdain again. He couldn't help but chuckle. Then, his expression turned serious. It's time to explore the depths of this Vatican. He held up the 8-tailed mirror and another clone of himself appeared, immediately heading towards the Vatican. Arriving at the entrance, 4 fully armored warriors stopped him. Halt! They spoke in Italian, but Fang Ming could already sense their thoughts, quickly understanding them. He calmly stated, a survivor, here to seek refuge. He spoke in Chinese, but his words were directly projected into their minds, becoming a language they could comprehend. The four warriors showed no unusual reaction, as if Fong Ming had spoken perfect Italian. The Lord's love is for all people. They hesitated for a moment. An Oriental? A barbarian? While the Lord's grace is everywhere, does an Eastern barbarian deserve the Lord's mercy? Go ask for instructions. One of them left, then returned shortly. We'll let you enter the holy city, but you must abide by the rules here, or face certain death. Fong Ming readily agreed. The four let Fong Ming in, first taking a photo of him and issuing a temporary ID to be worn on his chest. They also asked if he possessed any Esper abilities. I do, Fong Ming nodded, wanting to gather useful information, which would be difficult as an ordinary person. So he must have some value. These days, aside from beautiful women, Espers are the other valuable asset. Thus, Fong Ming was brought to the city hall. Here, he was asked to demonstrate his abilities, and was assessed as a fire attribute Esper, rated at level A. The highest rating here is S, then it goes down to A, B, C, D, E. There are no specific levels, it's a floating evaluation system. Currently, the strongest are likely level 3, so reaching level 3 would merit an S rating, level 2 is A, level 1 is B, those with abilities but not yet level 1 or C. As for D and E, Fong Ming doesn't know their purpose. Maybe they're reserved for the future, when level 4, 5 Espers appear, even E won't be enough, so they'll have to bring out F, G, and so on? How troublesome, Fong Ming inwardly grumbled. But he completed the lengthy registration process. Looking at the time, he only has 20 minutes left. Oh my. Fortunately, while registering, Fong Ming had also been discreetly gathering information. Though it seemed casual, he had an ulterior motive. He even used his spiritual powers to influence them subtly. But he didn't dare to go too far, as there is an unknown yet powerful being here. Why have no zombies invaded this place, he asked. The other replied, because the Lord's holy light shines upon us. Damn it, that's as good as saying nothing. Fong Ming probed sideways, but couldn't get a useful answer. Is this person's lips sealed too tightly, or does he simply not know? Let me reinforce my disguise. Fong Ming has obtained a pass, so he used that as an excuse to step out of the city briefly. With his level A identity, he has quite high clearance. Then he created another clone, put on the pass, and re-entered the Vatican. Searching around. The oppressive spiritual power allows him to go anywhere unimpeded, as if it's the most natural thing. Fong Ming quickly identified a few restricted areas. 1. The Pope's residence. 2. The Holy Relic Sanctuary. 3. The Heroic Spirits Hall. Fong Ming decided to go to the Holy Relic Sanctuary first. The so-called Holy Relics, could they all be divine artifacts? His heart raced with excitement. Reaching the sanctuary, he saw 4 teams of silver-armored guards patrolling outside, weaving back and forth to ensure no blind spots. Even a mosquito would be hard-pressed to evade their sight. Looks like I'll have to influence all of them. Fong Ming stepped out. Lady Scarlet. The first patrol squad immediately stopped and reverently saluted as they saw him, their expressions devout and fervent. In their eyes, Fong Ming had become that provocatively dressed busty blonde woman. Damn it, I feel like I'm in an embarrassing roleplay. Fong Ming struggled to suppress the urge to kill them all, merely nodding slightly as he continued towards the sanctuary. Lady Scarlet! Lady Scarlet! The other 3 patrols also hurriedly saluted, looking at him with the same fanatical reverence. But beneath their gaze, there was also a hint of burning desire. Damn it, how dare they lust after me? Fong Ming entered the grand sanctuary. The space was vast and empty. Religious buildings are often constructed to be particularly tall, so that when ordinary people enter, they feel a profound sense of insignificance. Then with the accompaniment of sacred, solemn music, their souls are cleansed, filled with reverence for the divine. This place is no exception. Each pillar stands nearly 15 meters high, meaning the ceiling is over 15 meters up, equivalent to a 5-story building. How could one not feel small and helpless in such an architecture? And the divine beings? Their image suddenly becomes much grander. But Fong Ming holds no awe for these divine beings. In his eyes, they are just ancient espers, and time is the true power. Which of these gods can still exist to this day? His spiritual sense radiates outwards as he searches for potential divine artifacts. However, he finds no artifacts, only countless stone statues of all kinds. Westerners do love their sculpting, that's for sure. He has discovered something. Fong Ming raised an eyebrow, when suddenly a commotion erupted outside, and the 4 patrolling squads came rushing in, followed by another person. Blonde and buxom. Scarlet. She wields the golden spear, her slender figure even taller than most men. The spear of Longinus. Fong Ming thought to himself. He had researched this previously, the most famous spear in the West, said to have pierced Jesus, imbued with divine blood, becoming a god-slaying weapon. In Fong Ming's eyes, this should be a formidable divine artifact. If he were outside the city, he would have absolute confidence in seizing this artifact. But here, within the walls, he does not know how powerful the unknown entity might be, or if it would retaliate against him. Ah, so it's you. Scarlet wielded the holy spear, which allowed her to see through Fong Ming's illusory disguise, exposing his true form. However, the spear of Longinus is not focused on spiritual powers, so it cannot let Scarlet see beyond the surface and discover that this Fong Ming is actually just an energy clone, not the real body. Fong Ming smiled slightly, surprised? Scarlet looked puzzled. A few days ago, you suddenly disappeared from the city, and now you appear as an Esper. What are you up to? She even realized he had used illusions to control others and enter the restricted areas. If she hadn't randomly decided to come here as well, his scheme might have succeeded unnoticed. The key is, no one knows who the thief was afterwards. Fong Ming sighed. Now that he's been discovered, he can't act stealthily anymore. Guess it's time for a fight then. He's also curious to see how powerful the mysterious entity in the city is. Ha ha ha. He burst out laughing and charged forward. Fighting Scarlet? No point, he already knows how strong she is. The clone is here to test the other entity. You're not getting away. Scarlet snorted, raising her spear of Longinus and pointing it at Fong Ming. Whoosh! A ray of holy light shot out, targeting Fong Ming's back. How to dodge light? Fong Ming immediately opened a gravity field, causing the light to refract and miss his body. The spear of Longinus can be used this way? Fong Ming had thought it only enhanced the user's combat abilities, allowing a level 3 Esper to reach level 4 strength. But now that he knows, it'll be easier to deal with. Whoosh, another light beam came. This time, Fong Ming didn't use the gravity field, but instead formed several layers of ice at his back. Ice and glass are similar in a way. When light passes through them, it immediately refracts. After refracting through multiple layers of ice, the light was even reflected back towards Scarlet. How fast is light? Fong Ming couldn't dodge it, and Scarlet couldn't either. But divine artifacts are different from people. When the light beam struck, the spear of Longinus instantly emitted a golden glow, forming a protective shield that shielded Scarlet. The light beam and the shield both shattered upon impact. Scarlet was utterly astonished. Fong Ming was actually able to reflect the spear of Longinus' attack back at her. It's not that difficult, really. He just utilized the simple principles of light refraction. But to do it so quickly, without preparation, and against a second party? Impressive. What type of Esper powers does Fong Ming possess? Fong Ming let out a hearty laugh. He had drawn close to the Pope's residence. What a pathetic Pope. Fong Ming scoffed, unleashing his full gravity powers. Boom! 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 One building after another crumbled and collapsed. Yet, one structure remains standing firm. Is that where the Pope resides? Interesting, it withstood his gravity powers. Fong Ming charged forward, pummeling it with his fists. Blasphemer! Scarlet rushed in, thrusting her spear at him. Boom! The spear strike carried a terrifying, earth-shattering force. But Fong Ming paid her no mind, continuing his assault on the intact building. The Lord says, the desecrator must perish. A aged, stern voice thundered. An old man emerged from the building, adorned in a thorny crown and holy robes, wielding a silver cross. He pointed the cross at Fong Ming, an immense pressure bearing down. Level 4. Fong Ming smiled faintly. The cross was clearly a divine artifact, likely far exceeding level 4. But even the mightiest artifact depends on who wields it. So this old man is the Pope? Just a level 3 Esper, relying on divine artifacts to barely reach level 4. An opponent like this, to be honest, Fong Ming could easily take on 10 of them. If the peak fighters in this city are only at this level, then I'm afraid I'll have to sweep them all aside. He unleashed a furious punch, shattering the invisible pressure with ease. S rank. Many onlookers gasped in shock at this display. Within the Vatican, only 2 people had reached S rank, the Pope and Scarlet. But now, an Eastern man has also attained S rank strength. How is this possible? Weren't the Pope and Scarlet the sole recipients of the Lord's divine favor? He is a heretic. A disciple of Satan. He has obtained the devil's aid to become S rank. The zombies were created by the demon. Kill him. Kill the heretic. The crowd below erupted in furious cries. The brainwashing power of religion is immense. They immediately viewed Fong Ming as a disciple of Satan, without a shred of doubt. Fong Ming chuckled, then let this disciple of Satan dispose of all of you. Insolent! Scarlet charged in, sweeping her spear in a mighty strike. Though, her armor does seem rather revealing and eye-catching. Is she trying to seduce me before striking? Fong Ming mused. Otherwise, why dress so scantily? Fong Ming, a true level 4 powerhouse with 35% of the experience bar filled, faced off against the Pope and Scarlet, who were only level 4 through the aid of divine artifacts. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Boom! He kicked the Pope away and punched towards Scarlet's chest. However, that seemingly provocative armor unexpectedly unleashed tremendous power, firmly blocking his strike. Though Scarlet was sent flying dozens of meters, she emerged unharmed. But having her chest assaulted, even without making contact, still left her furious, her azure eyes burning with rage. Demon, perish! She roared, her armor glowing and shimmering, as if she had transformed into a mighty war goddess. Athena, perhaps? Suddenly, Fong Ming recalled a childhood anime he had watched. Could this be a sacred cloth? No, that doesn't make sense. Athena is a figure from Greek mythology, while this is the Christian world, where the supreme deities are God and the angels, at most including Satan. Where would Athena come from? If Athena did appear here, would Zeus and God fight over who's the boss? Scarlet returned to the fray, her combat prowess having increased further. Not in offensive power, but in defense. When Fong Ming punched, her armored battlesuit easily neutralized the blow, allowing her to focus solely on attacking without needing to defend. This was equivalent to an enhancement in her overall fighting ability. 2 divine artifacts. Fong Ming nodded slightly, now understanding why her armor was so revealing. It had special effects that greatly bolstered her defensive capabilities, akin to the sacred cloths from that anime. But even with these, can you still defeat me? Fong Ming charged in, unleashing various Esper abilities, easily suppressing both Scarlet and the Pope, even as the latter joined the fight. The Pope had no shortage of divine artifacts either, the cross, the holy robes, even the thorny crown. Yet, they were both fundamentally only level 3 espers. The artifacts could elevate them to early level 4, with experience at most around 10%. So even united, they were no match for Fong Ming. All the onlookers were dumbfounded. The disciple of the devil is this powerful? Maybe we should abandon faith in God and turn to the devil instead. In this chaotic world, survival is what truly matters. Just then, a dark shadow lashed out towards Fong Ming at an astonishing speed. A tree branch? Smack! The branch lashed out and struck Fong Ming, shattering his clone. Ha! The onlookers were taken aback. This supposed disciple of the devil has been taken down? After their initial surprise, they erupted into cheers. No matter how powerful a devil's advocate is, they are nothing before the Lord. In this moment, their faith was reaffirmed. The Pope and Scarlet also breathed a sigh of relief. If Fong Ming had defeated them, the faith in the Lord would have crumbled overnight. Outside the city, Fong Ming was perplexed. Another tree. Why trees again? Is it because trees have such long lifespans, surviving from ancient times to the present? Truly an ancient relic. Live long enough, and even a pig can ascend to immortality. The Bodhi tree at Shaolin, and now this, what kind of tree is it here? But the specifics don't matter. This tree's single branch was able to shatter his clone. Its power is truly terrifying. Taken out with a single blow, he couldn't even gauge its level. Shall we try again? Fong Ming glanced at himself and summoned another clone. The clone Fong Ming burst forth at high speed, returning to the city. This time, he won't hold back. Unfurling his wind wings, he reappeared above the crowd. What? Seeing Fong Ming unharmed and back again, the people were dumbfounded. How is this possible? They had clearly seen him get killed. He must be a demon. How else could a normal person die and then instantly revive? The Pope and Scarlet looked at Fong Ming with shock. This turn of events was entirely beyond their expectations. Fong Ming let out a hearty laugh. I'm back. Whoosh! A tree branch lashed out at lightning speed. Damn it! Even though Fong Ming was prepared this time, he still couldn't dodge it, getting struck squarely. The result of being hit? Instant death on the spot. Outside the city, Fong Ming was frustrated. Even with the Pope and Scarlet together, he was completely confident in defeating them. But faced with this mysterious plant, his true body was killed before he could even see it. It should be a tree, right? Fong Ming racked his brain. The branches should belong to a tree, not a vine or other plant. But figuring that out doesn't really matter. Does it change anything? He still can't defeat it. Just like the Bodhi tree at Shaolin, knowing what kind of tree it is doesn't help him at all. Fong Ming pondered. In truth, even if he gives up on this Vatican, what does it matter? It's just a tiny place, with at most 10,000 people. What waves could that possibly cause? But when he entered the Vatican, his spiritual sense detected something in the building where the Pope resided, not the office or bedroom, but a secret chamber. This is no Western relic. It's Chinese. What could it be? The Imperial Seal. Fong Ming had reason to believe it was the lost Imperial Seal of China. Very likely. According to historical records, the Imperial Seal was taken away by the Yuan dynasty in the late Ming era, and its whereabouts had been unknown since. Xu Yuanzhan launched multiple northern campaigns, with the sole purpose of retrieving the Imperial Seal, but all failed. Never would he have imagined it ended up in the hands of the Vatican. If it were any other treasure, Fong Ming wouldn't care. But the Imperial Seal? This is a matter of great importance. The key is, Fong Ming also sensed powerful spiritual fluctuations from the seal. Even exceeding artifacts like the demon-subduing cudgel and the jade pendant. This is the most top-tier divine artifact he has encountered so far. If that is truly the Imperial Seal, it makes perfect sense. How much national destiny and fortune have been borne by this seal over the dynasties? Gazing upon the world, besides the Middle Kingdom, which other country can boast such an illustrious history? What treasure can rightfully bear the fate of an entire nation and encompass such vast territories? Only China. The seal of the realm is the sole answer. The seal of the realm embodies the spirit, the will, and the legacy of China. It is also a powerful talisman. How can it be allowed to remain in foreign hands? The question is, how can this treasure be reclaimed? The Vatican houses a formidable plant that guards it. There is no way to penetrate that stronghold. The question is, will that plant ever venture out? Unlikely. So, even drawing the tiger out of the mountain won't work. It has become an inescapable conundrum. Using mental powers to control others and have them retrieve it? At first glance, it could work. But the Vatican is heavily guarded, and only a select few have access. Unless one could beguile the Pope or Scarlet. The Pope is entrenched in the Vatican, unlikely to venture out. That leaves Scarlet. She leads expeditions to scavenge for supplies, and the Vatican has thousands of mouths to feed daily, so Scarlet must venture out regularly. Yes, she is the one. The best approach would be to subdue her, have your way with her, and under the influence of the Karma Sutra, even her indomitable will would crumble, and she would submit. But she is a formidable warrior, wielding the spear of Longinus and clad in armor that grants her level 4 defense. It's not that she cannot be defeated, but capturing her alive would be quite the challenge. Moreover, if she is held captive for an extended period and then returns, would she not be viewed with suspicion? What if she then tries to seize the seal of the realm and flee? That would be most problematic. Moreover, the divine talismans are awakening one by one, and the Vatican has not yet detected the anomaly with the seal of the realm. But who knows how long it will be before they check on it again. Such a precious relic must not fall into foreign hands. There is no choice but to try a different approach. Fong Ming made a call back home, saying he needed to lay low for a while. He waited for 4 days. Finally, Fong Ming spotted Scarlet leading a group out of the Vatican. He followed them discreetly. Once they had traveled a fair distance, Fong Ming revealed himself. Disciple of Satan. Scarlet cried out, immediately on guard. Fong Ming smiled. This time, he would employ his true abilities. The Jade Magatama. He projected a powerful image into Scarlet's mind, seeking to crush her will. But high-level talismans seem to have defenses against mental control. The spear of Longinus flashed with golden light, and Scarlet quickly regained her senses. So you are the evil heretic who represents the darkness, Scarlet said disdainfully. Fong Ming was unconcerned. This was a talisman of the small gods, of no consequence to him. Since the Jade Magatama was ineffective, he would try another. This time, he took out the 8-handed mirror. But instead of duplicating himself, he copied Scarlet. Subduing Scarlet and then brainwashing her would take too long. Sending a duplicate to steal the relic was the quicker approach. When Scarlet saw her own double appear beside Fong Ming, she was completely stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. Swoosh, the duplicate Scarlet immediately headed towards the Vatican. Scarlet was initially taken aback, but then quickly reacted. Fong Ming intends to use this fake version of himself to commit misdeeds. Not a chance. Scarlet roared, launching an attack against Fong Ming. Fong Ming drew out the heaven-swallowing sword and clashed with Scarlet. Ding! With a single stroke, Scarlet was sent flying. They both wield talismans, but Scarlet's combat power is at most 4 level 10%, while Fong Ming's is a full 4 level. This is a complete and utter crushing. Scarlet was shocked, never imagining Fong Ming's fighting prowess could have surged so dramatically. Previously, she had barely held him off by teaming up with the Pope. But now? Even if the Pope joined the fight, the two of them would be easily swept aside. Why is the gap so vast? Does serving the devil truly grant such immense power? Everyone, return to the Vatican and spread the news of the impostor, she shouted with renewed conviction, and the entire caravan rushed back to the Vatican. Fong Ming sighed, originally, I just wanted to take one item, no need for bloodshed. But you had to stand in my way, so I have no choice but to unleash a massacre. Oh well, they're just foreigners, so who cares if they die? When our nation was rising, you all schemed to suppress our high-tech industries, banning this and that. Screw it, today I'll wipe you all out. Fong Ming now held an absolute advantage, he could fight or leave as he pleased. He vanished in a flash, heading towards the rest of the caravan. You dare! Scarlet hissed, leveling her spear at Fong Ming. But could she catch up to him? The gravity field activated. Fong Ming let out a snort, and within a 40-meter radius around him, all the foreign devils were killed with headshots. They are at most only level 2, how could they possibly contend with level 4 Fong Ming? Instant killing was nothing out of the ordinary. Fong Ming's figure flitted like a ghost, and no one could resist even a single blow from him. The people in the convoy fell one by one, like cutting down scallions. Stop! Scarlet roared, but would her loud voice be of any use? She could only tell her people, don't go back to the Vatican, disperse and flee to save your lives. They were still at least 20 kilometers away from the Vatican, a distance more than enough for Fong Ming to catch up and kill them over and over again. Why did Fong Ming wait until now to make his move? Wasn't it just to ensure they could never make it back to the Vatican? So, blindly running towards the Vatican was foolish, with no chance of success. Hearing Scarlet's words, the remaining people immediately scattered and fled. Now, how could he pursue them? Fong Ming smiled slightly, unleashing his lightning-fast speed. His speed increased 5-fold. Know that his speed was already overwhelming everyone, and with the boost from the lightning-fast speed, he was like a ghostly apparition, effortlessly reaping their lives. In less than 5 minutes, all were dead except for Scarlet. Scarlet's eyes were bulging. These were all elite members of the Vatican, at least a third of their top fighters, yet they were wiped out by Fong Ming. Demon! Demon, she cried out. Fong Ming snorted, when your ancestors invaded China, weren't they the ones who burned, killed, and looted, committing all kinds of atrocities? Why don't you call them demons? Scarlet was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly retorted, that was in the past, why should it be held against us? Fong Ming laughed bitterly, so you're using the logic of a bandit, are you? Very well, I will turn you all into slaves. In the future, when my descendants face the accusations of your slave descendants, they can also say that it was the doings of their ancestors, and has nothing to do with them. You will just have to obediently remain as slaves. Fong Ming's gaze turned cold. I will bear the curses of the world, so that my descendants may prosper. Scarlet trembled involuntarily. Fong Ming's power far exceeded her imagination, so he could very well incite another yellow peril and turn all Europeans into slaves. This devil must be eliminated. She unleashed a furious attack towards Fong Ming. However, in the face of such overwhelming power, no matter how desperately or recklessly she fought, what could she do? Fong Ming swung his sword, and Scarlet was sent flying back several kilometers, unable to pose any credible threat. Suddenly, Fong Ming paused. He had been focused mainly on the clone, while also engaging Scarlet. The clone had smoothly infiltrated the Vatican and gone to the Pope, but the Pope demanded that she use the Spear of Longinus to prove her identity. Obviously, after the previous impersonation incident, they now had an additional identity verification measure. The 8 trigrams mirror could only simulate, it couldn't actually materialize a divine artifact. How was the clone supposed to prove herself? With no other choice, Fong Ming had the clone forcefully break in, naturally leading to a battle. As soon as the battle started, the mysterious plant's attack quickly arrived and shredded the clone. Damn it! Seeing Fong Ming in a daze, Scarlet thought she had found an opportunity. She charged forward with her spear, unleashing her full power in a brilliant golden glow. However, Fong Ming's sword struck, the overwhelming force directly shattering the Spear of Longinus, and even the shield formed by her battle armor was cut open, exposing her flesh to Fong Ming. Fong Ming reached out and grabbed her neck. Though she tried to block, without the Spear of Longinus, she was only a level 3 Esper, how could she stop him? Fong Ming's large hand easily crushed her neck. Scarlet tried to activate her battle armor, but a punch to her face left her dizzy and unable to do so. However, this battle armor was proving to be a nuisance. Fong Ming wasted no time, tearing off the battle armor and taking it. Scarlet was utterly humiliated and enraged. Since the battle armor was unique, it was unlikely she was wearing any undergarments underneath. So when the armor was torn off, she was completely exposed before Fong Ming. He was a demon after all. She involuntarily brought her hands up to cover her chest, but then her lower regions were left unguarded. What was she to do? She had to use one hand to cover down there, but then the top was left exposed, making her blush furiously. However, Fong Ming released her and casually tossed a bedsheet for her to wrap around herself. This provided her with a slight sense of security. Fong Ming calmly picked up the Spear of Longinus, but did not rush to examine it yet. His true target was the seal of the Privy Council. "Let's go to the Vatican," he said. Scarlet was stunned. "You still want to go to the Vatican? To your death? Wonderful." She obediently walked in front, with Fong Ming lazily following behind. At their speeds, the 20-kilometer distance was quickly covered. Scarlet was about to rush into the Vatican, for once inside, she would be under the protection of the sacred tree, which would destroy all heretics. However, as soon as she moved, a large hand pressed down on her shoulder, immobilizing her. Fong Ming smiled slightly and projected his mental waves. "Scarlet is in my hands. Exchange all the treasures in the Pope's secret chamber. Why not directly demand the seal of the Privy Council by name? That wouldn't do." Wasn't he essentially telling the foreigners that it was a precious item? Perhaps they would then focus on guarding the seal, rather than caring about Scarlet, since Fong Ming could not possibly break through the Vatican's defenses and would just be walking to his death. Expanding the scope made it less suspicious. Driven by his mental energy, Fong Ming's will spread out in ripples, quickly permeating the entire Vatican. It was just a small town, after all. Instantly, everyone was shocked. Scarlet, the esteemed one, had been captured by that heretic? What? That heretic is still alive? How could that be possible? He had been thoroughly crushed twice already. Could not even the sacred powers of the Vatican kill this heretic? Hiss! The Pope himself was alarmed, and he came to the city walls with his entourage, while Fong Ming brought Scarlet with him. However, Fong Ming was cautious. The one approaching was actually his clone, and even Scarlet had not detected this. Sure enough, the people on the city walls could clearly see that Scarlet was indeed in Fong Ming's hands. What should they do? Many immediately advised the Pope. "Your Holiness, Scarlet is a descendant of God, we must rescue her." The Pope was deeply conflicted. The secret chamber held so many treasures. There were local European ones, plundered from the Crusades, and even some looted from China centuries ago. This was the true wealth of the Vatican. The Hall of Treasures was just a facade. He was truly reluctant to part with any of it. However, Scarlet was also immensely important, for the sacred blood flowed through her veins. The Pope made up his mind. "I'll just give this Chinese man a few trinkets to placate him." How could he possibly know the true value of the secret chamber? The specifics or quantity of the treasures, could he comprehend them? He nodded and told his assistant, "Go, open the door to the secret chamber and bring out all the treasures inside." He discreetly gestured. The assistant understood, quickly replying, "Yes, Your Holiness." He turned and left, and soon returned pushing a cart. It was a strength-type Esper, effortlessly moving the cart without any horses. The cart was piled high with various seemingly antique items. "The items are here, come make the exchange," the Pope said solemnly. How could China produce such a powerful fighter? Unbelievable, how could he be this strong? I'm so resentful. Fong Ming took a few steps forward. As long as he was outside the Vatican's domain, he had nothing to fear. After all, this was just a clone created by the 8 trigrams mirror, he had no reason to be afraid. He scanned with his mental waves, but did not detect the spiritual artifact he had sensed before. Ah! Scarlet let out a pained groan as Fong Ming's grip crushed her shoulder bones. "So you dare to try and deceive me," he said coldly. "Go bring everything from the secret chamber immediately, or else next time I'll tear her open right in front of you." The foreigner's language was woefully insufficient, they really only needed one word, fuck, to cover everything. But Fong Ming was conveying his intent through mental transmission, so they all understood. So that's how one could describe and analogize such an act? Impressive people. Then, they were all furious. Scarlet was a sacred being. Who was she? A saint's descendant, with divine blood flowing through her veins. How dare you speak of defiling her? Were you not afraid of incurring God's wrath and being struck down? The Pope's face was dark, and he hesitated before ordering, "Bring out all the treasures from the secret chamber." He subtly nodded to his assistant, indicating no tricks this time. The assistant obediently left and soon returned, pushing another horseless cart. Fong Ming swept it with his mental waves and finally broke into a smile. There it is! Fong Ming directly released Scarlet. No matter how beautiful she was, how could she be more important than the seal of the Privy Council? If that was indeed the seal. He lifted the entire cart and soared up into the sky, disappearing into the distance. The foreigners could only look up in awe as Fong Ming turned into a small speck and vanished. Chase after him? Not only could they not catch up, even if they did, could they actually defeat him? They were alive solely because they had the Vatican backing them, with its mysterious sacred guardian. Scarlet was both ashamed and furious. She was a saint's descendant, after all. But Scarlet had been stripped bare by Fong Ming. He had first taken her battle armor, and then used her to exchange for numerous treasures. One must know that her status in the Vatican was on par with, if not more important than, the Pope's. Because the Pope can be replaced, but her? Her bloodline heritage could not be replaced. What a tremendous humiliation. "Chinese man, I will find you and kill you," she cursed, her golden hair flowing, her killing intent burning. The clone Fong Ming returned to the main body. Fong Ming immediately located a square-shaped object from the cart, having no interest in the other items, and stored it away in his spatial storage. Antiques? He was not interested. Fong Ming began examining this square object. This was what he had sensed, with its obscure yet immensely powerful spiritual aura. On the surface, it appeared to be a square jade stone, with some engraved patterns, quite ordinary looking. But with Fong Ming's vision, he could discern the seams where the object was assembled. Extremely fine and skillfully blended into the patterns, making it seem like a single large jade stone, when in fact it was 6 flat jade pieces attached together. He chuckled and lightly tapped a finger. Crack, one piece fell off. Instantly, a majestic power surged forth, like an emperor commanding the world. The 8 trigrams jade scepter immediately moved to shield, generating a giant spectral Japanese figure before Fong Ming, but this figure was instantly shattered by the overwhelming power. Unable to withstand it at all. Boom! This power surged into Fong Ming's mind. In a flash, Fong Ming saw the turbulent rise and fall of dynasties, as well as eras of unparalleled prosperity, all marked and decreed by a single jade seal. This was the seal of the Privy Council. Fong Ming jolted back to awareness. Looking at the time, nearly half a day had passed. He was stunned, considering his current power, yet he was completely helpless against the seal, being frozen for so long. However, in that half-day, he had witnessed the rise and fall of countless dynasties, and also forged a connection with the seal of the Privy Council. Now, he could wield the power of the seal of the Privy Council. But what exactly is the use of the seal of the Privy Council? Fong Ming tapped his fingers repeatedly, knocking off the jade pieces covering the other 5 sides, revealing the true form of this seal. It was still square-shaped, but slightly smaller. Only one side had characters inscribed. He flipped it over and saw the text, "Mandate of Heaven, Endless Longevity." Can I now issue imperial edicts? Fong Ming mused with a smile. He had forged a connection with the seal of the Privy Council and could now wield this perhaps most precious artifact in Chinese history. But how should he use it? He had no idea. However, since the seal is used for affixing seals, why not try one? Fong Ming took out a sheet of paper and wrote with a ballpoint pen, "People of the Vatican, quickly come out and kneel to welcome your master Fong." After writing, he picked up the seal of the Privy Council and firmly stamped it. Done. Fong Ming chuckled and used the 8 trigrams mirror to create a clone, handing the imperial edict to it. The clone accepted it and swiftly headed towards the Vatican. Arriving instantly. The clone Fong Ming did not speak, simply barging in. However, whoosh, the plant's branches immediately lashed out. Fong Ming hurriedly held up the imperial edict. A golden light erupted, and a majestic power swept through the entire Vatican. Every person felt an overwhelmingly sacred presence stirring in their minds, causing them to involuntarily kneel down. At the same time, an irrepressible thought arose in their hearts. To kneel and welcome that Chinese man. The branches lashed out. Boom, Fong Ming and the imperial edict were completely shredded. From afar, Fong Ming frowned slightly. It seems the seal of the Privy Council is not used in this way. Because it had no effect at all. The plant in the Vatican still lashed out as usual, not showing any deference or submission just because Fong Ming held an imperial edict. So how exactly should the seal of the Privy Council be used? Asked Zhao Yenyun. No, that won't do. Fong Ming felt that if he asked her, it might be like hitting the dog with a meat bun. She might even end up taking the seal for herself. Then, not telling her but just asking? That should work. Anyway, no point wasting time here. Fong Ming turned his gaze westward. He had a place to go. The Eagle Kingdom. Back then, as the global hegemon, they had plundered countless treasures from China, and now they were brazenly displaying them in the Eagle Kingdom's museums. They were outright thieves, yet they still touted their own democracy. Pa, what nonsense. Today, he would reclaim all the treasures in their museums, and who knows, perhaps there might even be some magical artifacts among the cultural relics? Let's go. Boom, he shot up into the sky, heading towards the Eagle Channel. After Fong Ming had left for a while, a large group of people rushed to the spot where he had stood, prostrating themselves in worship. But then they looked around in bewilderment. Why am I here? What madness has overcome me? From afar, the Pope witnessed this, utterly shocked. He had almost rushed over as well, but the sacred artifacts on him glowed, snapping him out of it. He did not join the group, but what on earth was happening? They were clearly under the influence of some kind of magic, but why did the sacred tree not stop them? Or could it be that even the sacred tree was powerless to intervene? Unfortunately, Fong Ming was unaware of the subsequent events. He stored the seal of the Privy Council in his spatial storage, not noticing that the channel within was violently trembling. Soon, Fong Ming had crossed the Eagle Channel and arrived on the soil of the Eagle Kingdom. He took out a map, determined the direction, and made his way to the Foggy City, finally locating the Eagle Kingdom's museum. However, this place had become a settlement. Fong Ming was speechless. This place could be turned into a settlement? Were they banking on the lack of food and bedding here? Wait, something's not right. Fong Ming noticed that while there were many zombies in the Foggy City, there were none in the area around the museum. Could it be there was also some ancient monster like the Bodhi tree here? Fong Ming did not dare to be careless, creating a clone to enter the museum area. An Easterner? There were many black people here, who eyed Fong Ming with a hint of surprise, as well as strong disdain. Fong Ming was taken aback. Wasn't the Eagle Kingdom a white country? How come it was now occupied by a group of black people? Ah, that makes sense. When modern weapons became unusable, the combat prowess of black people was truly remarkable. In Africa, there are still many indigenous tribes chasing after beasts with just hunting rifles and bows and arrows, mastering close-quarters combat. The black folks are undoubtedly the true kings, since they were so backward. But now, with everyone regressing to the primitive era, those accustomed to backwardness, the black people, have become the strongest. So after the cataclysm, the white people of the Eagle Kingdom were completely outmatched by the black people, who now occupied this perfect sanctuary. Fong Ming smiled faintly. What's wrong with an Easterner? Easterners have such delicate skin and flesh. I like that, a tall, thin black man said, swaying his hips as he eyed Fong Ming with lust-filled eyes. Since Fong Ming was directly intercepting their thoughts, he could deeply sense the intense malice from this black man. His gaze turned icy as he looked at the black man. The black man immediately let out an agonizing scream, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, before he fell motionless. Instantly, the group of black people were both shocked and enraged, brandishing their weapons. All of them were cold weapons, large cleavers, samurai swords, as well as ancient European long spears and greatswords. Many seemed to be antiques, yet they were being used as weapons. Unfortunately, none of them were magical artifacts. The black people charged at him. Boom! 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 As they drew near, they were all instantly burst apart, becoming a shower of blood, the weapons clattering to the ground. Fong Ming walked towards the museum, hands behind his back. This was completely a black kingdom now. After a few steps, he spotted another group of black people. He had thought France was only occupied by black people, not realizing the situation in the Eagle Kingdom was no better. These black people were extremely ferocious, charging at him without hesitation. Fong Ming had no intention of being polite with them. With a sweeping gaze, these black people also exploded. He did not practice any racial discrimination, killing whites and blacks alike without exception, harboring no bias. After walking a bit further, he witnessed a nauseating scene. In a courtyard, numerous bamboo racks had been set up to dry various items, and the ropes were hung with countless chunks of meat. At first glance, it seemed normal, but upon closer inspection, these were actually human body parts. This group of black people were eating human flesh. Judging from the skin tones, their diet included both whites and Asians, and occasionally even some blacks. Wow, when they get ruthless, they even eat their own kind. Fong Ming stood still, but flames began flowing from his body, roaring as they burned all the chunks of meat to ashes. His face darkened as he continued inwards. With each step, he encountered more black people, who upon seeing an Easterner, charged at him without a word, wielding their weapons, ferocious, savage, with no intention of communicating. Fong Ming naturally unleashed a ruthless slaughter. As he progressed further, his brow furrowed again. The ground was strewn with women, all of them naked, white and Asian. Each wore a vacant, deadened expression. He could tell at a glance what they had endured. Damn it! Fong Ming had seen many settlements, and indeed there were chaotic, dark ones. But those could not exist for long, quickly overthrown. For a large settlement to retain its people, it must at least maintain a basic level of fairness and safeguard the safety of its inhabitants. No morality was needed, but there had to be order. Many settlements had women engaging in the flesh trade, but you couldn't just freeload, and certainly not slaughter them afterwards to eat. Yet in this place, as long as one was not black, their fate seemed to be violated, killed, and consumed. Fong Ming shook his head as he continued inwards. Was this really a museum? The display cases were all shattered, the cultural relics removed, some worn as ornaments, some used as containers for food and water, and even more simply destroyed. Fong Ming paid no heed to that. He was only searching for the source within the museum that could suppress the zombies. After a long while, Fong Ming finally found the source. It was a branch. What should have been a withered branch had, upon touching the soil, revived and sprouted new life. From the traces at the scene, Fong Ming could roughly deduce what had happened. The withered branch was originally placed in a jade vase, but the black people had wreaked havoc in the museum, removing the jade vase. However, they did not treat it with care, and it was simply shattered on the ground outside. The withered tree branch within had then fallen out, encountering the soil and sprouting new buds. Looking around the branch, he could see many shards of porcelain. This was a willow tree? Fong Ming studied it closely. The leaves did indeed resemble those of a willow tree, appearing quite ordinary. But when sweeping it with spiritual energy, he could sense an extraordinary, indescribable divine might from this willow branch. It was this divine power that had intimidated the zombies, preventing them from approaching. But perhaps because it was just a branch, or had only just started sprouting, this willow branch did not yet know how to conceal or hide its extraordinary nature, allowing Fong Ming to easily detect its uniqueness. Otherwise, like the Bodhi tree at the Shaolin Temple, even if Fong Ming scrutinized it endlessly, he would have found nothing. Old willow, I'll take you home, Fong Ming said to the branch. You were kept in a jade and porcelain vase, so you must have come from China. Don't you dare try to attack me. He dug up the willow branch and headed straight back to China. Time to transplant it. The Bodhi tree and the mysterious plant in the Vatican had obviously both attained spiritual enlightenment, and could not be controlled by him. But this willow branch was different, it was clearly just maturing, so if he kept watch over it and brainwashed it daily, perhaps it would listen to him. He had to at least give it a try. With the branch gone, the suppression of the zombies immediately vanished. Instantly, the zombies around began stirring, some already shambling towards him. Fong Ming's true body moved in, also entering the museum. He also wanted to see if there were any magical artifacts here. Unfortunately, after searching all around, he found nothing. Well, it's not like there were endless magical artifacts in the world. Fong Ming walked out, only to find a large number of zombies had gathered. Before he could act, several heavy trucks suddenly came barreling through. Looking through the glass, he could clearly see the drivers were all black people. Fong Ming was somewhat surprised. After the disaster, when most electronic devices were broken, the black people could still repair vehicles? Many black people were in the business of stealing and modifying cars, so simply repairing a vehicle was no problem for them. Unlike electric cars with their complex electronic components that would be virtually irreparable after the disaster, gasoline-powered vehicles had far fewer electronics. The older the model, the fewer electronic parts, making them much easier to fix. One truck after another arrived at the museum entrance, with a group of black people jumping out. Some began unloading supplies, but from one truck, several women emerged white, with blonde hair and blue eyes. The black people cursed and yelled at these white women, and anyone who moved even slightly slowly was immediately kicked or whipped. This reminded Fong Ming of how 200 years ago, white slave owners had treated their black slaves in the same manner. Now, the tables had turned. Just the law of the jungle. Hey, there's a meat pig, a black person spotted Fong Ming. Instantly, many black people surrounded him. They were all espers. This was not surprising at all. Without espers guarding the home, since there were no zombies invading, the espers would go out to collect resources. They couldn't possibly eat human flesh every day, after all. And even if they wanted to, they'd have to go out and find it. It wouldn't just come to them. At that moment, a tall, burly black man jumped down from one of the trucks, and the other black people immediately showed him deference. He must be the leader. His attire was very African, bare-chested, with only a simple loincloth around his waist. His physique was not particularly muscular, but he exuded a panther-like explosive power. On his head was a headdress woven from feathers, and around his neck hung a string of beads, white and seemingly made of stone, or perhaps even bone. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and kill that meat pig," he commanded in the native African tongue. Instantly, the group of black people launched their attack against Fong Ming. Fong Ming waved his hand, unleashing endless frigid energy. The black people were all instantly frozen. The black leader's gaze sharpened as he strode over in a casual manner. A subordinate quickly handed him a long spear. Ah! Fong Ming was taken aback, detecting faint spiritual energy from the spearhead. This was a magical artifact. No, to be precise, it was only the spearhead. Fong Ming could see clearly that the spear was not complete, just a metal rod with a spearhead attached. But that spearhead was emanating a subtle aura. Better than a regular magical artifact? Fong Ming drew out the Heaven's Shroud sword and slashed directly at it. Whoosh, a golden sword light flashed. While not as powerful as the Spear of Longinus, this was still a top-tier magical artifact. The black leader let out a roar, raising the spear to parry the sword light. But this was a sword strike from Fong Ming, with the power of a level 4 perfected. The black leader's face immediately changed as the spear was knocked from his hands, his palms shattered and bleeding profusely. This black leader was no weak opponent, a level 3 esper who could rank among the top 10 in the world. Yet before the level 4 Fong Ming, he was utterly insignificant. That spear could at most amplify his strength to level 3 perfected, a full level behind Fong Ming. "Damn Eastern meat pig, how can you be so strong?" the black leader cursed. He found it unbelievable. In the past half year, he had encountered many Easterners, but all of them were pathetically weak. The men were slaughtered as livestock, while the women were first played with, then killed and eaten. How could one be as powerful as Fong Ming? Fong Ming's gaze turned icy. From the term Eastern meat pig, he could tell this group of black people had killed and eaten their fair share of Easterners. He walked over and swung his sword 4 times, chopping off the black leader's 4 limbs. "You treat Easterners as livestock, huh? Well then, here's your meat." He dismembered the remaining black people as well, leaving them to scream in agony as the zombies, attracted by the scent of fresh blood, began swarming in. A veritable feast was about to begin. Fong Ming watched this coldly, with no excessive sympathy. He did not even bother trying to rescue the captured white women, no matter how beautiful they were. He had no interest. Turning, he headed back towards China. This trip to Europe can be considered quite successful. I have obtained the imperial seal of the Privy Council, and also acquired a mysterious willow branch that can grow into a great tree. Upon returning to China, the first thing I did was to check on the willow branch. The clone had already dissipated, but the willow branch had been properly transplanted. I tried to use my spiritual energy to resonate and communicate with the willow branch, but it seemed too young and did not respond at all to my power. "Fine, you just stay here and guard the place for me." Just as I was about to leave, Zhao Yanyan floated in. She didn't even look at me, her gaze fixed solely on the willow branch, her expression becoming increasingly excited. Hey! Hey! I waved at this woman. "Don't you think you're being a bit arrogant?" "Humph, what's so good about you?" she retorted without even looking at me. I was displeased. Sure, she's good looking, but does she have to be so rude in her speech? Is a man's worth based on his looks? No, it's about how useful he is. Just ask Lu Yuqi and the others, they all say I'm great. Zhao Yanyan suddenly shuddered, then finally looked at me. What nonsense are you thinking again? She always senses malice from me. I shrugged, then pointed at the willow branch. Do you know what this is? But instead of answering, Zhao Yanyan asked, where did you get this from? The Eagle Museum, I replied. Ha! Zhao Yanyan looked utterly confused, her phoenix-like eyes full of puzzlement. What, am I speaking some foreign language? The Eagle, a country of pirates that invaded during the Qing dynasty and stole many of our treasures, I explained. I just went to the Eagle and tried to bring back some of those cultural relics and antiques, but instead of finding those, I discovered this willow branch, which was originally withered but has now sprouted new growth. Zhao Yanyan became a bit excited. What was it stored in before? I chuckled. I'll ask you first. Zhao Yanyan glared at me with her beautiful phoenix eyes, as if challenging me, then after a while said, I suspect this is related to an ancient divine being. But unless you provide more information, I can't make a further judgment. Fang Ming pondered for a moment, then said, when I saw this willow branch, it had already sprouted on its own in the soil. However, I did notice some broken ceramic shards around it, so I suspect it was originally contained within a jade ceramic vessel. Zhao Yanyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she became even more excited. This willow tree belongs to me, she declared imperiously. Fang Ming chuckled. Are you a bandit as well? Zhao Yanyan decisively drew out her flying sword and tossed it to Fang Ming. Use this to trade with me. Fang Ming was taken aback. It seems the importance of this willow branch far exceeds expectations. After all, Zhao Yanyan greatly cherished this flying sword. When Fang Ming had previously used the Heaven Shroud sword as collateral, she hadn't tried to just keep it, but had exchanged it back. So the value of the flying sword was at least equal to the Heaven's Shroud sword. And now, it indicates the willow branch's significance far surpasses even the Heaven's Shroud sword. I won't trade. Fang Ming refused firmly. Zhao Yanyan took a deep breath. This princess does not beg from others, but this time I will make an exception and ask you. Fang Ming also took a deep breath. And I don't ask favors of others either, but this time I'll make an exception. Can you let me have a kiss? Zhao Yanyan rolled her eyes, waving her hand to summon the flying sword back into her grasp, likely about to bring it down on him next. Fang Ming produced the Spear of Longinus. This was an artifact that could raise his combat power by an entire level. So you really want to turn against me? Come on then, let's see if you can snatch me as your consort. A Western magical artifact. Zhao Yanyan blurted out. Ah, it seems you know quite a bit about magical artifacts. Fang Ming was even more surprised. Zhao Yanyan was evidently tempted, saying, it appears I'll have to go to the Western world myself and see what other treasures I've been missing out on. Fang Ming chuckled. There is a spiritual plant in the Western church that has killed my clone several times. If you're not afraid of dying, feel free to go check it out. Zhao Yanyan paused, then slowly said, Fang Ming, this princess hereby appoints you as the great general of the Western expedition. Fang Ming simply rolled his eyes at her. Does she really think she's a princess or even an empress? Speaking of empresses, Fang Ming suddenly became interested. Do you know about the imperial seal of the Privy Council? Bang! The flying sword in Zhao Yanyan's hand unexpectedly fell to the ground with a crisp sound. She seemed unaware of it, her expression frozen, as if recalling some past events, her expression indescribably complex. What's going on? The four words Imperial Seal of the Privy Council had such power that they elicited this huge reaction from this proud and aloof woman. Hey! Hey! Fang Ming waved his hand in front of Zhao Yanyan's face. Slap! Zhao Yanyan smacked his hand away, frowning. Why did you bring up the Imperial Seal so casually? You're the one acting strange. Your expression changed so much just from hearing those four words, Fang Ming said curiously. Mind your own business. Zhao Yanyan sniffed disdainfully, still maintaining her arrogance. Besides using it for official seals, what other uses does the Imperial Seal have? Fang Ming continued to ask. Zhao Yanyan glared at him. Are you trying to annoy me? Fang Ming spoke calmly. You agreed to live here and I would provide for you, and in return you would answer my questions. Zhao Yanyan glared at him for a while, then finally said, the Imperial Seal, in addition to its ordinary uses, as a supreme imperial artifact, can also be used to suppress other magical artifacts. Though it was forged in later times, it can be considered the emperor among artifacts. Suppress all magical artifacts? Fang Ming asked, his heart racing. Zhao Yanyan nodded slowly. However, this is just speculation. The original Imperial Seal was just an ordinary jade stone, but it gradually grew more powerful through the accumulated fortunes of countless dynasties. By the time it reached its peak, there may no longer have been a soil for cultivators to grow, and magical artifacts had fallen into obscurity, so the true powers of the Imperial Seal are just guesses, not necessarily as such. Fang Ming smiled. No problem, he could now test it out himself. The willow tree is planted right here, so don't even think about trying anything, or I won't be joking around with you, he warned, knowing he couldn't stay and watch over it all the time. This princess is not that kind of person, Zhao Yanyan said haughtily. Alright, I'll take note of that. Fong Ming smiled and turned to leave. He went to the wasteland outside the city, far enough away that he shouldn't draw Zhao Yanyan over. He first took out the Heaven's Shroud sword, then the Imperial Seal of the Privy Council. He activated both magical artifacts simultaneously. The Heaven's Shroud sword doesn't seem to be affected at all. Fong Ming furrowed his brow, wondering if it was because the little Japanese Heaven's Shroud sword couldn't understand the language of the Imperial Seal. Just joking. What if he had the two artifacts clash against each other? Fong Ming thought it over, then decided on a simpler and safer method. He took out the 8 trigrams mirror, created a clone of himself, then had his true body wield the Imperial Seal and suppressed the clone. Bang! The clone immediately shattered and disappeared like a soap bubble. Wow! Fong Ming was greatly shocked. The Imperial Seal was so powerful. Since the clone was created by the 8 trigrams mirror, and the Imperial Seal could suppress all artifacts, it was only natural that it could instantly dispel the clone. This solved the problem at the root. Items like the 8-foot curved jade scepter and the spear of Longinus were more like Western medicine, just treating the symptoms. But facing the 8 trigrams mirror, he was at a disadvantage, as I could constantly release clones to exhaust your abilities until I could easily kill you. Even the powerful Fong Ming from before was unable to defeat the 8 trigrams mirror, showing just how formidable this artifact was. But if he wielded the Imperial Seal of the Privy Council, all he would need to do is give it one stamp to suppress them. With the Imperial Seal, true equality will reign. No one will be able to use magical artifacts against me, they'll have to rely on their true strength alone. Fong Ming was very pleased with himself as he turned to head back. This trip to Europe had really paid off. The Willow Branch and the Imperial Seal, both were incredible treasures. Fong Ming remained calm and composed, continuing his daily routine of eating, drinking, and relaxing. He planned to take it easy for a while. Over the next few days, he focused on helping the women improve their abilities, and also visited the willow tree every day, chatting with it. Whether it could understand him or not, he just wanted to get familiar with it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yanyan seemed to have the same idea. The two of them just happened to come at different times, and one day Fong Ming ended up staying a bit too long, coinciding with Zhao Yanyan's arrival. They stared at each other, instantly realizing each other's intentions. "You dare set your sights on my little willow?" Fong Ming said unhappily. What kind of guest had he invited back? "You're here to help me find answers, not steal my treasures." Zhao Yanyan immediately regained her composure, still haughty. "As a guest, can't I simply walk around? And the willow is a mysterious plant, so it's only natural for me to come take a look. You only said I couldn't transplant it, not that I couldn't come see it." That made sense. Fong Ming glared at her, and Zhao Yanyan naturally didn't back down, glaring right back. However, after just a few seconds, Zhao Yanyan lowered her head. "This man has merged with an evil entity from India. I cannot maintain eye contact with him or I will be unknowingly bewitched." Seeing Zhao Yanyan submit, Fong Ming couldn't help feeling rather proud. It was rare for him to be able to dominate this proud and aloof woman in terms of presence. "Dear, there's a phone call for you." Mu Qingchun came running over, her chest heaving excitedly. "Phew, good thing it's not another man, or I'd be getting jealous." Fong Ming took the satellite phone. "Hello? Is this Fong Ming?" came an unfamiliar voice on the other end. Fong Ming furrowed his brow, sensing this caller was not friendly. But does someone really dare to be his enemy now? Although he hadn't been as active in China recently, focused on searching for magical artifacts abroad, the awe he had previously inspired couldn't have been forgotten that quickly, could it? "This is Fong Ming, who are you?" he asked. "I'm Zhao Chuanbing," the other side declared arrogantly. "I've heard that you're the one calling the shots in all of China these days." Well, I'm not satisfied with that. What qualifications do you have to be sitting on the throne? You're trying to pin crimes on me that I haven't even committed. When did I ever want to be the emperor? The woman in front of me is the one who always wants to be the empress. In ancient times, she would definitely be considered a rebellious traitor. Zhao Yanyan glared at him. "What's that look supposed to mean?" "I'm just looking at you because you're good looking," Fong Ming replied casually. "Fong Ming?" Zhao Chuanbing roared, his voice full of anger. "How dare you flirt with other women while talking to me? Do you want to die?" Before Fong Ming could respond, Zhao Yanyan exploded, yelling into the phone, "How dare you spout such nonsense? Come over here right now, and this princess will chop off your dog's head." Then she slashed the satellite phone with her sword. Zap, a flash of electricity, a few sparks, and a wisp of black smoke. Fong Ming stared at her, dumbfounded. "What the hell, this was my phone. Why are you taking out your anger on my phone? Has her brain short-circuited? At least it's just a phone call now. If this was back in the ancient times, with messengers relaying information, wouldn't that be a nightmare for the messenger, getting sword every other day? Zhao Yanyan still maintained her haughty air. I'll have this Zhao Chuanbing get you a new one. Fang Ming was somewhat curious about this Zhao Chuanbing. He's either an idiot, or he actually has some power. But either way, it doesn't matter to me. Fang Ming stretched lazily, not bothering to pay further attention to it. In a certain city. Zhao Chuanbing stared dumbly at the phone, unable to believe that Fang Ming had actually hung up on him. And when he tried to call back, the call wouldn't go through. He was furious. Fang Ming, you're courting death. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now there's only one path left for you, death. He said coldly. All around him, countless people were kneeling on the ground. This was a settlement, but Zhao Chuanbing had just taken it by force, killing the leader with one sword strike, leaving the rest cowering and begging for mercy. Zhao Chuanbing waved his hand impatiently. All of you, get out of here. The people hurriedly fled, but when Zhao Chuanbing spotted a woman, he pointed at her. You, stay. The woman immediately stopped and walked over with small steps. The others left, closing the door behind them. Zhao Chuanbing eyed the woman. She was not yet 30, beautiful and mature, with a voluptuous figure, her ample bosom particularly captivating. He patted the chair next to him, gesturing for her to sit. What's your name? Lin Xinran, the woman answered sweetly, her voice seductive. Zhao Chuanbing's heart skipped a beat as he grabbed the woman's hand. Why did this flood disaster happen, and what's with those walking corpses? Lin Xinran looked at Zhao Chuanbing blankly, feeling he must have come from outer space. How could he not know that the sea level had risen rapidly over the past month, leading to the flood disaster? And the flood was followed by a zombie outbreak, wiping out most of humanity. Wasn't this common knowledge? However, this man, though terrifyingly powerful, seemed quite inexperienced and gullible. His hand holding hers was trembling slightly, betraying his excitement. Could it be that he's a virgin? Then just obediently drink my bathwater, little boy. She spoke softly, explaining the situation to Zhao Chuanbing. Zhao Chuanbing went from shock to delight, suddenly bursting into loud laughter. This world was his now. A day passed. Fang Ming was chatting with the willow branch when he suddenly heard a loud shout, Fang Ming, get out here and face me. The voice boomed, like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Judging from the direction, it seemed to be coming from the sky above. Fang Ming calmly walked outside. Sure enough, there were two people standing atop the hotel, not on the roof, but floating in the air, standing on swords. Flying swords. Fang Ming was taken aback. A second set of flying swords had appeared so quickly. Are you Fang Ming? The two people on the flying swords were a man in his early 20s, dressed in ancient-style clothing reminiscent of Zhao Yanyan, though not quite as refined, and a woman approaching 30, stunningly beautiful and voluptuous, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Fang Ming had a hunch. Zhao Chuanbing? That's right, I am Zhao Chuanbing, Zhao Chuanbing declared, descending gracefully on his flying sword, looking down at Fang Ming imperiously, expecting to see a shocked expression on his face. But Fang Ming remained completely calm, showing no signs of surprise. You're really putting on an act, aren't you? Never seen anyone fly on a sword before, huh? Zhao Chuanbing said haughtily. No need to pretend, I'll allow you to express your shock. Fang Ming chuckled, wondering if this guy had lost his mind. He shook his head. Alright, what do you want? Zhao Chuanbing was quite crestfallen, like a flirtatious woman whose coquettish glances were ignored by a blind man. You really are blind, aren't you? I'm flying on a sword, don't you have any curiosity about it? You're just way too good at acting. I've heard that you are the hidden force behind the National Alliance, so I've come here today to demand that you abdicate your position, Zhao Chuanbing declared arrogantly. You have two choices. First, you can submit to me, and then you'll be allowed to live. Second, I'll just kill you. He smiled faintly. Anyone with a brain should know which choice to make. Whoosh! A figure gracefully materialized, elegant and refined beyond measure, Zhao Yanyan. She looked at Zhao Chuanbing standing on the flying sword and scoffed, is this person an idiot, wasting spiritual energy by standing on a flying sword? Fang Ming shrugged and tapped his head, indicating the man must have some screws loose. Damn it! Zhao Chuanbing's anger immediately flared up when he realized this was the woman he had spoken to on the phone with Fang Ming. But when he took a good look at Zhao Yanyan, he couldn't help but be captivated by her astounding beauty. Compared to her, the woman by his side was utterly unworthy. And despite Zhao Yanyan's loose, flowing dress, it still managed to accentuate her voluptuous figure. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. It's not that he couldn't appreciate fine things, it's just that some things are just on another level. In an instant, his anger completely dissipated, replaced only by admiration. This was the woman worthy of becoming his queen, if he were to rule. Bam! Zhao Chuanbing directly pushed the woman off the flying sword. Fortunately, the height wasn't too great, and Zhao Yanyan was also a cultivator, so she wouldn't be fatally injured from the fall, though she did end up sprawled on the ground, both angry and humiliated. She dared not complain to Zhao Chuanbing, forced to swallow her resentment. You have the qualifications to be my queen," Zhao Chuanbing declared, pointing at Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan was furious. "Queen? You dare insult me like that?" Zhao Yanyan spat, furious. Swoosh, she swung her sword at Zhao Chuanbing. The sword chi was dazzling. Zhao Chuanbing was horrified, hastily dodging on his flying sword. The sword chi sliced through empty air. Zhao Chuanbing was utterly astounded. "How can you be this strong?" Zhao Yanyan didn't even want to bother with him, coldly dismissing him as a frog in a well. "Strange, by cultivating using those corpse pearls, your strength has risen so quickly?" Zhao Chuanbing stared at Zhao Yanyan, his expression gradually turning excited. "Then this world is destined to become my plaything. Ha 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 ha." He started laughing maniacally, like he had gone insane. Fang Ming shook his head, activating his spiritual energy and directing it towards Zhao Chuanbing. "What, a spiritual energy attack?" Zhao Chuanbing exclaimed in terror, having somehow detected it. Fang Ming felt his spiritual energy encounter some resistance, but it was negligible, and he easily broke through, then took control of Zhao Chuanbing's consciousness. Zhao Chuanbing's gaze became blank, as if he had fallen under some kind of illusion. "Where are you from?" Fang Ming asked. "Panglai Immortal Island," Zhao Chuanbing replied. "What?" Fang Ming was startled, then looked towards Zhao Yanyan, seeing her also visibly shaken, her gaze intense. "Panglai Immortal Island?" Legend has it that the first emperor of Qin sent Su Fu overseas to search for the elixir of immortality, but Su Fu never returned. Later, there were rumors that Su Fu hadn't found Panglai Immortal Island, but instead came to Japan, and that his so-called quest for the elixir of immortality was just a ruse to deceive the first emperor. He didn't dare return, and stayed in Japan with 500 young boys and girls, even improving the genetic makeup of the Japanese. And now, Zhao Chuanbing is claiming to be from Panglai Immortal Island. Is it true or not? Does Panglai Immortal Island really have immortals? Fang Ming asked. Zhao Chuanbing shook his head. There are only cultivators on Panglai, like myself, my fellow disciples, and my master and grandmaster. They were all brought there by their masters from the mainland. I was taken to Panglai when I was 5 years old, and I would return home once a year around the Lunar New Year. But this time when I flew to the capital, I found my home had been flooded. Indeed, the disaster had only occurred about 220 days ago, so the last time Zhao Chuanbing had visited his home, it had still been fine. But now it was completely submerged in water. Home? How could it be all flooded? How many cultivators are there on Panglai in total? Zhao Yanyan asked. Zhao Chuanbing promptly replied, a total of 87 people. Just that few? Fang Ming then asked, what levels are they at? Levels? Zhao Chuanbing looked puzzled. Zhao Yanyan elaborated, what is the highest cultivation realm? The Scarlet Yang realm, Zhao Chuanbing answered, finally understanding. Zhao Yanyan was taken aback, even furrowing her brow slightly. What's wrong? Fang Ming asked. Zhao Yanyan explained, the Scarlet Yang realm is the level of a 5th tier esper. Fang Ming also couldn't help but be stunned. They don't even know about the huge changes happening in the world, so how can there be 5th tier espers on this so-called Panglai Immortal Island? Zhao Yanyan smiled faintly. First, they have cultivation methods. Second, they must be growing spiritual plants. After the spiritual tide recedes, even magical artifacts can only become dormant, waiting for the next spiritual tide to revive. So the people of Panglai couldn't have relied on artifacts to cultivate, they must have been growing spiritual plants and consuming them daily to refine the spiritual energy within, allowing them to advance their cultivation. Fang Ming was puzzled. I've seen spiritual fruits and the like, but those can only appear after the spiritual tide returns. Zhao Yanyan gave him a disdainful look. That's just because you're ignorant. While Fang Ming and Zhao Yanyan were talking, they naturally ignored the mental control over Zhao Chuanbing, allowing the man to shake his head and recover from his dazed state. It seems I had a momentary lapse just now. Where was I again? Oh no, a spiritual attack. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately went into a defensive stance. You wicked person, using such bewitching techniques. Humph, I have the 6 righteous ways, I won't be fooled by you. Fang Ming stared at him for a second, and Zhao Chuanbing was under his control again. Who founded Pang Lai? Fang Ming asked. Zhao Chuanbing's expression was blank as he answered monotonously, the true founder is unknown. Pang Lai Immortal Mountain had fallen into decline, until Patriarch Su Fu discovered the Immortal Mountain and inherited the legacy of the ancient immortals, allowing Pang Lai to regain its former glory. Ah, so Su Fu really did find the Immortal Mountain? But if that's the case, why didn't Su Fu return and report to the first emperor? Ah, I see. Fang Ming nodded. The first emperor's order was for Su Fu to find the elixir of immortality. But even though Su Fu found Pang Lai, it was already a barren mountain, with only the inheritance but no immortality elixir. Su Fu would have had to learn alchemy and gather the necessary materials himself in order to create the elixir and then return to the first emperor. By that time, the first emperor had likely already passed away, and Su Fu would most likely have ended up being buried with him. Furthermore, does the elixir of immortality truly exist in this world? If it did, why would those ancient immortals have disappeared? Based on his reasoning, those immortals were likely just powerful espers of the past. And espers certainly can't achieve true immortality. So of course Su Fu didn't dare return. And with the inheritance of the ancient immortals, he began cultivating himself. But there's still one more issue. How did you cultivate before the spiritual tide appeared? Fang Ming asked. The spiritual tide had only begun occurring in the past half year or so how did you cultivate prior to that? And the strongest ones on Pang Lai are actually 5th tier espers. It's because we have a sacred immortal tree. By cultivating under the immortal tree, we could absorb the spiritual energy, Zhao Chuanbing explained. Immortal tree? Fang Ming couldn't help but look at Zhao Yanyan, suddenly understanding why she had wanted to fight him over the willow branches. Could it be that after the withdrawal of the celestial spiritual energy, they could still cultivate using spiritual plants? Zhao Yanyan looked at him with disdain. You're dreaming too much. Huh, you know what I'm thinking? Fang Ming asked, surprised. Of course, Zhao Yanyan said dismissively. Even if there are spiritual plants after the spiritual tide recedes, they will all wither and return to mundaneness. At that point, they won't be able to help others cultivate, they'll barely be able to maintain their own cultivation. Fang Ming was taken aback. Then what's the deal with Pang Lai? Zhao Yanyan thought for a moment. It's possible that the ancient immortals used some great technique to bind the spiritual energy there before it completely dissipated. They can do that? Fang Ming pondered it. If they can preserve the spiritual energy, then will that power not decline? According to Zhao Chuanbing, Pang Lai was already abandoned when Su Fu arrived. So where did those immortals of Pang Lai go? Did they die? In any case, the legacy of Pang Lai did seem to have been interrupted for a period. Zhao Yanyan glared at him. Do you think I can trace back through time? I can only make guesses based on the ancient texts I've read, I can't fully grasp the true facts. Alright then. You wicked person, daring to use bewitching techniques on me. I'll cut you down. Zhao Chuanbing suddenly shouted again. He's recovered again. But then, in the next instant, his gaze became blank once more. Fang Ming frowned. It's a pity that Pang Lai has 5th tier espers, otherwise I could have explored it. With the Longinus spear, he could barely reach the level of a 5th tier combatant. But surely a place like the Pang Lai Immortal Mountain would have some treasures, right? So going to Pang Lai would just be him giving away treasures. The Imperial Seal, for example. That could make everyone equal. I could just render their magical artifacts useless, and mine would be useless too, forcing it to come down to pure strength. A 4th tier against a 5th tier, he would be utterly defeated. So he could only consider going to Pang Lai once he had reached the 5th tier. Zhao Yanyan was also tempted, but she restrained herself as well. What do we do with him? She asked. With Fang Ming's temperament, if someone barged in, he would just kill them. But Zhao Chuanbing was just visiting his home. If he didn't return, would his masters and fellow disciples come looking for him? Though apart from 5th tier espers, who else does he need to fear? If Zhao Chuanbing doesn't return on time, will that 5th tier cultivator come personally? Definitely not. That person must be the top expert of Pang Lai. There's no way they would come just because one disciple is late. It would take multiple groups of people going missing before Pang Lai as a whole is alerted. By that time, will Fang Ming still be just 4th tier? I'll definitely be 5th tier by then. As a fellow 5th tier, Fong Ming has nothing to fear. Even if they are a maxed out 5th tier, he won't be afraid. You wicked, Zhao Chuanbing recovered for the 4th time, but as soon as he started shouting, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. This scene felt strangely familiar. Weird, why would that be the case? What cultivation and strength do I possess that could lead to this? Fong Ming smiled and lightly applied pressure on Zhao Chuanbing. Zhao Chuanbing tried to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. He felt an immense, terrifying force crushing down on him, utterly beyond his ability to resist. Impossible. How could Fong Ming be this strong? After all, Zhao Chuanbing had been cultivating since childhood, and the only ones stronger than him were his senior martial brothers and sisters on Panglai. So how could Fong Ming possess such formidable power? Zhao Chuanbing tried to say something, but his entire head was compressed and deformed. Boom, it exploded. Fong Ming didn't even spare a glance at Zhao Chuanbing's corpse, casually grabbing the man's flying sword. Now I have a flying sword too, he chuckled. Zhao Yanyan snorted, that's just the most ordinary flying sword, is slow, unsuitable for combat, and without the ability to gather spiritual energy. Look at you, all smug. Fong Ming silently brought out the Longinus spear. This is what I have for fighting. He then produced the 8-chi jade hook jade. And this is what I have for cultivation. Of course, my most impressive one is the Imperial Seal, but I won't take that out, lest it makes you green with envy. This was a silent counterattack, and while Zhao Yanyan was extremely displeased, she couldn't say anything, only huffing. The woman who came with Zhao Chuanbing? Fong Ming casually killed her as well. This is a case of leaving no survivors. Now, only a few people know that Zhao Chuanbing has died here. Even if Panglai sends someone to search immediately, it will take them some time to find this place. Time is what Fong Ming needs. As long as he has enough time to grow stronger, who does he need to fear? Fong Ming put the matter of Panglai Immortal Island aside for the time being. For now, he could not rush to make any progress, no matter how impatient he felt. Improving his strength was the key. However, the improvement of strength is a step-by-step process, unless there is a special opportunity, such as obtaining suitable grade spirit fruits, which could lead to a sudden overnight wealth. In fact, Fong Ming's opportunities were already quite large. The true martial dual cultivation technique plus a super large spirit stone ensured that his level up would not be slower than using a soul pearl, and he had also absorbed the secrets of Love Classic, granting him the ability to quickly level up. The 5th level Esper from Panglai? Fong Ming estimated that in about 50 more days, he would be able to break through to the 5th level. And today is December 20th, with more than a month until the Lunar New Year. So even if Zhao Chuanbing did not return until after the New Year, it would still be at least 30 days before the people from Panglai reacted, by which time Fong Ming would likely already be at the 5th level. Calculated this way, even if that 5th level expert rushed to act, Fong Ming would not need to be afraid. Fong Ming settled his mind, spending his days accompanying his women, helping them improve their cultivation, and occasionally indulging himself over at the Petit Paradise, as the services provided by Fujiwara Nico and the others were truly exceptional, even humble and submissive. At the Petit Paradise, Fong Ming felt like an emperor. Day by day, Fong Ming's strength and level rapidly increased. The higher he rose, the more confident and in control he felt. Oh, he also continued cultivating his feelings for Willow Branch, even going so far as to bury the jade pendant he had previously obtained under the willow tree. He was reluctant to part with the large spirit jade. Fong Ming's true reliance was on himself. Time flew by, and it soon came to be January 25th. This may not be an important day globally, but for the Chinese, it was a major occasion, Chinese New Year's Eve. This was the first New Year after the calamity, and everyone was very excited. ITY had not been crushed by the natural disaster and the zombie threat, but had instead been galvanized to display their indomitable spirit and resilience. Every settlement was brightly decorated, with those who had firecrackers preparing them, and those without turning to machine guns and cannons to make noise and celebrate the passing of the old year and the arrival of the new. This was the biggest festival for the Chinese people, and in these difficult times, it was even more imperative to have a grand celebration to boost morale and lift the people's spirits. That night, Fong Ming and his large family were seated in the hotel restaurant, enjoying a sumptuous feast, with smiles on everyone's faces. Meng Jining was already over 3 months pregnant, her belly visibly swollen, while Lu Yuji, Guli Riba, and Mu Qingcheng were also pregnant, though their pregnancies were still in the early stages and not yet visible. Of course, this did not escape Zhao Yanyan's keen eye. The proud and aloof woman cast a disdainful glance at Fong Ming, her lips curling in contempt. Are you cursing me in your heart again? Fong Ming asked. Zhao Yenyun snorted, who needs to curse you in their heart? I'll say it out loud. This woman was never one to speak ill of others behind their backs. Fang Ming looked at her, when can you break through to the 5th level? Guess. Zhao Yenyun did not tell him. Among them, she was the only one who could keep up with his level of cultivation. But the key was that this woman always had her eyes on his treasures, making her a formidable opponent. Turn her into one of his women? But this proud and aloof woman was not easy to get close to. I'm almost at the 5th level, and once I reach it, I plan to go to Penglai. If you can keep up with my level, I can consider taking you along. Otherwise, as a drag on me, you won't get to share the spoils. Zhao Yenyun looked at him, seemingly gauging the sincerity of his words, before replying, I won't be slower than you. Really? I have the true martial dual cultivation technique and a large spirit stone, plus the ability to quickly level up through intimate relations. What do you have? In fact, if we keep that up, wouldn't you surpass me? Zhao Yenyun couldn't help but shudder, her brows furrowing sternly. What are you thinking about again? No, don't misunderstand, Fang Ming laughed, don't go accusing me of anything. Zhao Yenyun merely gave him a cold glance, having a strong sensitivity to malicious intent. Just wait until the day I can decisively defeat you, then you can serve as my subject, she thought, both of them exchanging false smiles, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Mu Qingcheng found it amusing, coming over and saying, Dear Miss Xiao, how long are you two going to stubbornly butt heads? Why not take advantage of the Lunar New Year and make it official? Him? Zhao Yenyun snorted disdainfully, forget about him, which man is worthy of me, the noble one? Yes, you are so high and mighty, you might as well just be an old maid for the rest of your life. Fang Ming ended the argument there, as there was never any resolution when he argued with Zhao Yenyun, so there was no need to continue. Once I surpass her in strength, I can just dominate her directly. Oof, pipe dream. Zhao Yenyun sensed the malice again, glaring at him before turning and leaving. Fang Ming paid her no further mind, celebrating the first Lunar New Year after the calamity with his other women. At midnight, the firecrackers, guns, and cannons all rang out. Why not indulge a little when they could afford it? The night passed, and China welcomed the new year. Fang Ming was slightly cautious. Because after the new year, Zhao Chuanbing should theoretically return to Penglai, so the people from Penglai could show up at any time. Those below 5th level didn't matter, but he feared a 5th level esper might show up before he could break through. Just 10 more days, that's all he needed. Fang Ming estimated he should break through to the 5th level within 10 days. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days passed. However, this humble one is Feng Ziqing from Penglai Immortal Mountain. May I request the master to come out and have a chat? A voice suddenly broke the calm, sounding within the hotel premises. They're here. Fang Ming went out, and saw 3 figures descend from the sky. Each stood on a flying sword, 2 men and 1 woman, all wearing white, the men in tight-fitting garments and the woman in a dress. They were all very attractive, with a transcendent, immortal-like aura. The 3 landed, sheathing their swords, which somehow disappeared onto their backs. This humble one is Feng Ziqing. The man in the middle bowed to Fang Ming. Is the noble one Fang Ming? May I ask which immortal mountain the noble one hails from? Fang Ming's heart jumped. The way he asked that, did it mean there were other cultivation sects? Let me try to trick him a bit. Among the great immortal sects of the world, which one is supreme? Fang Ming asked calmly. Kunlun. Feng Ziqing blurted out, his face full of shock. Kunlun. These 2 words not only shocked Feng Ziqing and the others, but Fang Ming was also surprised. So there really is a Kunlun sect in this world? No, more accurately, the Kunlun sect still exists? This was truly astonishing. However, since Penglai has not been destroyed, why would the supreme Kunlun sect have perished? Unless, of course, this Kunlun is not the same as the ancient one, and just like Penglai, it may have been revived by later generations who discovered its ruins and inherited its legacy. So Kunlun does indeed exist. In the future, the focus of my transformation will be to go to Mount Kunlun and seek out this Kunlun sect. Fang Ming smiled faintly, feigning profundity. Feng Ziqing became a bit hesitant. In his view, all espers in the world should be from ancient sects like Penglai and Kunlun, so he had reason to suspect that Fang Ming had killed his fellow disciple Zhao Chuanbing. If Fang Ming could kill his own fellow disciple, then he must not be an ordinary person. Coming from Kunlun, that would make sense. Regardless of whether you are from Kunlun, did you kill my fellow disciple Zhao Chuanbing? Feng Ziqing asked solemnly. I've never heard of that person, Fang Ming said indifferently. Feng Ziqing snorted, impossible. All the evidence points to him coming to find you. Oh? Fong Ming smiled. What would he have come to find me for? This? Feng Ziqing couldn't say it. The information he had gathered was that Zhao Chuanbing came to defeat Fong Ming and take his place, so if he were to reveal this reason, he would be on shaky ground logically. It's like in ancient times, when martial artists went to challenge others. If they lost and died, it was only natural, and their family and friends couldn't really seek revenge. It would be self-inflicted. You made your own bed, so who can you blame? But the disciple of mighty Pang Lai couldn't just die for no reason, right? Moreover, in this greatly changed world, although they are cultivators, their cultivation is focused solely on strength, while their hearts still dwell in the mortal realm. Faced with such vast power, could they truly resist the temptation? In the past, even the mightiest cultivators would be no match for modern weapons, which could easily kill them. But now it's different. The strongest weapons are probably just machine guns, which wouldn't mean much to high-level cultivators. The time to reclaim the glorious past has come. Viewed from this angle, the possibility of Fong Ming being from Kunlun has increased, because if Pang Lai has ambitions, then Kunlun would not lack them either. Feng Ziqing furrowed his brows. You don't need to know how I know, but the fact is my fellow disciple came to find you, so you must give me an explanation. Fong Ming thought to himself, if I weren't just 3 days away from breaking through to the 5th level, I would have slaughtered all of you already. But now I need to drag this out a bit. However, just because I can't randomly kill people doesn't mean I have to put up with this. Moreover, aren't they the Kunlun disciples now? Do I need to show weakness? Since we are both cultivators, I will not deign to exchange blows with you. Go back to where you came from. He waved his hand. No need to see you off. Among the three across, the lone woman was displeased, coldly saying, Elder brother, I said we shouldn't have started with courtesy, but should have just subdued him directly. Feng Ziqing slowly nodded. Of course, he wouldn't just leave like this. The woman raised her eyebrows, addressing Fong Ming, if you don't want to die, stop resisting, and let me probe your soul. Then we'll see how my fellow disciple really went missing, and whether it was because of you. Soul probing? Fong Ming chuckled, do you have any manners? Although he didn't know the specifics of soul probing, it was definitely not a good thing. You common mortals, the woman said haughtily, don't just talk about probing your souls, even taking your lives should have you obediently offering them up. She was so arrogant. Fong Ming's brows furrowed, you commoners? Were you born a immortal, looking down on us from on high? Don't even call yourself a mere cultivator. I ask you, were you not selected from among the masses? The woman remained incredibly proud. Although I was born here, I was taken by my master to Pang Lai since childhood, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the essence of life, I have long surpassed you common mortals. Look at how proud she is. It's like a stray dog that went to an ugly country and the moment it landed, cried out the air is so fragrant. Show off all you want, but it's not going to impress me. Fong Ming was truly angered now. He mobilized his mental energy, enveloping Feng Ziqing and the others at the same time. Spiritual attack? No, he's using the way of demonic allure. Quick, defend our spiritual consciousness, recite with me. Feng Ziqing shouted loudly, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, stabilize my mind. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, stabilize my mind. The woman and the other man hurriedly joined in the recitation. Strangely, the will of the 3 seemed to be linked together, forming a hazy light around them, with vague outlines of 8 imposing figures that managed to block Fong Ming's invading thoughts. So these are the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? However, the spiritual power of Feng Ziqing's group was clearly not that impressive. The 8 figures were blurry and indistinct, with only a solemn aura gradually rising. With the 3 of them joining forces, plus this 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors thing, they actually managed to resist Fong Ming's mental control. Fong Ming smiled, taking out the 8G Jade Hook Jade. Activating it. Instantly, Feng Ziqing's group could no longer withstand it. Their spiritual power was far inferior to Fong Ming's to begin with, and they could only defend by relying on this special protective technique. How could they possibly block the 8G Jade Hook, a animerecap spiritual artifact? Their spiritual power was not even on the same level as Fong Ming's, unless they also had access to spiritual artifacts. Unfortunately, they did not. The 3 soon had their eyes glazed over, becoming numb. Fong Ming smiled and asked, does Pang Lai know what's happening here? They do. Feng Ziqing answered, after we came out, we found the spiritual energy has revived, and even outside the immortal mountain, the spiritual concentration is higher than within. Fong Ming's heart stirred, this senior disciple really knows a lot. Tell me, how does Pang Lai maintain its spiritual energy? Fong Ming asked. Yes. Feng Ziqing quickly replied, Panglai has an ancient spirit-locking formation that completely isolates the immortal mountain from the outside world. But the mountain has a small spiritual vein buried beneath the guardian spirit tree, so the tree can maintain its spiritual intelligence without decay, and we can also absorb a trace of spiritual energy for cultivation under the tree. Fang Ming nodded in understanding, so this was the secret of how Panglai could continue cultivating even when spiritual energy was scarce. They had essentially built an airtight box, and placed a spiritual vein inside, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate within. This way, they could endure the long period waiting for the next influx of spiritual energy. The ones who created this spirit-locking formation were truly geniuses. This person is definitely not Su Fu. Su Fu just happened to stumble upon a lucky break. And looking at the figures Feng Ziqing's group conjured through meditation, although blurry, the aura was immensely powerful. They said these were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, so that is likely possible. The true original owners of Panglai Immortal Mountain must have witnessed the glorious era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and were able to use them as a template to create this spiritual resistance technique. The fact that even the original masters of Panglai Immortal Mountain hold the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in such high regard means these 8 ancient emperors must have been exceptional espers. Damn! Fang Ming couldn't help but think of the legend of Yu the Great taming the floods. What if that was not just an ordinary flood disaster, but rather, a global flood disaster like the present day? Then the feat of Yu the Great would not be simple at all, not something that ordinary people should or could have managed. In ancient times, there was no high technology or various engineering equipment, only people and basic tools. So without powerful espers in ancient times, how were they able to resolve such a severe water crisis? Looking across the histories of various nations, all civilizations record a great flood disaster, and they are invariably related to divine beings. For example, in the West, it's the story of Noah's Ark. But Westerners completely lack a spirit of collectivism, they are all about escapism. So their myth stories are all about self-preservation, building a big ship to save themselves and a pair of each animal. Oh, how very Western, just like the recent Shoutao Mountain fire, where the US only rescued 1 cat in the end. And then there's Atlantis, a continent swallowed by the sea. If the sea level didn't rise significantly, would a whole continent just disappear under the ocean? So, does each spiritual energy tide come with the melting of the poles? How many times has this happened? If it occurred even before the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, are there even earlier espers? Fang Ming raised these doubts, but Feng Ziqing was completely unable to answer them. He was just a modern person, only taken to Panglai since childhood. How could he know the secrets of ancient times? Fang Ming asked again, when will Panglai send more people over? When we arrived here, we found many cities were submerged by seawater. But when we tried to cultivate, we discovered there was spiritual energy, so we sent Disciple Qi back to the sect to report this, Feng Ziqing said flatly. I believe the patriarch and elders must have already come out of seclusion. Damn, you guys couldn't have waited a few more days? 3 days would have been enough. Fang Ming sighed, which meant the 5th level espers from Panglai might show up at his doorstep tomorrow or the day after. Now that spiritual energy has revived, why would those people from Panglai still guard their immortal mountain? Before, it could provide them with spiritual energy, but now? The Great Formation has actually become a form of confinement. So upon learning of the spiritual energy's revival, these old-timers must have finally broken free. Could they immediately rush out? Tell me about your sect patriarch. Fang Ming said. Feng Ziqing said, the patriarch's surname is Mao, and he was given the Dao name Chuyun by the previous patriarch. He was a person from the Qing dynasty Jiaqing era, and is now over 200 years old. Put. Fang Ming almost spat it out, is this for real, over 200 years old? Feng Ziqing continued, we cultivators, once we reach what you'd call 3rd level, we can live 100 years longer. At 4th level, we can live to 300 years old, and at 5th level, 400 years old. Our patriarch is a 5th level esper, so his theoretical lifespan is 400 years. He's only lived a bit over 200 years now, which is about equivalent to a commoner's 50 years. Fang Ming was amazed, so espers can live longer by advancing their cultivation levels? Then at my current 4th level, wouldn't I already be able to live 300 years? And I'm not far from reaching 5th level either. But the Panglai Patriarch has only reached 5th level after over 200 years? What does this mean? Doesn't he have good aptitude? No, it should be that the environment of Panglai can only allow people to reach 4th level, and he was able to stand out and become the sole 5th level, which actually shows his excellence and brilliance. If such a person is placed in the current environment, wouldn't he be able to quickly break through to 6th level? This enmity is set, the old geezer will definitely come to settle the score with me, so I can't let him reach 6th level. If he does, I may have to go into hiding for a long time. So first I must break through to 5th level as soon as possible, and second, I need to deal with him before he reaches 6th level. Understood? It's impossible for it to be that simple. Fang Ming waved his hand, and Feng Ziqing's group instantly ceased breathing. Destined to be enemies, why bother showing mercy? Especially that woman, she's too sinister, wanting to search his soul. Hearing that just sounds like bad news, truly malicious. Fang Ming pondered, once that Penglai patriarch comes to kill him, how will he deal with it? Zhao Yenyun, come, let's discuss something. What is it? Borrow a sword. Borrow again? Although Zhao Yenyun was very reluctant, she still lent her flying sword to Fang Ming. Indeed, Fang Ming did have a flying sword, but as Zhao Yenyun said, its speed was absurdly slow. If he tried to use this to evade the Penglai patriarch's pursuit, that would just be a joke. He only needed 3 days. Fang Ming immediately set about evacuating all the women, he couldn't let them get in the way. He should leave Meng Jining and the others behind to be hostages for that Penglai group. He should have 1 or 2 days left. If it goes over 3 days, he won't need to run anymore. 5th level against 5th level, even though he's just entered this realm, with his 3 cultivation systems, who is he afraid of? Meng Jining and the other women were reluctant, but had no choice but to obediently leave. Aren't you going? Fang Ming asked Zhao Yenyun. Zhao Yenyun snorted disdainfully, this noble one has no relationship with you, why should I run? When the Penglai people arrive, will they bother reasoning with you, or even determine if you're one of my people? But Zhao Yenyun was just being proud, not stupid, so, she must have her own means of self-preservation. By the way, what sect does she belong to again? Is she connected to Penglai as well? That night, Fang Ming fell into a light sleep. He would wake up at the slightest movement, as his spiritual sense now covered a 40-meter range. So as long as anyone entered this area, he would immediately sense it. But that night, nothing happened. Fang Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Meng Jining and the others should have escaped to a safe distance by now. Early the next morning, Fang Ming was eating breakfast alone in the empty hotel. Zhao Yenyun arrived gracefully. They sat across from each other, eating their breakfast in silence. Fang Ming had no interest in chatting, while Zhao Yenyun upheld the ancient precept, no speaking while eating, no talking while sleeping. Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared. Fang Ming's heart tightened. He's here. This aura was extremely powerful, far exceeding his own. He went outside. In the hotel garden, he saw an old Taoist priest dressed in a robe, strolling around and seeming very curious about everything, like an old countrywoman visiting a grand garden. Fang Ming approached him and smiled, Taoist master, have you not ventured out of Penglai since entering? The old Taoist smiled slightly, in my younger days, I went out to visit my parents, but after they both passed away, I've stayed in Penglai and never left again. We cultivators act against heaven's will, forcibly absorbing spiritual energy in an era without it, defying fate. How dare we venture out of the spiritual confinement formation? Especially when we're old, this confinement formation is like a cage. Once we go out, as the spiritual energy fades, our physical bodies will quickly decay, returning to dust. Fang Ming understood now. No wonder these cultivators, despite having immense power in normal times, were content to remain in seclusion. It wasn't a matter of willingness, but a dead end. The normal human lifespan is only around 100 years, yet they could casually live over 100, even exceeding 200 years, which was fine within the spiritual Penglai. But once they stepped out, without the spiritual energy, their physical bodies would wither like withered spiritual plants, reverting to the mortal realm. Without that, could they still have lifespans exceeding a century? No. Since they had already surpassed that age, they would immediately turn to rotting flesh and dry bones. So they could live long because of the confinement formation, but were also trapped within. The natural order is actually quite fair. Until now, with the revival of spiritual energy, these ancient relics have finally broken free. The changes are quite large, aren't they? Fang Ming asked. The old Taoist nodded, indeed, much greater than this old man could have imagined, though I had heard about it from disciples who went out to visit their families, seeing it with my own eyes is vastly different. He then finally looked squarely at Fang Ming. Which sect do you belong to? Fang Ming did not claim to be from Kunlun again, as he could easily deceive Feng Ziqing's group, but this old Taoist likely wouldn't be so easily fooled. He said proudly, I come from the East, the undefeated. I am the holy disciple of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. This completely bewildered the old Taoist. He had never heard of such a sect before. But Fang Ming clearly looks like a 4th level esper, and without a powerful force backing him, how could he have reached such a high level? So this Sun and Moon divine sect really exists? The old Taoist felt a bit ignorant. However, even if Fang Ming was a Kunlun disciple, he would not spare this man's life, let alone some Sun and Moon divine sect. Were those disciples and descendants of mine all killed by you? He asked. Fang Ming nodded, the first one who said he would kill me and take my place, and the second group of 3 who wanted to probe my soul, I slaughtered them all. The old Taoist suddenly burst out laughing. Good, your strength is superior, so naturally you could kill them. That's how it is in the cultivation world, the strong devour the weak, nothing wrong with that. He suddenly paused, glaring coldly at Fang Ming. However, I am now stronger than you. You shouldn't have any grudges if I kill you, right? Fang Ming chuckled. In theory that's correct, but in reality, can you really kill me? You're only at the 4th level, why can't I kill you? The old Taoist said, reaching out to grab Fang Ming. Boom, a terrifying aura surged. Fang Ming snorted, activating his gravity, darkness, and poison abilities, firing a spiritual impact, while also punching towards the old Taoist. Oh, some skills, the old Taoist exclaimed in surprise. At such a young age, cultivating 3 systems, your talent and perseverance are remarkable. But you are still only 4th level, while I am 5th level, the gap is as vast as the heavens. Boom, with a strike, the gravity ability had no effect, the darkness was dispersed, revealing Fang Ming's true form. The old Taoist lightly pressed a palm, and Fang Ming's physical body began to crack. Bang, it shattered. But there was no spatter of blood, only a dissipation of energy back into the heavens and earth. Ah, a clone, the old Taoist was startled, also becoming amazed. To even deceive my eyes with this clone technique, this must be from some extraordinary cultivation method or artifact? Whichever it is, this is a heaven-defying ability. Swoosh, at that moment, a figure flew over from the distance. It was Fang Ming. That's right, he was never at the hotel, only creating a clone with the 8-handed mirror. Old Taoist, are you not up for the challenge? Fang Ming smiled. The old Taoist didn't mind his taunting and instead asked, is this clone created through a cultivation method or an artifact? Guess. Fang Ming said. Why should he satisfy this old Taoist's curiosity? Once I uncover your true body, you'll have no choice but to tell me, the old Taoist said, his tone growing ominous. He was over 200 years old, did he still have any morals or principles left? No, he didn't even consider others as human beings anymore. Living too long, he had lost normal human emotions. As long as it benefited him, what did destroying the entire world matter? Fang Ming laughed heartily, find my true body first, then we'll talk. He then took the initiative to attack. But the gap between 4th and 5th level was too great, the old Taoist simply smashed his clone with a single palm strike. This time, the old Taoist immediately flew towards where the clone had appeared. Soon, he saw a third Fang Ming bursting out of a tall building. Found you! The old Taoist sneered, wasting no time in smashing this clone, then rushing into the building, unleashing his spiritual sense to search. His spiritual power was no weakling. No one? He paused, this couldn't be possible, wasn't that clone of Fang Ming's just now from this very building? Old Taoist, are you looking for me? Fang Ming's voice came from a distance. The old Taoist immediately rushed out, seeing Fang Ming standing atop a distant skyscraper. This clearly wasn't the true body. The old Taoist furrowed his brow, realizing he had fallen for Fang Ming's trap. The other had anticipated his reaction, knowing he would chase after that clone, so he deliberately let it come out of that building. So what use was it for him to come here? He had become a laughingstock. The old Taoist was extremely furious, but at the same time, he was also seized by a strong greed for Fang Ming's techniques or artifacts. If he could do the same. Slap! He caught up to Fang Ming again, smashing this clone. Then, he directly struck his own chest, coughing up a few drops of blood, and began chanting an incantation with his right hand gesturing. Suddenly, he looked towards the distance. Found you! Swoosh! The old Taoist immediately shot out. He had used a secret technique that, at the cost of a certain price, could locate a specific target. The stronger the target, the greater the price he had to pay. But it was worth it. Soon, he arrived in front of an inconspicuous residential house. Fang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. It seems he couldn't keep fooling and toying with this old Taoist using clones. The other was not only a 5th level esper, but also one who had mastered many ancient secret techniques. Time to get out of here. He summoned a flying sword and swooshed away. Trying to run, the old Taoist sneered, reaching out to grab him. This was obviously an extraordinary technique, as a human hand could not possibly grow to the size of a house. Fang Ming took out the Longinus spear, activating it and stabbing towards the giant hand. The Longinus spear was of higher quality than the little trio set, so Fang Ming's strike directly broke through the 4th level limit, wielding the power of a 5th level attack. Boom! Golden light flashed. The massive hand the old Taoist conjured was shattered, his attack rendered futile. The old Taoist was startled, shaking his hand. Fang Ming's counterattack had inflicted some backlash on him, but it was only a brief pain in the hand, far from injuring him. What surprised him was, how could Fang Ming, who was only 4th level, possess the ability to hurt him, even if just causing him a momentary ache? What kind of artifact is this? He stared at the Longinus spear, his old face filled with amazement and greed. A 4th level Esper's power being elevated to 5th level, what caliber of artifact could achieve that? It must be top tier. And this has fallen into the hands of a lowly 4th level Esper, this is practically giving me a gift. You think you can escape? I'm a 5th level Esper, I can exhaust you to death. The old Taoist quickly caught up, striking again. Fang Ming had no choice but to block with the spear. Boom, the two clashed, with the old Taoist's attack being neutralized again, but Fang Ming also shuddered violently, almost coughing up a mouthful of blood. No good, even with the Longinus spear, the gap between him and the old Taoist was still vast, this strike still inflicting tremendous backlash on him. It seems the old Taoist is likely a perfected 5th level being. How long can you hold out? The old Taoist kept attacking, not even needing to use any artifacts. Not that he didn't have them, but using them would be meaningless. He was already a perfected 5th level, unless it was something at the level of the Longinus spear that could allow him to break through to 6th level. Items like the 8-foot coral hook or the heaven cluster sword could only help him unleash his full 5th level power, at most reducing his own energy consumption slightly. No matter, under his relentless barrage, Fang Ming would soon collapse. How long could he last? An hour? Or even half an hour? Catch me first, then we'll talk, Fang Ming said, fleeing on his flying sword. All you can do is act tough, the old Taoist said coldly. Their speeds were both astonishingly fast, traversing province after province, until Fang Ming suddenly began descending towards the ground. The old Taoist paused. Has Fang Ming reached his limit already? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Is there a trick here? What kind of trick could there be? The old Taoist sneered, my strength absolutely crushes yours, there's no way any surprises could exist. He unhesitatingly plummeted down, chasing after Fang Ming. Fang Ming landed at the entrance of the Shaolin Temple, first paying his respects, saying, Venerable Patriarch Bodhi, your disciple has come to visit you. The old Taoist naturally heard his voice, his heart tightening slightly. There is a stronger cultivator here? He dared not be careless, unfolding his spiritual sense to sweep the area. But he found nothing. Aside from one very peculiar thing, there wasn't a single zombie inside. Why was this place the exception? Could there be treasures? This kid probably just thought some enlightened practitioner was guarding this place, unaware of the top-tier treasure that has formed a barrier, not allowing any zombies to set foot here. He had utmost confidence in his spiritual sense perception. After all, he was a 5th level Esper. Looking across the world, even within the Kunlun realm, the strongest should only be at the 5th level, on par with him, at most having a few more, like 2 or even 3 5th level Espers. So why would he be afraid? Ignorant brat, he snorted disdainfully, unhesitatingly striking. Boom! A massive hand came crashing down, obscuring the sky, terrifying in its power. Fang Ming had already stepped into the temple, not fleeing any further. He was gambling on this. Gambling that the Bodhi tree within Shaolin would act. As the palm descended, a tree branch suddenly lashed out like lightning. Slap! The old Taoist was immediately sent flying by the branch. Phew! Suspended in midair, the old Taoist coughed up a mouthful of old blood, and when he crashed to the ground, he continued retching blood, his face filled with horrified astonishment. This was too terrifying. A single branch strike, and he was utterly powerless to resist. A divine plant. He instantly recognized it, for Panglai Mountain also had one. However, he could be certain that Shaolin Temple definitely did not have a spirit-locking formation, so how did this divine plant survive the extremely long period of spiritual energy scarcity? It could only conceal itself, regressing to an ordinary state. How dangerous is that? It means a common person with an axe could fell it. But clearly, this Bodhi tree has persevered, and now with the revival of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, the divine plant has once again reached its former heights. How could he possibly contend with such an existence? Summon the divine plant from Panglai? Impossible. Firstly, the divine plant would never obey his commands, at most just guarding Panglai, not allowing outsiders to intrude. Secondly, while the divine plant's lifespan is long, it also has a fatal flaw: it is extremely difficult to relocate. It can be moved, but the damage would be catastrophic. As far as he knows, the divine plant on Panglai has even wrapped its roots around the entire island. The legend says that the Panglai Immortal Island does not have a fixed location in the distant sea, but can float everywhere. This is true, and the reason is that Panglai is a floating island. He has personally witnessed the divine plant's roots protruding from the bottom of the island. So tell me, how do you propose relocating it? Of course, the divine plant's attack range is also shockingly vast, easily covering dozens or even hundreds of miles, more than sufficient to guard a domain. The old Taoist no longer dared to continue the pursuit. That previous strike had already dealt him heavy injuries. However, he also understood the divine plant's characteristics, or rather its weaknesses, so he naturally wouldn't easily give up. Instead, he retreated to a mountain peak 100 miles away, sitting down to recover while keeping an eye on Fong Ming. The moment this youth steps out of the temple, he'll seize him immediately. There are too many good things on Fong Ming, he absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity. Fong Ming sat under the Bodhi tree. "Venerable Patriarch, thank you," he said. The Bodhi tree did not respond to him, but the rustling of the leaves in the wind seemed like a reply of sorts. Fong Ming fell silent, patiently waiting for the time to pass. After one more day, he would be able to break through to 5th level. Each level breakthrough would be a quantum leap in his strength. So as long as he breaks through to 5th level, his power would reach a whole new height, capable of contending with, or even overturning the old Taoist from Panglai. Soon, night fell. Leaning against the great tree, Fong Ming just couldn't sleep. The global disaster, the emergence of zombies, and the revelation that ancient myths have become reality, with those old forces still maintaining their lineage, it was all rather dizzying. If Panglai exists, then Kunlun must also be real. Panglai is one of the 3 legendary immortal mountains in the sea, alongside Mount Fangjiang and Yingzhou. Could the other 2 major islands also appear? And Kunlun, as one of the origins of mythology, who knows what astonishing legacy it holds. But no matter. Fong Ming was confident that once his level increases, combined with the Imperial Seal, even if more of these ancient relics show up, he'll just hammer them all into submission. "I'll crush them all," he thought viciously, then fell asleep. A night passed. Fong Ming immediately began cultivating the true martial yin-yang technique, his experience bar starting to fill, but still falling just a bit short of the 5th level breakthrough. Because before, he had the boost from dual cultivation with the women, but now that's lacking. Guess I'll have to wait one more day. Well, it's just one day. Although the Bodhi tree saved his life, this true ancient monster that has likely lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and not even human, Fong Ming didn't dare reveal his secret of the extra-dimensional space. He might get swatted like a fly by a single branch. Enduring one more day of hunger is nothing. I can handle it. Now, let me translate the text into English. Given Fong Ming's current physical condition, holding his breath for half an hour and not eating or drinking for 10 days or half a month would be no problem at all. The ancients spoke of feasting on sunlight and drinking dew. It seems that as long as my cultivation level goes up a few more ranks, I can probably start practicing fasting as well, Fong Ming murmured to himself. Time flies, and another night has passed. Fong Ming continued to cultivate the true martial dual cultivation art, but halfway through the session, he reached a critical point. Crack, 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 the shackles within his body immediately shattered. Boom, Fong Ming then experienced an explosive surge of improvement. Turbulent and extremely violent. Ugh! Fong Ming let out a muffled groan and started rolling on the ground uncontrollably. Painful, painful, painful. Although he had gone through this many times before, he could never get used to it, always feeling so agonized that he would roll on the ground, wanting to smash the ground to pieces. Half an hour later, the ordeal ended. Fong Ming felt the overwhelming power, the leaping spiritual abilities, and the ocean-like spiritual force within him. The true martial dual cultivation art cannot enhance spiritual power, so why did my spiritual power also break through the 5th level? Fong Ming was puzzled. Although his spiritual power was approaching the peak of the 4th level, approaching and reaching were 2 different things, and the true martial dual cultivation art could not improve spiritual power. So, logically, he should not have made a breakthrough in his spiritual power. Unless. Fong Ming couldn't help but look at the golden Bodhi tree. Could it be that this ancient tree had quietly given him a push? Given the Bodhi tree's towering level, it was definitely possible. But to be able to do this without Fong Ming's awareness, how powerful must the Bodhi tree be? Fong Ming stood up and respectfully bowed to the Bodhi tree. "Thank you, Elder Tree." The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if responding to him. "I'll go take care of that old Taoist priest first, to restore some peace here, and I'll come visit again another day," Fong Ming said, bowing once more and then striding away. Although the Bodhi tree's level was unfathomable, Fong Ming only sensed goodwill from it. First, it had given him a Bodhi leaf, then it had driven away the Panglai Taoist, allowing Fong Ming to enter the temple, and now, it had quietly lent him a hand during his breakthrough to the 5th level. Otherwise, Fong Ming would have only been able to break through in one of the 2 cultivation systems. Naturally, with such a benefactor, Fong Ming was polite and respectful towards it. After leaving the temple, Fong Ming took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "Panglai Taoist, do you dare to fight me?" His voice rumbled like heaven collapsing and earth shattering. "Humph, you insolent child," the Taoist's voice came, "do you think I, the Taoist, would fear you? But, do you dare to come out?" Of course, he dared not go there again, that immortal plant was too terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, for that immortal plant had the ability to strike him dead with a single blow. Why didn't it kill him then? Disdain, perhaps. It was just giving him a warning. But would he dare to go there again? That would be courting death. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was reviving, and he possessed the legacy of Panglai, he could potentially grow to an astounding height in the future, and standing on par with such an immortal plant was not impossible. So, did he have to take that risk now? Fong Ming smiled slightly, his figure darting up and swooshing away. "Ha! The Taoist was first taken aback. Fong Ming actually dared to leave? Could this be a trap?" The Taoist immediately gave chase, but did not make the first move. Perhaps the attack range of the immortal plant was too large, it would be better to run further away. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, that should be far enough, right? The Taoist felt that this distance should be safe, and without hesitation, he activated his magical artifacts and attacked Fong Ming. Why did he suddenly use magical artifacts? Because after being struck by the Bodhi tree, although he didn't die, he was injured, and quite severely at that, not something that could be healed in a couple of days. So, without using magical artifacts, his combat power would drop by a fifth. And what about Fong Ming? He had a powerful magical artifact that could boost his combat power to the 5th level, so in this give and take, the Taoist was afraid he could not suppress Fong Ming, so he had to resort to using his magical artifact. His artifact was the fly whisk in his hand. With a wave, countless golden lights shot towards Fong Ming like arrows, covering the sky, endless and boundless. Fong Ming also felt the distance was about right. "Let's fight right here." He took out the heirloom jade seal and pressed it towards the Taoist. "Listen up, you are prohibited from using any magical artifacts." Boom! An indescribable pressure swept through, and the countless golden lights from the flywhisk instantly vanished. What? The Taoist trembled, finding that the flywhisk in his hand had become lifeless, suppressed by a force he could not comprehend. Not just the artifact, he felt as if he was facing an almighty emperor, wanting to kneel down and worship. He couldn't help but look at the jade seal in Fong Ming's hand. What kind of artifact was that, so terrifying? Fong Ming let out a hearty laugh, holding the heirloom jade seal in his left hand, while his right hand transformed into a fist and attacked the Taoist. Have you seen a fist the size of a sandbag? The Taoist naturally did not fear Fong Ming, and he slapped his palm out to meet the attack. Boom! The two collided, sending each other flying back. "What?" the Taoist exclaimed again. The first time was because his own artifact had been suppressed by Fong Ming's single artifact, and this was the second time. Although he had the upper hand in their clash, it was only a slight advantage, not a crushing one. What did this mean? Fong Ming's level must have broken through the 5th realm. How was that possible? He broke through the 5th level so quickly? In just 2 days? The Taoist could not believe it. He himself was an exceptional genius, otherwise he would not have been one of the rare 5th level spiritualists of Panglai. But how old was he, and how many years had he cultivated, while Fong Ming was just a little brat? This little brat had actually grown to a level where he could contend with the Taoist. Unbelievable. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you have? The Taoist couldn't help but exclaim. It was too hard for him to accept. Fong Ming smiled slightly. Can't I simply have gotten the main character's script? Ha! The Taoist was puzzled. Alas, this old relic from the Qing dynasty couldn't catch his joke. How boring. Fong Ming attacked again. The great Qing has already fallen, and you still dream of becoming the protagonist of the new era? Boom! 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 He engaged the Taoist in a fierce clash. Although the Taoist's overall strength was indeed superior to his, Fong Ming was uninjured. After each impact, he just took a couple of breaths to recover, while the Taoist, injured by the Bodhi tree, was still not fully healed. Every collision aggravated his wounds, causing him immense pain. After dozens of collisions, the Taoist's old injuries were fully triggered, and he started vomiting blood in large amounts. If this continued, he would be worn down to death. The Taoist felt a great sense of humiliation. Just the other day, he could easily crush Fong Ming like a cat toying with a mouse, but in a mere 2 days, the situation had reversed. This kind of drastic change was something an old powerhouse like him could hardly bear. Damn it! If it weren't for that immortal plant favoring Fong Ming, there was no way he could lose to a junior who had just broken through the 5th level. But now? He gritted his teeth and was about to unleash his sword to flee. Dare to use magical artifacts in front of me? Fong Ming laughed heartily, raising the heirloom jade seal high. Be suppressed. Boom, the jade seal glowed, and the flying sword at the Taoist's feet instantly dimmed and turned into an ordinary sword. Damn it! The Taoist was almost about to curse out loud, hastily retrieving the flying sword and sheathing it on his back. Struck by the jade seal like that, the flying sword would be unusable for at least 2 hours. Fortunately, he could also fly using his own spiritual energy, though it was slower than using the flying sword. Fong Ming burst out laughing and chased after the Taoist with his wind wings. The Taoist had no choice but to fight on. He commanded various magical arts, wind blades, flame slashes, freezing techniques. As long as he had sufficient spiritual power, he could conjure all kinds of divine abilities. But Fong Ming was different. He had not learned any spells, yet he had plundered many extraordinary powers, equally profound and mysterious. Previously, whether it was the gravity ability or the dark shroud, they were all useless against the Taoist, because the power gap was too great. No matter how powerful the abilities, they were simply crushed. One force breaking through myriad techniques, this was no mere boast. But now? 5th level against 5th level, the Taoist no longer had that crushing power. So Fong Ming's various extraordinary abilities naturally found their uses. The Taoist's attacks were directly swallowed by the endless darkness, and then counterattacked. Fong Ming added insult to injury, activating the gravity ability, and the Taoist was forcefully pressed down from the sky. Boom! Fong Ming then assaulted him with spiritual power. The Taoist let out a miserable scream and plummeted from the sky. Go to hell! Fong Ming gave chase, unleashing a barrage of punches. The Taoist could only put up a weak defense, blocking at most 8 out of 10 punches, still having to endure 2 blows, getting beaten mercilessly. Bam! He crashed down to the ground, leaving a large crater. Fong Ming did not dive into the crater, but waited. In just a few seconds, boom, the Taoist burst out from the ground. Insolent brat, the Taoist shouted, his white hair standing on end, eyes bloodshot. In this moment, he had lost all his refined elegance and immortal demeanor, revealing a monstrous and grotesque expression. His entire body radiated a terrifying murderous aura, as if it had materialized. Die, he launched an attack towards Fong Ming. In this moment, it seemed his injuries had healed, his attacks ferocious and tyrannical. But Fong Ming just smiled without fear. How could his injuries have suddenly healed? No, the Taoist's wounds would only worsen. So it seems that the old Taoist has now regained his full combat power, which must be due to some secret technique that has temporarily suppressed his injuries. But what are the consequences of doing this? First, the secret technique cannot possibly last for too long. Second, once the effect of the secret technique ends, there will be a backlash, and not only will the old Taoist's old injuries recur, but they may even be compounded, leaving him utterly debilitated. Fong Ming's countermeasure is therefore quite simple. He just needs to stall. Stall until the old Taoist's secret technique ends, and that will be the moment for his full counterattack. His focus will be merely on the moment when the old Taoist tries to use his magic artifact, and then strike him with the imperial seal. The old Taoist will be utterly vexed. His strength is clearly superior to Fong Ming's, but because of his previous injuries, and the fact that his magic artifact is suppressed by Fong Ming, he finds himself bound and fettered, with the signs of defeat looming. He is truly unwilling to accept this. The key is, he cannot escape even if he wants to. How can he escape? He cannot use his flying sword, as he will be crushed if he tries to flee. So, he has no choice but to fight to the death. To go where he may live or die. If he fights to the death, he may still be able to kill Fong Ming, and then he can take the treasures from Fong Ming's body, making the whole ordeal worthwhile. He has already used the secret technique, which will maintain him at his peak state for half an hour, at the cost of 10 years of his lifespan, and he will then enter a 3-day period of weakness. So he must kill Fong Ming within half an hour. At the very least, he must drive Fong Ming away, so that he can hide, recover from his injuries, and then return to the fray. However, it seems that Fong Ming has guessed his intentions and understands his current state, and is not engaging him directly, but rather constantly evading, rendering the old Taoist's immense power completely useless. Not to mention, the mere fact of being enveloped in darkness has already weakened his full strength by at least 30%. Killing Fong Ming within half an hour? Absolutely impossible. The old Taoist is a person who knows when to hold and when to fold, and with a sigh, he immediately abandons the plan to kill Fong Ming and retreats once again. Fong Ming could never let the old Taoist go. When an enemy is weakened, you must strike decisively. The old Taoist's combat power will soon plummet by 5 ranks. This is the best opportunity. If Fong Ming lets him recover, the old Taoist may even break through to the 6th rank by relying on the current environment. While Fong Ming is certain to break through to the 6th rank as well, he has just broken through to the 5th. How long will it take him to reach the 6th? He does not want to be suppressed by the old Taoist for that long again. The opportunity is rare, so he must send the old Taoist on his way. Fong Ming pursues relentlessly. The old Taoist is utterly vexed. His strength is clearly superior to Fong Ming's, yet now he is being chased down and hunted by Fong Ming. This naturally makes him embarrassed. The crucial point is, if he cannot escape Fong Ming's pursuit, he may even meet his end here. This is the crux of the matter. Though he has lived over 200 years, he is not weary of life at all, and still has over 200 years left. With the revival of spiritual energy, he can become even stronger and live even longer. He naturally has no desire to die. But how can he escape? The old Taoist flees with all his might, racking his brain for a countermeasure. But this is a foregone conclusion. Whatever magic artifact he uses, Fong Ming simply suppresses it with the imperial seal, rendering it useless. What to do? There is nothing he can do. Fong Ming's heart stirs as he takes out the spear of Longinus. The imperial seal's effect seems to be limited to a specific point in time, rather than sustained over a vast space. So as long as he stores the magic artifact in a different spatial dimension before that, it will not be affected by the imperial seal. He takes out the spear of Longinus and thrusts it at the old Taoist. Though they are about 2 kilometers apart, the spear of Longinus surges forth in a blaze of golden light, rapidly catching up to the old Taoist. Boom! Though the old Taoist fights back desperately, he is still blown away by the golden light. With the spear of Longinus empowering him, Fong Ming has reached the initial 6th rank in combat power. So even though the old Taoist is still at the peak 5th rank, he is being utterly crushed by Fong Ming. This is the power of the highest grade magic artifact. The old Taoist grits his teeth, stabilizes his form, and continues to flee. He knows he cannot match Fong Ming now. This young man, after breaking through to the 5th rank, with that peculiar artifact on him, is more than capable of suppressing himself. To fight head-on? He would surely die. But if he can't shake off Fong Ming, he'll still end up dead. The old Taoist is filled with inner trepidation. He has extraordinary talents, and though he experienced the turbulent times in the homeland, he has had a smooth sailing life, safely cultivating in the immortal mountains overseas while the immortal plants protected him, so he never had to worry about the immortal mountains being attacked. Thus, he has never truly faced dire straits in his life. Now that he has encountered one, he is only anxious, unable to come up with any countermeasures. What to do? What to do? But Fong Ming gives him no chance to ponder, as the spear of Longinus strikes again. Whoosh, 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 a dance of golden light. The old Taoist has already exhausted all his magic artifacts, having no new ones to use, so he can only keep bracing against the attacks. Aha! His expression changes. To Kunlun. Kunlun is the king of all mountains, and it has 2 major cultivation sects, not lacking in experts who have broken through the 5th rank. So as long as he can reach Kunlun, surely those fellow cultivators there won't just let him die, even if it means losing face for him? What's there to be ashamed of? As long as he can escape this predicament, he can cultivate in peace, not venturing out until he breaks through the 6th rank. Whoosh, his mind made up, he flies towards Kunlun. In any case, he is now a peak 5th rank being. Since he can no longer use his flying sword, he will rely on his own 2 legs on the ground, and his speed is not much slower. The significance of the flying sword is not just the speed boost, but the ability to ignore terrain. One running, one chasing, their speeds are both astoundingly fast. Gradually, they enter the northwestern region of Guangmao. Seeing the increasingly mountainous terrain and the snow-capped peaks, Fong Ming can't help but have a thought. Could it be that the old Taoist is trying to flee to Kunlun and seek help? Highly likely. Yes, the clone bodies often come here to search for Kunlun, as this region is where Kunlun is located. Though the area is vast, and the clone has yet to find success, he is intimately familiar with it. Boom! Fong Ming swings the spear of Longinus and strikes again. Though the old Taoist resists with all his might, he has already taken too many hits, exceeding his critical threshold, and suddenly spits out a mouthful of old blood. His expression becomes dejected, his face is pale as gold paper. The duration of the secret technique is almost up. The old Taoist is terrified, hastily mobilizing his spiritual power and loudly calling out, "I, Taoist of Panglai, now face difficulties, fellow Taoists of the Kunlun sect, please lend me a hand." His voice booms in all directions, and he even uses his spiritual power to propel the sound, seemingly reaching places it normally couldn't. Gripping the spear of Longinus, Fong Ming continues his relentless bombardment. It would be best if the old Taoist just died. If he survives, there's no telling what trouble he may cause later. Boom! The old Taoist is struck by Fong Ming's attack, his body flung into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his limbs convulsing a few times before he can no longer rise. Not dead, but close enough. Just as Fong Ming is about to deliver the final blow, he senses several powerful auras surging forth, locking onto him. "Young cultivator, you should show some mercy. Let's call it a day, shall we?" a voice calls out. Hearing this, the old Taoist is overjoyed, exclaiming, "Fellow Taoist Tianfeng, save me." Fong Ming lets out a cold snort. Not good. His figure descends, a fist striking towards the old Taoist. "Young cultivator, you are going too far." A figure flashes out, rushing to intercept Fong Ming. However, Fong Ming's body suddenly splits, and another version of him appears, attacking the incoming figure. Amidst the exclamations, the clone Fong Ming clashes with the incoming figure, and while the clone is sent flying, the figure is also blocked. Fong Ming seizes the opportunity to strike, boom, landing a powerful punch. The terrifying force crushes the old Taoist, reducing him to mere rubble. He is dead beyond any doubt. This scene causes the newly arrived figures to furrow their brows. What is this? The spiritual energy has revived. No wonder the Taoist of Panglai fled all the way to our Kunlun sect. We have finally been waiting for this day. The group that just appeared didn't even seem bothered by the old Taoist's death. Instead, they were visibly excited and elated. To them, the old Taoist was just a fellow cultivator, not even a fellow disciple. So what if he died? It's not like they need to mourn him. They were far more exhilarated by the revival of spiritual energy. Not only will it free them, but it also means they can transcend their current realms and advance to higher levels. This translates to greater power and longer lifespans. How could they not be overjoyed? Only then did they turn their attention to Fong Ming. Their expressions were less than friendly. "Young cultivator, your killing intent is quite heavy," said the one who had tried to intervene earlier. He appeared advanced in age, with white brows and a white beard, but had a tall, imposing figure, exuding an immortal, saintly aura. Now, he was looking at Fong Ming with a strongly oppressive gaze, as if he was ready to attack at any moment. Fong Ming regarded the white-browed elder. This old man was likely also at the peak 5th rank, his aura similar to the old Taoist from Panglai. Fong Ming smiled faintly. Just a personal grudge, no need to make such a big deal out of it. The white-browed elder spoke sternly, "Young cultivator, do not forget that this is our Kunlun's territory." Fong Ming chuckled. "Under the heavens, all land belongs to the nation. Old man, land reform has been around for ages, all land belongs to the state now. How can you still claim this as your own territory?" The white-browed elder raised an eyebrow. "We have been in Kunlun for generations, this place is our domain, what does land reform have to do with it?" Fong Ming shook his head. "You're just a stubborn holdout, that won't do." The white-browed elder was about to explain further, but suddenly paused. "Why am I even discussing this with him? I'm supposed to be questioning his misdeeds. How did we end up talking about property rights?" "Young cultivator, do not try to change the subject," he said coldly. "I have already told you to stop. Why are you still intent on committing this crime?" Fong Ming picked at his ear. "The guy's already dead, why are you still ranting at me?" He had lost his patience. The white-browed elder was taken aback, then became enraged. "Young cultivator, do not forget this is Kunlun's territory." "Kunlun? So what if it's Kunlun? What's so special about Kunlun?" Fong Ming looks at these old fellows with an indifferent gaze. They are all experts who have broken through the 5th rank, But what have Pang Lai or Kunlun done in the face of nearby natural disasters or the invasion of foreign powers? Nothing. They only know how to keep to themselves and cultivate. No matter how powerful these forces are, what good is it if they can't protect the younger generation? How selfish. Fang Ming speaks coldly. You old guys love to hide like turtles, but what are you going to do now that you've come out? Gripping the spear of Longinus, Fang Ming now possesses early 6th rank combat strength. Let's see who dares challenge him. This blatant disrespect angers the old cultivators. After being cooped up in Kunlun for so long, the world has seemingly forgotten we exist. Well then, now that the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy has revived, we can emerge and take care of this little brat. Just a mere upstart, not even knowing how to cultivate for a few years, yet he dares to be so arrogant before us. Kill him. The white-browed elder rushes in again, his previous strike having easily sent Fang Ming's clone flying. He believes Fang Ming is no match for him. Fang Ming smiles faintly and swings the spear of Longinus. A dazzling golden light. What? The white-browed elder is shocked, hastily retreating. Boom! Too late, he is still struck by the golden light, his expression changing drastically. Fang Ming's strength exceeds his own. How is this possible? What kind of magic artifact is that? The group of old cultivators are utterly stunned. It's not like only you have magic artifacts. The white-browed elder takes out a mirror, shining a beam of light towards Fang Ming. The light beam tracks Fang Ming's movements as the elder shifts the mirror. Boom! Fang Ming uses the spear of Longinus to block the beam of light, the two forces colliding and dissipating. Fang Ming raises an eyebrow after activating the mirror. The white-browed elder has also reached early 6th rank combat strength. Truly remarkable, even a random old man from Kunlun, with just a magic artifact, can rival the spear of Longinus. As Fang Ming ponders this, the Kunlun cultivators are also stunned. After all, this mirror is one of Kunlun's 5 most precious treasures, able to raise the user's cultivation by 1 rank. Yet it can only match the spear of Longinus, and Fang Ming is at the same level as them. How is this possible? He's just a young man. The revival of spiritual energy has birthed a wave of powerful cultivators. This is an immense opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth, one of the elders exclaims excitedly. This young man has clearly obtained this great fortune. We were too late in realizing this. Not too late, he has yet to reach the peak. If we kill him, this monstrous opportunity will fall into our hands. Yes, we must kill him. The elders reveal their greedy, murderous expressions, taking out their own magic artifacts. Just one person, how can you stand against all of us? Fang Ming smiles, first putting away the spear of Longinus, then bringing out the imperial seal. Who among you is qualified to use magic artifacts in my presence? He roars, holding the imperial seal high. A grand, overwhelming aura sweeps across the area, causing the magic artifacts in the elders' hands to immediately dim and lose their luster. The imperial seal, the emperor of all artifacts. Deftly storing the imperial seal, Fang Ming takes out the spear of Longinus again, directly attacking. Now he is still at 6th rank strength, while the Kunlun elders have fallen back to 5th rank. With a 6th rank cultivator facing off against 5th rank ones, it's like a father battling his children. Oh no! The expressions of the white-browed elder and the others change drastically. Facing the attacks of the spear of Longinus, they don't dare try to block it head-on and quickly turn to flee. They are already within the Kunlun domain, so they rapidly disappear from sight. Fang Ming does not pursue them. If Pang Lai has a heavenly plant, then surely Kunlun also has one, if not more. Why take the risk? Just come out and skewer them. Fang Ming snorts, thoroughly looting the magic artifacts from the Pang Lai Taoist's body, then turns to head back to the mountain city. He contacts Meng Jining and the others, telling them to return. In the hotel, he reclines on a poolside chair, leisurely eating grapes. Zhao Yanyan approaches, looking at his lazy demeanor with disdain. Is the crisis over? Fang Ming nods. Now that I've broken through the 5th rank, how could that Pang Lai Taoist possibly match me? Zhao Yanyan is utterly perplexed. Even if you've broken through the 5th rank, that Taoist should be at the peak 5th rank. And Pang Lai likely doesn't lack magic artifacts, so at most you could barely preserve your life, let alone dare to stroll back so casually. Fang Ming chuckles. Not only did I stroll back, I even chased that old Taoist all the way to Kunlun, killed him, and drove off the Kunlun cultivators who came to the rescue. Zhao Yanyan can only give him a doubtful look. This sounds like a fairy tale. The power of Kunlun is absolutely superior to Pang Lai. Kunlun is the true king of all mountains, the origin of all mythical legends. How could you single-handedly subdue the entire Kunlun domain? Unless you've broken through the 6th rank. Fong Ming doesn't bother explaining further. If she doesn't believe it, so be it, he doesn't need her to believe him. Say, aside from you, are there any other notable members in your sect? He starts probing Zhao Yanyan again. What sect am I from again? Fong Ming asks. Zhao Yanyan ponders for a moment. She had just fabricated a sect name earlier, but fortunately, as a strong spiritual cultivator, her memory is good and she quickly recalls it. She slowly shakes her head. Our sect is a small one, with only my master and myself. It's a lineage passed down from master to disciple. And my master prefers a tranquil life. Even with the revival of spiritual energy, she will only continue her seclusive cultivation in the deep mountains and not emerge. I see. Fong Ming had hoped that if he could coax Zhao Yanyan's master out, he could add another powerful ally. But it seems her master is quite detached from worldly affairs. Fong Ming looks at Zhao Yanyan with suspicion, feeling that her words are not entirely truthful. Zhao Yanyan shrugs. My master is truly just that one person. Alright then. Fong Ming waits for 2 days, and Meng Jining and the others return. The family reunites joyfully. To be honest, the Panglai Taoist should have been their greatest crisis so far, but Fong Ming has already resolved it in just a few days, surprising and delighting them. However, while the Panglai crisis is over, the Kunlun domain has now emerged as a new threat, and the experts there are far more numerous than Panglais. With the fright I've given them, the Kunlun crowd won't dare come out for a while. And for now, they don't know my identity, so they won't come knocking on our door. In a direct confrontation, I'm not afraid. What I fear is them acting dishonorably and ambushing us. This is why Fong Ming wants to try to bring out Zhao Yanyan's master. Also, those old fellows know the spiritual energy has revived, so they'll be popping up one by one. They're all at the peak 5th rank or close to it, so it won't be long before they break through to the 6th rank and come back with a vengeance. This doesn't worry Fong Ming too much, as the Imperial Seal can neutralize all magic artifacts except his own. With the Spear of Longinus, he can match 6th rank cultivators. What Fong Ming fears most is the possibility of being ambushed. When did you break through the 5th rank? He asks Zhao Yanyan. Zhao Yanyan gives him a weary look. Zhao Yanyan's cultivation speed is already quite fast, but compared to Fong Ming's, it is still inferior. This leaves her rather exasperated. Fong Ming is unaware, but Zhao Yanyan herself knows that her talent is terrifying, with her amazing Frosty Phoenix physique allowing her cultivation to advance at a horrifying pace. Yet she still can't keep up with Fong Ming. Now without any 4th rank zombies, neither she nor Fong Ming can obtain 4th rank soul pearls. This makes Fong Ming's terrifying rate of progress even more unacceptable to her. It'll take another month or so, she says. That's slow? Fong Ming mutters reflexively. Zhao Yanyan almost reaches for her sword hilt, angered by his smug attitude. But then she remembers that Fong Ming has already broken through the 5th rank, so she reluctantly pulls her hand back. I'll endure it. The following days pass peacefully, without any major incidents. Fong Ming returns to his previous lifestyle, accompanying the girls, cultivating, and chatting with the willow branch to deepen their bond. You are the one I brought back from across the seas. You absolutely cannot betray me. The willow's growth speed is rapid. In just these few days, it has grown over a person's height, with 2 additional branches sprouting. This delights Fong Ming, but also makes Zhao Yanyan come by more frequently, clearly with ill intentions. Fong Ming warns her that if she dares to harm the willow, he'll deal with her. Since you've become my woman, the willow can naturally be shared as well. This actually makes Zhao Yanyan hesitate for a moment. Being Fong Ming's cultivation partner does have quite a few benefits. First, they can cultivate together in dual cultivation. Looking at Meng Jining and the others, even though their natural talents aren't the absolute best, their cultivation speed is not much slower than hers. Imagine how rapid her progress could be if she were to dual cultivate with Fong Ming. Second, Fong Ming has so many precious treasures. The trio of treasures from the west, the Spear of Longinus, in particular, are truly tantalizing to Zhao Yanyan, as they are at the pinnacle or near pinnacle level. However, given her status, how could she share a man with other women? And even if she were to eventually marry, it would be as the wife, not as the one being married off. After much deliberation, she suppresses this tempting idea. Half a month has passed. Fong Ming maintains his rapid progress in power, even without the aid of spiritual fruits or soul pearls. Relying on the true martial dual cultivate technique and the art of betting, his experience bar is advancing at an astonishing pace. By his estimation, he can break through to the 6th rank in 200 days at most. That is, he can reach the next level in around 180 days. This speed is truly astounding. Looking at those old fellows, they are already at the peak 5th rank, yet how many of them have broken through to the 6th rank? Certainly none. For if they had, they wouldn't still be holed up in the Kunlun domain, they would have already burst out. Fang Ming has asked Zhao Yanyan, and apparently, each rank breakthrough is extremely difficult, with the cultivation world referring to them as barriers or gateways. The lower level barriers are still manageable, but getting stuck at the higher level ones for 1 or 2 years is normal. Think about it, breaking through the 5th rank grants a theoretical lifespan of 400 years, being stuck for a year or two is hardly a long time in the grand scheme of things. So even though the Kunlun crowd is likely already at the peak 5th rank and has obtained the conditions to continue evolving, breaking through the 6th rank is by no means an easy feat. Zhao Yanyan estimates that those old fellows will require at least half a year to complete their breakthrough, and this is assuming the fastest possible speed. Fang Ming feels a great weight lifted off his shoulders. Half a year? I'm not afraid of that at all. Half a year is 180 days, and in that time I'll have already broken through to level 6. If everyone else has also reached level 6, then the situation is actually the same as it is now. I can use the Imperial Seal to suppress your artifacts, and wield the Spear of Longinus to possess combat power 1 level above yours. Defeating you will be like an adult fighting a child. It will be a breeze. However, just a few days later, the 4th large-scale zombie outbreak occurs. A level 4 zombie tide. Although the level 4 zombie pearls no longer have any effect on me, they can greatly assist Meng Jining and the others, allowing them to quickly advance to level 5. It seems this is a special mechanism set up by the heavens, to allow those behind to catch up quickly. I deploy my clones to kill high-level zombies across the country, not only to lighten the burden on humanity, but also to harvest some zombie pearls. I hope the others can quickly break through to level 5, or even level 6, so that I will have no more worries when facing the Kunlun realm. I use the 8 terrain mirror to summon clones, with my main body and the clones each going to different places to suppress the zombie tide. I leave the demon subduing cudgel with Meng Jining, and also distribute the 8-foot jade hook, the heavenly cluster sword, and other artifacts. I only keep the Imperial Seal and the Spear of Longinus, as these are the most powerful items I have now. Where is the most important place? Of course, it's the Ta'a base. This is the weapons production center of the entire country. Since Zhou Zicheng has awakened a metal-based ability, using it to manufacture weapons is like adding wings to a tiger. So my true self goes to the Ta'a base. After a few months of development, the Ta'a base has been completely transformed. It has become a small city, named Ta'a City, with the Ta'a base as its core, a fully built-up small city on the edge of the desert. I have poured a huge amount of resources into this place, so the Ta'a base now has abundant supplies. Where there is food, is that not a paradise? Furthermore, since the Ta'a base is a weapons production facility, why worry about safety issues? With these factors in place, the Ta'a base has rapidly developed into the Ta'a City. Building large-scale projects on the desert edge? No problem at all. What conditions can't be handled when the earth, water, and metal espers join forces? And how high would the work efficiency be if the physically enhanced espers acted as manual labor? The incredible miracle was completed just like that. When Fang Ming arrived, he was slightly surprised as well. It had been more than half a year since his last visit, after which he had just been commanding and remotely allocating resources, and once the position of the Ta'a base was established, he didn't really need to do anything anymore. Now, Zhou Zicheng's reputation in the major bases and settlements has absolutely surpassed Fang Ming's. Because Fang Ming has been so low-key, he's not the alliance leader, nor is he in a leadership role. He's either at home with his women or going abroad to hunt for treasures. His vision has long since expanded beyond just China. Of course, the heads of all the major forces know of Fang Ming's existence and hold him in the utmost reverence, as he is ranked number 1 on the Chinese combat power list. Oh, but he was once removed from the ranking list during the second compilation, because the great master Fang was too low-key and didn't want such empty fame. So who is number 1 on the ranking list now? It's Meng Jining, suspected to be a level 4 esper, with the feat of destroying countless level 3 zombie nests, surpassing the Poison King and Lightning King, becoming the undisputed number 1. Below Meng Jining is the new power god, Xie Jun. When Fang Ming arrived outside the city, he saw a large number of zombies attacking the city walls, and on the city walls, mechanical dogs equipped with machine guns were firing bullets non-stop. Ordinary zombies were instantly shattered when hit, and even level 2 zombies would suffer greatly if hit, with a direct headshot being able to instantly kill them. However, this firepower was completely ineffective against level 3 zombies. The physically enhanced espers can just take the bullets head-on. The bullets, not much thicker than their forearms, simply bounce off them. And for the spellcasting espers, although they can't take the bullets as directly, they can easily block or destroy the bullets with their abilities. Luckily, after half a year of development, the TA base has researched new weapons. There are new model mechanical dogs, but instead of machine guns, they are now equipped with thermobaric rounds. Zombies don't need to breathe, so they can't be suffocated, but the thermobaric rounds don't just burn up oxygen to create a near vacuum, they also deliver intense heat, pressure, and impact, with absolutely devastating effects. When a thermobaric round lands, everything within a 10-meter radius is either burned to death or pulverized by the shockwave. Even level 3 zombies would suffer grievous injuries. The problem is, this is a level 4 zombie tide. Even as zombies fall in droves, more and more keep surging forward, as if trying to use a sea of corpses to overwhelm this human weapons production base. And even worse, level 4 zombies have appeared. Not just one, but dozens. So this is not just a single zombie tide, but dozens of tides converging together. If Fong Ming hadn't shown up, the TA base would have been in grave danger today. Total annihilation may have been avoided by the experts fighting their way out, but the entire city would have been doomed. But with Fong Ming here, it's a completely different story. He charged into the zombie horde, unleashing his toxic powers, his wind wings unfurling as he soared through the sky. As a Break 5 Esper, how terrifying must the toxins he releases be? Wherever he went, the zombies fell in droves. He circled around the tall city, forming a toxic ring around it. Any zombies that entered this ring would immediately rot and crumble. Of course, there were some exceptions. Some zombies simply jumped over the ring, while others flew across it, but their numbers were few. Fong Ming just had to dash over and deliver a terrifying punch, the shockwave easily shattering the charging zombies. After the human forces inside the city dealt with the zombies in the inner ring, and Fong Ming eliminated the outer ones, the number of zombies he had killed alone exceeded the total the city had taken down, a testament to his truly horrifying power. However, Fong Ming was also utterly exhausted, having depleted the powers of the 3 elemental systems. He had no choice but to enter the city to rest. The city was in a state of disarray, with everyone sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, barely able to stand. This just further emphasized Fong Ming's terror. He had single-handedly killed the majority of the zombie tide. A level 5 Esper, his power is truly horrifying. Fong Ming? Fong Ming. Suddenly, a voice called out, full of surprise. Fong Ming turned his head and saw a man in his 20s, over 180 centimeters tall and very handsome. manhwaedit. Fong Ming exclaimed with a smile, recognizing his old college classmate. Their relationship was neither particularly close nor distant, just a normal classmate connection. After college, they had gone their separate ways, only keeping in touch online. With communications cut off after the disaster, Fong Ming never imagined he'd run into an old classmate, assuming most had perished. Yet here was manhwaedit, alive and well. "What are you doing here?" manhwaedit asked first. Fong Ming chuckled, "There was a zombie tide, and I was outside killing them. I'm exhausted, so I came in to rest." manhwaedit looked at him and suddenly burst out laughing, slapping Fong Ming's shoulder. Fong Ming, I never realized you had such a good sense of humor back in college." There's no way manhwaedit could believe Fong Ming. The outside is swarming with zombies. Even the number 1 on the ranking, Meng Jining, would only be able to meet their end out there. So Fong Ming must be joking, of course. Fong Ming smiled, "I'm telling the truth." Really, manhwaedit said, slapping Fong Ming's shoulder, his face full of laughter. Alright then. Fong Ming didn't feel the need to argue. He didn't want to hide anything from his old classmate, but if manhwaedit just refused to believe him, he didn't have to force an explanation. "If you think I'm joking, then I'm joking. Fong Ming, how many years has it been since we last saw each other?" manhwaedit said, a hint of emotion in his voice. "I never imagined our reunion would be under these circumstances." Fong Ming nodded, patting manhwaedit's shoulder, feeling a similar sense of melancholy. "It's been less than 300 days since the apocalypse, but it feels like it's been years." "Where are you staying?" manhwaedit asked. Fong Ming shrugged, "I don't have a place here." "Oh, so you just came here seeking refuge?" manhwaedit misunderstood. "Then come stay with me for a while, until you find your own place. As old classmates, I'm happy to help." His enthusiasm was palpable. Touched by manhwaedit's refusal to forget their old bond, Fong Ming wondered if he should lend the other man a hand as well. He wasn't one to ignore old ties either. Thank you very much, Fong Ming smiled. Come on then. Ma Weiqiu took the lead. So you just arrived today? Yes, Fong Ming nodded. Alright, let me fill you in on the situation here. Ma Weiqiu treated Fong Ming like a newcomer, launching into a detailed explanation. He described the state of Ta City, and finally added, I only awakened my abilities a month ago, and I've just broken through to level 1. I'm still a small fry. If I was at least level 2, I could have helped you rent a place. Housing was in high demand in Ta City now, not to mention buying, even renting was limited. Someone like Ma Weiqiu, as a mere level 1 esper, has almost no special privileges. But if he could break through to level 2, his authority would increase significantly, as level 2 espers are considered true pillars of the community right now. Level 3? Many base and settlement leaders are only at that level. Level 4 is incredibly rare, only attained by the absolute top tier. Ma Weiqiu talked on and on until they reached his place, a simple 6-story building with individual units inside. Don't let the small size fool you, the monthly rent is 5 level 1 zombie crystals. Ma Weiqiu sighed, it eats up most of my income. Zombie crystals are the global currency now. Fong Ming nodded, tapping into his massive pocket dimension. How many level 1 crystals do I have? Oh, not many, just a few thousand. But you have hundreds of thousands of level 2, and over 100,000 level 3. After verification, I'm probably the richest person in the world. Just the haul from the zombie tide he obliterated outside was staggering. Fong Ming smiled, so you must have gained quite a bit from this tide as well? Ma Weiqiu couldn't hide his excitement. The spoils will be distributed based on our contributions. As low-level espers like us, as long as we participated and didn't flee, we get the same share. Only the big shots have drones recording the details. But this tide was so terrifying, I estimate I'll get at least 10 level 1 crystals. Earning a month's worth in a single day was certainly impressive. Fong Ming couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. A single casual strike from him could blast through an entire tide, earning him hundreds or even thousands of crystals of all levels. Yet for Ma Weiqiu, 10 level 1 crystals represented a month's hard-earned wages. The disparity was truly disheartening. Ma Weiqiu! Ma Weiqiu! Someone called from outside. Ma Weiqiu's face lit up with delight. That's my girlfriend, let me introduce you. He promptly went to the door. Lele, this is Fong Ming, my college classmate. Ma Weiqiu quickly introduced the young woman who had entered. She appeared to be 24 or 25 years old, with a pretty face, fair skin, a petite figure, and long, wavy hair, wearing a white dress that gave her an ethereal quality. Fong Ming, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Lele. Fong Ming nodded politely, hello. Zhang Lele nodded back with a reserved demeanor, then turned to Ma Weiqiu. Dear, how many crystals do you think you'll be able to earn this time? Ma Weiqiu thought for a moment. With how terrifying that tide was, I should be able to get at least 10 level 1 crystals. Zhang Lele's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, that's so many. Seeing the admiration in her gaze, Ma Weiqiu couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment, nodding. All the level 1 espers should be able to get a share like that. Too bad I haven't broken through to level 1 yet, so I can't fight alongside you. Zhang Lele's expression suddenly turned somber. Without hesitation, Ma Weiqiu blurted out, I'll give you all the crystals. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. What about the rent? And his own advancement? But Zhang Lele didn't give him a chance to have second thoughts, immediately breaking into a sweet smile. Really? Thank you so much, dear. Faced with her earnest gratitude, Ma Weiqiu could only laugh awkwardly. Don't be so formal, you're my girlfriend. Once you break through to level 1, we can fight side by side. I'll definitely be able to help you then. Zhang Lele nodded firmly, her pure, angelic expression making Ma Weiqiu look like a lovesick fool. Fong Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth a little. This was one cunning green tea beauty, easily wrapping Ma Weiqiu around her finger. With just a few words, she had effortlessly secured all of his hard-earned rewards. What did she give in return? A simple thank you? Shuai asked me to meet up, so I'll go see her now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow, dear, Zhang Lele said, not giving Ma Weiqiu a chance to stop her as she turned and left. Ma Weiqiu stared dumbly at her retreating figure, a foolish grin still plastered on his face. Geez, when did this old classmate of mine become such a simpleton? Fong Ming hadn't really wanted to get involved, but earlier Ma Weiqiu had been so enthusiastic, inviting him to stay even though he only had a single room, and Fong Ming appreciated that kindness. In this post-apocalyptic world, this classmate might be the only one he had left. Fong Ming smiled slightly. Won't my staying here interfere with your quality time with your girlfriend? manhwaedit first looked surprised, then blushed, waving his hands frantically. Lele is a very traditional girl, we've agreed to wait until after marriage before. Fong Ming sighed inwardly. In these times, there are still women who hold purity in such high regard. Moreover, aren't they boyfriend and girlfriend, not a pair of adulterers? These days, the motto is to seize the moment. manhwaedit has already given her his all, yet this Jean Lele is still reeling him in so skillfully. Humph. Furthermore, it's been quite some time since the apocalypse. Jean Lele clearly evolved only recently, so how did she survive on her own for at least 9 months? Just an ordinary person. The answer is obvious if you think about it. Besides selling her body, what other possibilities could there be? And yet, she's packaging herself as a virtuous, chaste woman, not even allowing manhwaedit to touch her. What hypocrisy! Glancing at the foolishly grinning manhwaedit, Fong Ming knew that if he were to expose Jean Lele's true nature right now, the poor fellow would likely turn against him. Hopelessly love-struck, Fong Ming decided not to directly unmask Jean Lele's facade, and instead asked, "How did you and Jean Lele meet?" manhwaedit's expression turned reminiscent. "Actually, I've only known her for a little over a month. I went through a lot of hardship, using 5 zombie crystals before I finally evolved and became an esper. Then I started going out with the other espers to fight the zombies and accumulate more crystals. It was just over a month ago that I passed through a settlement on a supply run, and that's where I met Lele. We just happened to cross paths on the road, and immediately hit it off. Naturally, we became boyfriend and girlfriend. It was Lele's suggestion that we come to Taw City. And Lele has amazing talent, she only used 2 crystals to evolve. I've given her half of the crystals I've earned, trying to help her break through to level 1 quickly so we can fight side by side." He finished with a wistful expression. Ah yes, this is clearly a case of a simp, a man utterly devoted to a woman with little in return. My old classmate manhwaedit, if only you could think a little deeper. How did this ordinary woman manage to survive on her own in that settlement for so long? The answer is obvious, she must have used her assets to get by. And why is she urging manhwaedit to come to Taw City? It's not necessarily because she wants to go there. More likely, she needs to get away from that settlement, where people surely know her true occupation. Now in a new place, she can present herself as a virtuous woman. manhwaedit is blinded by love, but he's not an idiot. If many people keep telling him the truth, surely he must start to suspect something. Jean Lele has to get him away from that settlement, where the chances of running into her former clients are high. These insights came to me easily, but manhwaedit seems unwilling to ponder them deeply. Ah, the folly of a man lost in the throes of love. Truthfully, if Jean Lele simply stuck by manhwaedit's side, I wouldn't bother interfering much. Most women who've survived this long are likely skilled in certain arts. Purity is not exactly a priority these days, unless one has awakened powers early on or attached themselves to a strong protector. But Jean Lele is clearly using manhwaedit as a cash cow. How despicable. After chatting with manhwaedit about our old college days for a while, I told him, I'll go out and take in the sights of this steel city. Alright, I have to go work as well. Come by tonight, I'll take you out to eat, manhwaedit replied. I nodded and headed out, strolling through the bustling streets. After the recent zombie tide, many people had recovered and were now celebrating. Another tide beaten back. This means they'll be safe for a while, and with stronger zombies emerging, the lower level ones will become more numerous. That also means more low-level zombie crystals flooding the market, making it easier for the lower-tier espers to advance. The age of mass awakening is nearing. While I may have seemed aimless, my psychic waves were constantly probing, searching for Jean Lele. As a level 5 esper, my range extended to 50 meters, I could easily sweep through the streets around me. Taw City is still a fledgling settlement, how large could it be? It didn't take long before I located Jean Lele. Humph. My gaze hardened, for Jean Lele was not alone, and she was not, as she claimed, meeting with a woman named Ye, but rather a man. In the building ahead, an auction was taking place, the items being the recently killed normal and advanced zombies. While the zombie crystals had of course been extracted, many zombies were valuable in other ways. For example, some had undergone exoskeletal transformation, their bones sharpened into deadly spikes, perfect for crafting powerful weapons that could easily pierce even level 1, 2, or 3 zombies, depending on the quality of the bone blades. Jean Lele was sitting shoulder to shoulder with a young man, flashing coy smiles and frequently bumping him with her elbows or knees, playing the shy, fluttering maiden in a way that had the man's eyes smoldering with desire, as if he wanted to pounce on her immediately. This green tea lady truly had her techniques mastered. I considered the situation, then smiled and walked into the auction house. No need for verification here, but anyone who bid without being able to pay would quickly be taught a lesson. To avoid revealing the secrets of my spatial storage, I had deliberately brought a large burlap sack. As I entered the auction, I noticed there were no more seats available. Most people were standing, with only the serious bidders occupying the seats. A clear indicator of status. Zhang Lele happened to glance my way, and her expression immediately changed. Oh. Lele, what's wrong? The man next to her asked, feigning concern. Zhang Lele hurriedly replied, nothing, I just suddenly felt a chill. The man accepted her explanation without question. At that moment, the auctioneer brought out the body of a level 2 fire attribute zombie. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a level 2 fire zombie. According to our research, the essence lies in its heart, which has crystallized into a burning red gem. Our fire elemental espers have tested it. This can boost a level 1 esper's power by 50%. For a level 2 esper, the improvement would be even greater. The starting bid is 5 level 1 zombie crystals. 10 level 2 zombie crystals. I calmly stated, raising my hand. Shocked silence fell over the crowd. Most looked at me with puzzlement, wondering if I was just trying to cause trouble. Even the auctioneer was taken aback. While a level 2 crystal is only 1 grade higher than level 1, the price difference is staggering. A level 2 crystal can propel a level 2 esper all the way to level 3. Level 3, what a concept! Sold, the auctioneer declared, not even waiting to see if anyone would bid higher. He was eager to finalize the transaction before I could change my mind. This was a live, in-person auction. With a smile, I opened my burlap sack and tossed out 10 level 2 zombie crystals. Why level 2 crystals specifically? While I have no shortage of level 1 crystals, the spatial capacity of the sack is limited. Level 2 crystals, on the other hand, pack exponentially more value. Hundreds of them take up roughly the same space as a handful of level 1s. The auctioneer quickly had the crystals authenticated. The deeper the color, the higher the grade, so he immediately confirmed their authenticity. Please, honored sir, have a seat up front, the auctioneer said, hastily clearing a spot. Who dares to sit where someone capable of casually producing 10 level 2 crystals would be? Just imagine how many more must be in that sack, enough to create several level 3 espers, when the current top-ranked individual is only suspected to be level 4. Level 3 espers are no joke. Just where did this powerhouse come from? The crowd's gaze towards me shifted from puzzlement to awe and envy. Zhang Lele, in particular, was utterly stunned. She recognized me as manhwaedit's college classmate. How could he be so wealthy? No, this went beyond mere wealth. To casually produce 10 level 2 zombie crystals, with even more in that sack, spoke of terrifying power. In this moment, Zhang Lele almost wanted to kick the man beside her and rush back to manhwaedit. If she could attach herself to me, the opportunities for her to flourish would be endless. But wait, if she stuck with manhwaedit, she could still reap considerable benefits, with him as the middleman. However, what if she could hook me instead? No intermediary to cut into the profits. Whatever was mine would be hers, directly. The temptation was overwhelming. But why would I, who knows she is manhwaedit's girlfriend, fall for her schemes? She racked her brain, soon hatching a plan. As a green tea lady, this was her specialty. With her mind made up, she turned her attention back to the auction, where I continued to spend lavishly, shocking the crowd. They marveled at this true powerhouse who treated zombie crystals as if they were nothing. In Zhang Lele's eyes, it was all meant to be hers. An hour later, the auction finally concluded. Zhang Lele did the math. Fang Ming had spent at least 240 level 2 zombie crystals at the auction. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The auction house manager himself came out to schmooze with Fang Ming, though Fang Ming remained rather low-key, so the manager failed to recognize him. But it didn't stop the manager from lavishing praise, for a customer of this caliber would do wonders for the auction house's business. However, while the auction house raked in huge profits today, those earnings wouldn't line their own pockets. All proceeds went to Tata City, and it was Zhou Zicheng who decided how many crystals each department got. As Fang Ming slowly made his way out, accompanied by the manager, Zhang Lele seized the opportunity. She suddenly struck the man beside her with a resounding slap. This was not the rich young man from before that one had already been dismissed with some excuse. This was just an innocent bystander, who now stared at Zhang Lele in bewilderment before exploding in outrage. "You bitch, are you tired of living?" he snarled. In these times, tempers flared easily, and killing was commonplace. This was exactly what Zhang Lele wanted. The more furious he was, the better she could play the role of the weak, frightened damsel. Retreating a few steps with a terrified expression, she whimpered, "You just groped my behind." "The hell I did," the man scoffed angrily. "You couldn't even pay me to touch your sorry ass." In this world, even former celebrities were reduced to selling their bodies, unless they had evolved into espers. This man may have just broken through to level 1, but he'd already sampled the wares of several has-been starlets. "How dare you accuse an innocent girl of joking about her purity?" Zhang Lele said in a wounded tone, continuing to back away until she was right beside Fong Ming. Just as the man lunged forward to strike Zhang Lele, she let out a shrill scream and flung herself forward right into Fong Ming's arms, as she had calculated. What man doesn't enjoy the thrill of a damsel in distress? This would surely ignite his protective instincts. And when she conveniently twisted her ankle, Fong Ming would have no choice but to escort her back. Once under his care, she could subtly flirt, and with a young virile man like him, she was confident he wouldn't be able to resist. Afterwards, she'd play the virtuous, blushing maiden, cementing her position as the only woman for him. Yes, with her wiles, she would outmaneuver any other women vying for Fong Ming's affections. The first step was to become his woman. However, just as she lunged towards him, Fong Ming's hand mercilessly blocked her. Slap! The furious man behind her struck Zhang Lele hard, causing her to reel, nearly losing consciousness. Damn it, these days the only women left alive are whores, except for the absolute elite, the man growled, slapping her repeatedly. Don't give me that pure bullshit. I've really opened my eyes. Zhang Lele was left battered and bruised. Yet no one dared to intervene or even speak up. As the man said, in this day and age, what woman could still claim purity? Unless you were at the top of the rankings like Meng Jining, no one would believe you. Those powerful individuals, did they even need to depend on men? Zhang Lele finally couldn't take it anymore and cried out to Fong Ming, "Fong Ming, it's me, Zhang Lele. Please save me." Fong Ming, feigning recognition, merely remarked, "Oh, what are you doing here?" Seeing Fong Ming engaging with Zhang Lele, the man's expression shifted. Just who is this Fong Ming? He casually produced a trove of level 2 zombie crystals, that means he must be at least a level 3 esper himself. Such a powerful figure, this was clearly not someone the man could afford to provoke. Just as he was about to apologize, he saw Fong Ming gesture dismissively, indicating he should leave. Bewildered, the man took a few steps back, glancing at Fong Ming one more time. When he saw Fong Ming's calm, indifferent expression, he hastily beat a retreat. Zhang Lele looked up, but the man who had been assaulting her was gone. Confused, she racked her brain trying to figure out how to respond to Fong Ming's question. In her eyes, since he had rescued the damsel in distress, he shouldn't be asking such a thing. The important thing was that the poor, helpless girl had been bullied. After a moment, she said, I came with a friend to, broaden my horizons." "I see," Fong Ming replied non-committally, bidding farewell to the auction house manager and preparing to leave. "What? You're just going to leave?" In a panic, Zhang Lele let out a pained cry and plopped down on the ground. "Ow, my ankle. I twisted it, it hurts so much." She had to create an opportunity for herself. Fong Ming looked at her, an amused smile on his face. "Can't walk?" Zhang Lele shook her head pitifully. "No, I can't." "Alright, I'll call manhwaedit to come get you," Fong Ming said. Ha? Ha? This man is so direct, shouldn't he be offering to escort me himself if I'm injured? But she had no grounds to question Fong Ming. Quickly, she said, "Oh, never mind, my foot feels better now." Fong Ming didn't call her out on the ruse. He merely chuckled and said, "Go tell manhwaedit that tonight I'll be at." He paused, turning to the auction house manager. "Which is the most upscale restaurant here?" "The Fengyuan Grand Hotel," the manager replied hastily. Fong Ming nodded and turned to Zhang Lele. "Tonight I'll be treating him to dinner at the Fengyuan Grand Hotel. You come along with him." Okay, Zhang Lele could only agree. Just who is this Fong Ming? From the display of his immense wealth, one could easily guess at his formidable power. When such a heavyweight speaks, who would dare defy him? Zhang Lele had to abandon her plans and go back to cling to manhwaedit's coattails. Since Fong Ming seemed to be a stubborn, no-nonsense type, her best option was to stick with manhwaedit, who would now have Fong Ming's backing, a sure path to prosperity, even if not as direct as being Fong Ming's woman. Fong Ming let out a cold chuckle and strode off to find Zhou Zicheng. Big brother Fong, a young girl came running to greet him, happily jumping into his arms. Carrying the girl, Fong Ming asked, "Where's your father?" "He's busy with his research," the girl sighed. "Dad's been so busy, he hardly has time to play with me." Fong Ming couldn't help but smile. Zhou Zicheng was an inveterate inventor, and in these times, if he could develop even more powerful weapons, humanity would have a better chance against the zombies with fewer casualties. This was one of the reasons Fong Ming respected Zhou Zicheng. It was something Fong Ming himself could never achieve. "Go tell your dad I need to speak with him," Fong Ming said, putting the girl down. Soon, Zhou Zicheng emerged, chuckling. It's been so long since you visited. My daughter's been nagging me every day, asking when you're coming. My head's about to split." Fong Ming laughed. "Well, here I am now. You don't just show up for no reason. What's on your mind?" Zhou Zicheng asked. "It's about one of my college classmates." Fong Ming began. Upon hearing Fong Ming's explanation, Zhou Zicheng shook his head. "Sometimes you really do have too much free time. With your abilities, you could just make this kind of person disappear. I'm sure you have that kind of power." Fong Ming merely smiled without responding. Of course he had that capability, but he wanted to let manhwaedit see Zhang Leilei's true colors for herself. "Just do as I suggest," Fong Ming said lightly. "Alright, no problem, if that's what you want," Zhou Zicheng replied, shaking his head with a resigned expression. He truly couldn't understand Fong Ming sometimes. If he had so much free time, why not focus on something more ambitious, like conquering the world, rather than getting involved in this trivial matter of exposing a green tea beauty? Fong Ming was already so busy, having contributed heavily to the restoration of the weapons factory. Yet he still found time to meddle in this insignificant affair. It truly baffled Zhou Zicheng. "Big brother Fong, I want to go out and play with you," the young girl suddenly said. Fong Ming looked at Zhou Zicheng. "If your dad allows it, I'll take you out for a bit and bring you back before bedtime." "Dad, please," the girl pleaded, her eyes full of hope. Sighing, Zhou Zicheng relented. "Alright, but you have to listen to Fong Ming and be on your best behavior." "Okay," the girl agreed eagerly, bouncing with excitement. Chuckling, Fong Ming took the girl and left. He began making his preparations. Earlier, he had obtained permission from Zhou Zicheng to access the surveillance footage from across Tata City. It didn't take long for him to locate the man who had been with Zhang Leilei. A single phone call was all it took to gather the man's information. His name was Wu Min, the son of Wu Dong, a level 2 esper on the verge of breaking through to level 3. As a typical rich young master, Wu Min had also managed to reach level 1 thanks to his father's influence. So Wu Dong serves as a squad leader in the defense force, earning 5 level 2 zombie crystals per month. That's the equivalent of 500 level 1 crystals. Now compare that to manhwaedit, a mere level 1 esper, who only earns about 10 level 1 crystals a month. The disparity between their incomes is truly vast, like heaven and earth. Fong Ming placed a call to Wu Dong, using Zhou Zicheng's name, inviting the family to dinner at the Fengyuan Hotel that evening. Wu Dong was overjoyed at the prospect. To be invited by the great Zhou Zicheng himself, this was his chance to truly make it big. He eagerly accepted, quickly rounding up his son and wife, as the invitation had specifically requested their whole family. The Wu family arrived at the hotel well ahead of time, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed guest. However, manhwaedit's side was not as prompt. "What, Fong Ming is treating us to dinner at the Fengyuan Hotel?" manhwaedit exclaimed in disbelief. He knew full well the significance of the Fengyuan Hotel. It was the most upscale establishment in all of Tata City. Not only would they serve the standard meats, but they might even have access to seafood, frozen from before the apocalypse. Could there be anything more impressive? Nowadays, with the oceans, lakes and rivers overrun by zombified sea creatures, the chance to enjoy real seafood, even if frozen, was a true luxury. And the prices at the Fengyuan Hotel were rumored to be astronomical. Even the cheapest dish was said to cost the equivalent of 1 level 1 zombie crystal. Dinner at that kind of place? It would cost at least 5 zombie crystals. Although Fong Ming was the one treating, manhwaedit instinctively didn't want his old classmate to spend so lavishly. And where would Fong Ming even get that many crystals from? He couldn't just let Fong Ming splurge like that. manhwaedit shook his head, adamantly refusing to go. But there was no way Zhang Leilei would let manhwaedit miss this chance to cozy up to Fong Ming. "Brother, you really don't know Fong Ming very well," she said. "Earlier when I went to the auction house with you, guess what I saw?" Without waiting for manhwaedit to respond, she blurted out, "Fong Ming spent at least 200 level 2 crystals there." "What?" manhwaedit exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. Zhang Leilei nodded. "Your classmate has really made it big." manhwaedit still couldn't believe it. "Aya, just go see for yourself tonight and ask your old friend," Zhang Leilei said, a touch impatiently. After aligning herself with Wu Min, she had planned to ditch manhwaedit, but the sudden zombie onslaught forced her to milk him a bit longer. She never expected him to have such a wealthy old classmate, completely derailing her plans. It was a good thing she hadn't brought up breaking up with him yet, or she'd have no chance of latching onto this big shot. Even Wu Min, would he be willing to treat them at the Fengyuan Hotel? His father might earn a lot, but how much monthly allowance would he get? And 5 level 2 crystals, while a sizable sum, was still relative. Wu Dong himself, as a level 2 esper, would need about 1 crystal per day just for his own advancement. He'd barely have enough for himself, let alone splurging on his son. But Fong Ming? He didn't even seem to consider level 2 crystals as money, using them as casually as water. After much consideration, manhwaedit decided to go to the Fengyuan Hotel, not to dine, but to persuade Fong Ming not to waste money so recklessly. Even if Fong Ming was rich, was it necessary to eat at such an extravagant place? Couldn't they just get some ingredients and cook at home? Saving money for essentials was the smarter choice. As the sky began to darken, the two changed into fresh clothes and headed to the Fengyuan Hotel. Fong Ming and Zhou Zicheng's daughter had arrived a bit earlier. Spotting Wu Min, Fong Ming strode over to them. "You are." Wu Dong, seeing Fong Ming approach so purposefully, could guess the man was here for them, but Fong Ming's appearance was so unfamiliar that he hesitated, curious. However, his gaze quickly fell upon the young girl from the Zhou family, and he immediately stood up. Not everyone in Ta City might recognize Zhou Zicheng's daughter, but as a squad leader, how could he not know the city's little princess? Seeing Fong Ming holding the girl's hand, Wu Dong realized Fong Ming must have a very close relationship with the Zhou family. "I'm Fong Ming, and I'm the one treating you all tonight," Fong Ming said with a smile. Wu Min immediately recognized the distinguished guest. "It's you," he exclaimed. "You know this Mr. Fong?" Wu Dong quickly asked his son. He himself had no connection to Fong Ming, yet Fong Ming had invited his family to dinner, using Zhou Zicheng's name. It was all quite bewildering, but now his son seemed to know Fong Ming, giving him a clue. Wu Min recounted Fong Ming's feats at the auction, leaving Wu Dong utterly amazed. What a true tycoon! Fong Ming sat down and picked up the menu, frowning slightly. It was all just ordinary fare. Oh well, it's not like he was here for the food. He handed the menu to the young Zhou girl. "Can you read?" "Humph, who do you think you're looking down on?" the girl huffed indignantly. "Then you order," Fong Ming chuckled. "I'll order what I want." The girl began scanning the menu without hesitation. Seeing Fong Ming's casual, familiar manner with the Zhou family's young mistress left Wu Dong utterly flabbergasted. Just what was Fong Ming's status? Mr. Fong Wu Dong spoke up, his tone now laced with great deference and a hint of fear. Fong Ming just smiled and said, "No need, I'm just inviting you all to dinner." How could that be possible? Who would randomly invite strangers to a meal? But Wu Dong truly couldn't fathom the reason. However, the fact that Fong Ming had brought along the young Zhou mistress put his mind somewhat at ease. He believed Fong Ming had no ill intent after all, who would bring a little girl to a trap. Wu Dong made small talk with Fong Ming, trying to glean some information, but Fong Ming just rambled on without revealing anything. After a while, Fong Ming's gaze flickered as he spotted manhwaedit and Zhang Lele arriving. He remained indifferent, pretending not to notice them. manhwaedit directly asked the server if a Mr. Fong had made a reservation, and the informed server promptly led them to the table. When they reached Fong Ming's table, Zhang Lele's face suddenly drained of color, and she tried to tug manhwaedit away. But it was too late. Wu Min abruptly stood up and loudly addressed Zhang Lele. "Lele, who is he, and why are you hanging on his arm?" "Lele?" manhwaedit paused, first glancing at Wu Min, his brow furrowing, then turning to Zhang Lele. "Why is he calling you Lele?" Zhang Lele was utterly embarrassed. Even as an experienced green tea, she wasn't sure how to handle this situation. A good green tea must be a master of time management. How could she let her various backups collide like this? But today, it was completely out of her control. She couldn't help but glance fearfully at Fong Ming. This must all be his doing. But even if Zhang Lele guessed the truth, how dare she confront Fong Ming? Moreover, she was the one straddling two boats. How could she accuse anyone else? She had no standing. Zhang Lele played dumb, as she truly didn't know how to respond. But the two men were not mute, and they glared at each other, anger evident on their faces. "Who are you?" Wu Min asked first. manhwaedit snorted. "I'm Lele's boyfriend. And you, who are you to call her so intimately? He may just be a lapdog, but he wasn't stupid enough to be a cuckold." Wu Min let out a derisive laugh. "I'm the one who's Lele's boyfriend. You've got some nerve pretending to be her boyfriend. You're the one talking nonsense." manhwaedit exploded in anger. "You looking for a death wish?" Wu Min said threateningly. Having come through the apocalypse, he was not afraid of killing at all. These days, human life was the cheapest thing. Fong Ming coughed lightly and chuckled. Old classmate, sit down. Hearing Fong Ming speak up, Wu Dong's expression changed. He finally understood the crux of the matter. That's why Fong Ming had invited them to dinner. His son and Fong Ming's classmate had both fallen for the same woman. So who was Fong Ming helping? There was no need to guess. He had to stop his son from causing a commotion, or their whole family would be in trouble. A man who could casually throw out over 200 level 2 soul crystals and have the young Zhou mistress by his side, he was truly terrifying, far beyond Wu Dong's ability to provoke. However, before he could speak, a voice rang out in his mind, sit and enjoy the show. I have no interest in targeting you or your family, I just want to let my old classmates see the true face of this green tea bitch, so don't cause me any trouble. Wu Dong was startled, looking at Fong Ming, who returned his gaze with a faint smile. Goodness, what kind of ability was this? Psychic powers? But to be able to directly transmit his consciousness into someone else's mind, it was truly terrifying. He had heard of the dreadful power of psychic controllers. Todd City even had one at level 2, yet he was treated like a level 3. That alone said it all. These espers were rare in number, but extremely powerful, with bizarre and frightening methods. Wu Dong obediently sat in silence, marveling at how far Fong Ming had gone to let his old classmate see the true nature of this green tea beauty, even bringing the young Zhou mistress along. Fong Ming was truly too sentimental. Were there still such good people in this day and age? manhwaedit had really hit the jackpot. Fong Ming, what's going on here? manhwaedit looked to Fong Ming, since Fong Ming had invited him and now had also brought in Wu Min, so it was clearly Fong Ming's arrangement. Fong Ming smiled. This is something your girlfriend should explain. This afternoon, I happened to pass by the auction house and saw your girlfriend getting awfully cozy with this Mr. Wu. I figured I should invite you both here so you could have a proper discussion and clear things up. manhwaedit was utterly surprised. But you said you were going with you, how did you end up with him? Wu Min also put the pieces together. He must have encountered the legendary green tea beauty, and he was one of her backup options. He fumed, Zhang Lele, you better give me an explanation. Zhang Lele turned pale, biting her lip in a pitiful display. She addressed manhwaedit, brother, I'm a victim too. We just arrived here, completely unfamiliar with everything, and we're so weak. Of course we got bullied. He set his sights on me and forced me to be his girlfriend, threatening to kill us and make us disappear quietly if I refused. I had no choice but to pretend to be his girlfriend. Brother, you have to believe me, I've been faithful to you the whole time, not letting him succeed. Wu Min was fuming with rage. When had he ever forced her? They had simply coincidentally met, and he had fallen for her pure, lotus-like demeanor, pursuing her a few times before she reluctantly agreed to be his girlfriend, because she was just too pure and shy. But now he realized, this was no pure lotus, but a master of the tea ceremony, toying with him mercilessly. You vile woman, how dare you slander me, he seethed. manhwaedit instinctively stepped forward, shielding Zhang Lele behind him and glaring at Wu Min. You still want to get violent? He had mostly believed her story. Ah, his old classmate was just too gullible. Fong Ming shook his head, telepathically transmitting a message to Wu Dong. Wu Dong let out a cold laugh. What are you two arguing about? That girl, you say my son forced you? Ha, you really have the nerve to butter up your own face. Just look at yourself. My son may not be the top young master in Taoa City, but he's certainly not lacking either. What kind of beauty can't he get his hands on, that he'd have to settle for the likes of you? You should know, Taoa City has its fair share of psychic masters. Against such a master, no one can tell lies. For my son's innocence, I don't mind spending a few soul crystals to have one of those masters come test you both. Little miss, dare you? Slandering an esper, and on top of that, my son, can you bear the consequences? Old wisdom comes in handy, and hearing this, Zhang Lele's face paled, daring not to retort. Once she was hypnotized and forced to tell the truth, her true colors would be exposed. Espers were the pillars upholding the city these days. How dare she slander one? The lightest punishment would be expulsion from Taoa City, the heaviest, execution. Of course she didn't dare. manhwaedit naturally saw this, struck a heavy blow. Lele, is what he said true? He asked shakily. No, it's not. Zhang Lele frantically shook her head. Brother, you know how conservative and pure I am, don't you? manhwaedit wavered again. Indeed, in the past month, the most intimate they had been was just holding hands. How could such a pure, simple girl engage in playing both sides? Wu Dong burst out laughing. So hilarious. I want to ask you, it's been 10 months since the apocalypse, how has a weak woman like you managed to survive until now? Zhang Leilei's face grew even paler. Manhwaedit was startled, an expression of contemplation on his face. It was a question he had never considered before. Wudong continued, in this chaotic world, how can a woman without any ability survive? The only way is to sell her body, right? Without peddling herself to one man after another, how could she have possibly lived this long? Son, are you that brainless that you can't even figure that out? He was berating his son, but also Manhwaedit at the same time. Manhwaedit's expression drastically changed. Who in the apocalypse could be so foolish? The stupid ones had all perished long ago. Manhwaedit was just a bit too naive, and had fallen into the trap of lovesickness. With Wudong's insinuations and the reality of Zhang Leilei's two boyfriends laid bare before him, how could he not understand? He plopped down, pouring himself a glass of liquor and downing it in one gulp. He poured another, then another, his face not flushing red but turning a deathly pale instead. Brother Zhang Leilei tried to salvage the situation. Scram! Manhwaedit snapped coldly. He had finally grasped the full truth. Fang Ming then snapped his fingers, summoning a hotel staff member. This one is not our guest, please escort her out. The staff member, having already been instructed by the hotel manager, quickly nodded and called over some burly men to escort the wailing Zhang Leilei out. But Manhwaedit paid her no heed. It was over. Manhwaedit was about to soar to great heights, and she had no part in it. Worse, she might even face retribution. Terrified, angry and desperate, she fainted. But no one paid her any mind. Manhwaedit downed a few more drinks, bitterly smiling at Fang Ming. You knew all along, didn't you? Fang Ming nodded. I was afraid you'd be too deeply deceived to believe me, so I had to bring in all the relevant parties so that woman couldn't deny anything. Thank you, Manhwaedit said with a nod. Did Fang Ming really have to go to such lengths? Looking at Wudong, while he didn't know the man, he recognized the badge on his chest, a squad leader in Tao's City's guard, at least a level 2 esper. Yet Fang Ming's single word could summon him, and he cooperated so readily. Just what was Fang Ming's status? Status was determined by strength, of course. Manhwaedit suddenly recalled something. That thing you said about killing hordes of zombies outside the city, you weren't joking, were you? No joke, Fang Ming chuckled. Phew! Manhwaedit clenched his teeth. Just how powerful was his old classmate? Fang Ming handed a bag over to Manhwaedit. There are enough soul crystals in here for you to reach level 3. Take them. And this young miss is Zhou Zicheng's daughter, go find her tomorrow and let her arrange a job for you. PFF. Manhwaedit sprayed his drink out, staring at the young Zhou mistress in disbelief. He never imagined this little girl was the princess of Tao City. The young Zhou mistress just giggled. Wudong clicked his tongue in awe, filled with envy. Why didn't he have such a formidable old classmate? Look at this, his path had been paved straight to the heavens. A level 3 esper was within reach, and he had even caught the attention of the Zhou family. Just how high could he soar in the future? But to accomplish this, just how powerful must Fang Ming be himself? Wait a minute. Wudong suddenly had a realization. Wasn't the number 1 on the first ranking list named Fang Ming? The circulation of that first ranking list wasn't very widespread, and the second list came out quickly, without Fang Ming's name. So many didn't know there was such a big shot. Phew, he hadn't disappeared due to some accident, but was just too low-key, not wanting to be on the list at all. Just then, the food was finally served. Let's eat. Fang Ming smiled, beckoning everyone to sit down. Wudong had guessed Fang Ming's identity, so he groveled and fawned over him profusely. Fang Ming didn't show any particular reaction, but with the young Zhou mistress here, making her happy was equivalent to obtaining the Zhou family's backing, a tremendous opportunity for Wudong. After dinner, Fang Ming bid farewell to Manhwaedit. He still had many things to attend to. Thank you, old classmate, Manhwaedit said again. Fang Ming smiled, lightly bending his knees, and then he shot up into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Wudong was left utterly dumbfounded. What terrifying physical abilities! But what was even more terrifying? Fang Ming was also a psychic master. Phew, how horrifying. He glanced at Manhwaedit, whispering to his son, get on good terms with him. If you can latch onto his coattails, I won't have to worry about you anymore. Though Wu Min was somewhat resentful, since they had been rivals before, he understood Manhwaedit's value far better now. I understand, he nodded. Leaving Tao City, Fang Ming's 3 power systems had more or less recovered. He traveled to the next city, summoning a new clone with the 8 mirrored formation and began large-scale slaughter of the zombies again. After a busy night, he was completely exhausted, collapsing on the spot. He returned to the mountain city, sending his clone out to slay zombies the next day. It would kill them for almost the entire day. He was so tired, he didn't even have the energy to be intimate with Meng Jining and the others, showing just how fatigued he was. Over the next few days, Fang Ming had his clones traversing the country, eliminating zombie hordes and drastically reducing casualties. Once this wave of zombies was thoroughly repelled, Meng Jining and the others had all broken through to level 5. With the help of soul crystals, the true Wu Liangyi and the I Ching scriptures, their progress had caught up to Fang Ming's pace quite quickly. After controlling this zombie crisis, Fang Ming had his clone return to monitor the Kunlun realm. And sure enough, the Kunlun realm had opened up. Previously, it had been as if hidden under an invisible dome, but now the barrier had been lifted, and the Kunlun realm had reappeared in this world. Fang Ming saw a great celestial tree in the Kunlun realm. This massive tree had only a single trunk, soaring hundreds of meters high, with its canopy unfurling at the top. The leaves were enormous, each like a house, shaped like swords, exuding a pain-inducing sense of sharpness from afar. Another divine plant. Fang Ming was certain this tree's grade would not be lower than the Bodhi tree. Unlike the low-key Bodhi tree, this divine plant was flaunting its might openly. Fang Ming couldn't help but frown. With this divine plant's protection, the people of the Kunlun realm would be untouchable as long as they remained within its sphere of influence. Unless he could reach a level powerful enough to contend with the divine plant. When will the willow tree at home finally grow up? Fang Ming sighed. Others had divine plants guarding their bases, ensuring their safety. He needed to catch up as well. Otherwise, he'd only be on the receiving end of attacks. For now, the people of the Kunlun realm were all cultivating there, with no intention of leaving. Clearly, they were afraid of being struck down by Fang Ming if they ventured out, and had decided to break through to level 6 first before daring to act arrogantly. Alright then. This was an opportunity. Lure the snakes out of their holes, then strike them down all at once. Fang Ming nodded. Let's see who can break through to level 6 first. After the level 4 zombie tide, the world seemed to have regained a semblance of peace. Although there were still vast numbers of zombies left uneliminated, humanity had caught its breath. The appearance of level 4 zombies meant the level 3 zombies had reached new heights, allowing humans to obtain many level 3 soul crystals. Fang Ming's life had also settled down. With the old-timers in the Kunlun realm not daring to break through to level 6, they didn't dare venture out, and Fang Ming couldn't risk going in due to the divine plant, so they maintained a live and let live attitude. Time flew by, and over a dozen days passed. Suddenly, Fang Ming received a notice from Tata City. A military force from the west had completed its mobilization and was now marching eastward from the Vatican. Ta City, as the technological and military center of China, had regained control of the satellites and detected this movement from the Vatican through satellite surveillance. Fang Ming was somewhat surprised, sending a clone to Tata City to investigate further. Sure enough, the satellite imagery showed the Vatican had dispatched a massive army, marching eastward in full force. Originally, the Vatican dispatching a military force was no concern of Fang Ming's. However, not long ago, he had just caused a ruckus at the Vatican, obtaining the Imperial Seal and the Spear of Longinus. The Imperial Seal didn't matter much, as the Vatican likely didn't know its true value. But the Spear of Longinus was different. It was the pinnacle of divine artifacts, capable of boosting the user's strength by an entire level. So Fang Ming immediately suspected that the Vatican's massive mobilization must be to try and reclaim the Spear of Longinus from him. Whether it was true or not, he'd find out soon enough. Fang Ming had his clone intercept this military force. Since the army was quite large, but not moving too quickly, Fang Ming's clone encountered them within the boundaries of the Greater Mao. There were quite a few of them, around 1,000 or so. No wonder their pace wasn't too fast, but the overall quality of the troops was still high. The weakest were level 2 espers. Yet even marching on foot, they had managed to advance from the Vatican to the Greater Mao region. At this rate, they would enter China in 2 days at most. Quite fast indeed. Fang Ming didn't immediately reveal himself, but observed first. He spotted a familiar face. Scarlet. She had lost the Spear of Longinus, and her shameful battle armor was gone. She was dressed more normally now, though still in armor, now fully covering her up in a shining, goddess-like appearance. And her weapon had changed as well. A super long broadsword hung at her waist, likely dragging on the ground if she wasn't on horseback. This armor and sword were likely divine artifacts as well. He should snatch those away too. Fang Ming couldn't help but recall the alluring image of Scarlet when he had stripped her bare before. Truthfully, Western women were indeed blessed with exceptional physiques. far more seductive and fiery than Eastern women. Scarlet, in particular, had been showered with the favor of the heavens, busty, slender-waisted, and curvaceous. Her proportions were exaggerated but only in a sensual way, not unsettling. Some European women's posteriors could grow to such absurd sizes that it ceased to be attractive. Since she was now willingly coming to his doorstep, it would be a disservice to the heavens' generosity if he didn't take her. Fang Ming averted his gaze, searching for the Pope's presence. But after looking around, he couldn't find him anywhere. Could it be that the Pope didn't come? No, that couldn't be right. Suddenly, Fang Ming spotted a man wearing the papal robes, but it wasn't the previous Pope. Instead, it was a Caucasian man around 30 years old, towering at over 2 meters tall, standing there like an iron tower. This bear-like man in the papal robes and thorn crown looked utterly out of place, like a burly barbarian trying to impersonate a frail scholar. However, the moment Fang Ming laid eyes on this bear, the towering man immediately turned and looked straight at him, his eyes flashing with keen intensity, like solar flares. In the next instant, the giant man leapt forward, charging straight towards Fang Ming. "Who are you?" he bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Fang Ming was not one to be intimidated, leaping up to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The two collided, but Fang Ming was immediately sent flying back, while the giant man remained unmoved. Whoosh! Scarlet also jumped in, and upon recognizing Fang Ming, she exclaimed, "It's you." The giant man turned his gaze to Scarlet. Scarlet quickly said, "Divine emissary, this is the Eastern man who stole my battle armor and the spear of Longinus." The giant man's brow furrowed, and he immediately gave chase to Fang Ming, declaring, "How dare you steal the divine artifacts of my church?" He unleashed another punch, this time infusing it with the power of the artifacts. The papal robes fluttered, and the thorn crown glowed with dazzling radiance, joining the punch in its assault. Fang Ming's brow furrowed, and he dodged to the side. This giant man was a level 5 cultivator at the pinnacle, his combat prowess exceeding Fang Ming's, and with the aid of the divine artifacts, the power of this attack had reached level 6. It would be extremely unwise to try and tank it head-on. But for a level 5 Esper to evade a level 6 attack? Difficult. Although Fang Ming made every effort to dodge, he was still grazed, his flesh ripping open. When Fang Ming was still at level 4, he had been instantly defeated by the level 5 cultivator from Panglai. But now, he had only sustained injuries, indicating the gap in their battle prowess had significantly narrowed. Damn it, this is just a clone without any divine artifacts. If I had the Imperial Seal and the Spear of Longinus, I'd make you call me father. Fang Ming understood now. No wonder the Vatican dared to dispatch such a large force. They had this formidable being leading them. He decided to try and gather more intel, dodging the attacks while asking, "What backwater hole did you crawl out of, you peasant?" Despite the language barrier, the resonance of their spiritual energies allowed them to grasp each other's intended meanings perfectly. The giant man roared in fury, "I am a divine emissary descended from the heavens. How dare you call me a peasant?" He unleashed a barrage of punches, repeatedly injuring Fang Ming. Fang Ming realized that this man's heavens must be similar to the Kunlun realm, allowing him to reach the pinnacle of level 5. So, despite his youthful appearance, this was likely a 300-year-old monster. Fang Ming smiled. The intel was gathered time to bring out his true self. From afar, his true body used the 8 mirrors to summon a new clone, and the clone here vanished into thin air. Fang Ming's true self emerged. If he fought on his own turf, it would inevitably cause some destruction, but on someone else's territory, it wouldn't matter. This time, all the ladies joined him. They were all level 5 espers now. Level 5, each of them a supreme powerhouse. And while Fang Ming could only wield 2 divine artifacts at most, using them one by one, having more people meant he effectively had multiple level 5 pinnacle beings on his side. How many such old monsters were there even in the Kunlun realm? A handful at most. So just how formidable was Fang Ming's goddess army? On the other hand, Fang Ming had also called back the goddess army from the Azura clan. Fatima and the others already had a solid foundation, and their high-grade soul pearls had never stopped growing. The only thing holding them back from reaching level 5 was the lack of constant cultivation with Fang Ming. Once they returned, and all of them broke through to level 5, Fang Ming's goddess army would be even more formidable. As for the affairs on the Japanese side? That was just child's play, not worth his attention. Fang Ming distributed the divine artifacts, and the group set out in grand fashion. Why are you here as well? Fang Ming looked at Zhao Yenyun. Zhao Yenyun snorted, "The Western Church seems to have many treasures. How could you hog them all for yourself?" Well, Fang Ming didn't really care about her reasons for joining. As long as she could be an asset, that was fine. Moreover, although Zhao Yun had just recently broken through to level 5, her origins were shrouded in mystery, and Fang Ming suspected she had some astonishing trump cards she had yet to unveil. Perhaps the uses were limited, or the cost too high. The group entered the Greater Mao territory, and Fang Ming sent his clone ahead as a scout to locate the Vatican's forces. Those people seemed overly confident even after being ambushed by Fang Ming midway. They were still marching along the same route, not even attempting to conceal themselves. And so, 2 hours later, the two sides encountered each other. From the Vatican's troops, the towering Caucasian man who had usurped the role of Pope leapt out, his gaze fixed on Fang Ming's group. Even though the distance was over 10 kilometers, far beyond normal human sight, he somehow spotted them. The papal robes on his body billowed without wind, and the thorn crown atop his head radiated streams of light. He let out a thunderous roar and swung his fist. Boom, a massive white energy orb shot towards Fang Ming's party. The power of a level 6 early-stage cultivator. Fang Ming let out a scoff and met the white energy orb with the spear of Longinus, unleashing a beam of golden light. The two attacks collided with a thunderous roar, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped, with a mushroom cloud billowing up into the sky. The bear-like man's brow furrowed, realizing that Fang Ming's battle prowess was on par with his own. The spear of Longinus. He immediately recognized it as the Vatican's premier weapon, capable of boosting the user's abilities by 1 level. That's why he had rushed in this direction. He wanted to reclaim this precious artifact. But now that Fang Ming was wielding the spear of Longinus against him, it had effectively neutralized the small advantage he had in level. He was at level 5 pinnacle, using his 2 divine artifacts to reach level 6 early stage, which was equivalent to Fang Ming using the spear. It was like using my own money to buy bullets to shoot at me. Ouch! The bear-like man roared and charged straight at Fang Ming. Fang Ming let out a hearty laugh and rushed to meet him, drawing out the imperial seal. Subdue, he struck at the bear-like man, unleashing an unstoppable aura as if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had manifested, its might shaking the heavens. The bear-like man immediately felt his heart being forcefully grasped, nearly crushed, and the divine artifacts on his body were instantly nullified. His battle prowess plummeted from level 6 early stage down to level 5 pinnacle. This wasn't just a tiny 0.01 difference, it was a chasm of 10 times the distance. Fang Ming then brought out the spear of Longinus, thrusting it at the bear-like man. Now it was a level 6 early stage against a level 5 pinnacle, just like how Fang Ming had mercilessly dominated the Panglai Immortal before. How could he possibly block this? While the bear-like man did have some advantages, in that he had not sustained any injuries prior to this and his battle prowess was intact, unlike the Panglai Immortal who had been struck by the Bodhi tree and nearly perished, he would still struggle to withstand the onslaught. Thrust after thrust from the spear of Longinus left him only able to dodge frantically, utterly incapable of mounting a direct counterattack. That's when Scarlet flew in as well. Her battlesuit had somehow manifested 2 luminous wings, allowing her to reach the scene with incredible speed. But the moment she arrived, she was stunned by the sight before her, a divine emissary being dominated and beaten by this Eastern man. It was simply unbelievable. Memories of being captured by Fang Ming and forcibly stripped of her battlesuit flooded back, filling her with crippling fear and a sense of subjugation. Her fighting spirit ebbed away like the receding tide. Flee! That was her first and only thought. But Meng Jining and the other ladies swiftly surrounded her, cutting off any chance of escape. As expected of a Western beauty, look at that figure, TSK. Yushi, your breasts may be big and you're but shapely, but you still can't match up to this Western woman. Well, that's because Western women have a natural sexiness. Our Eastern ladies have the advantage of delicate skin, finer features, and overall better looks. And when we put on a cheongsam, don't our men just stare at us with eyes popping out? The women went back and forth, scrutinizing and comparing Scarlet's physical attributes. Fang Ming had specifically designated her as a valuable prize, suspecting she was a direct descendant of an ancient Western esper. And seeing how beautiful she was, it was likely she would end up joining Fang Ming's harem as well. Since they were all competing for the same man, of course they had to evaluate and critique each other. But Scarlet, understanding their language, was enraged. This was a battlefield, how dare they discuss her body and compare Eastern and Western women like this? She immediately launched an attack towards the ladies. However, she had just broken through to level 4. Relying on the magic weapon on her body, her combat power had reached the peak of level 4. This was indeed not weak, and she even had the strength to pierce through a level 4 corpse nest all by herself. But the other women were all at level 5. Even without using magic weapons, it would be as easy as waving their hands for them to defeat Scarlet. So, the women laughed and each displayed their special abilities. Boom! 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 Scarlet retreated in a sorry state. Fortunately, her battle suit was effective and offset most of the damage, leaving her only with some shock injuries. Even so, she was extremely horrified. How is this possible? Scarlet couldn't believe what she was seeing. Everyone was stronger than her. And they weren't even using any divine instruments. Oh my, that means they're all at the 5th level. The 4th level zombie tide had just broken out. How could they have already reached the 5th level? This is just too unreasonable. After all, she not only uses the zombie pearl, but has also unlocked the cheat mode. Her bloodline allows her to use the Holy Grail, which can brew a flask of elixir every day to boost her evolution level. However, only she can use the Holy Grail, as she is the descendant of that saint, which has also cemented her unique status in the church. Yet, even with such a huge advantage, her evolution speed is still slower than these women? Not just one, but a group of them. How can she believe this? How can she accept this? The problem is, this is the reality. She had a dumbfounded expression, looking quite comical. Foreigner, call me big sister and let's hear it. Meng Jining chuckled. For Scarlet, this was naturally a grave humiliation. What status am I? The descendant of a saint. What do you mean by asking me to call you big sister? To make me inferior to Fong Ming? What an outrage! Enraged, her battle armor glowed as she attacked again. However, this was just her trying to stop a rampaging vehicle, completely beyond her abilities. Boom! With a casual strike, Meng Jining sent her flying back. Although Scarlet possessed rare holy light abilities, unleashing powerful beams of holy light, facing such a level gap, what use were her abilities? The key was, the women were not playing by the rules, ganging up on her, naturally subduing her in minutes. Seeing her still struggling, Mu Qingqing forcefully slapped her buttocks. This foreigner has a really big, round butt. Oh, and look at those jiggling waves. Xu Jing exclaimed, reaching out to squeeze it, remarking, it's really tight and firm, the master will definitely like it. At this, the women all became interested, transforming into appraisers, taking turns to touch and slap, leaving Scarlet mortified and indignant. She is the descendant of a saint. On the other hand, the fierce bear man is not a match for Fong Ming at all. In terms of evolutionary level, he is indeed a bit higher than Fong Ming, but one can use artifacts while the other cannot, and the one who can use artifacts can even boost their battle power by 1 level, which is like cheating. The fierce bear man can only take the beating. A 10-fold difference in battle power. He looks puzzled, wondering why Fong Ming's artifacts can nullify his own. Although this is temporary, there is at least an inhibition period of about an hour, which is enough time to decide his life or death. If he keeps fighting, he will die. The fierce bear man dares not fight anymore and turns to run. Swoosh, a sword light slashes through, blocking his path. It is Zhao Yanyu who has taken action. With the power of the artifacts, her battle power has also reached the peak of level 5, naturally not inferior to the fierce bear man. So the fierce bear man has no choice but to defend. Just by blocking once, he can only stop. Fong Ming, riding the Longinus spear, has already charged in, thrusting his spear directly. The fierce bear man dodges, but still gets grazed on the edge, and his blood sprays wildly. Zhao Yanyu sheathes her sword, standing proudly. She basically doesn't take action, but each time she does, it is when the fierce bear man wants to escape. A single sword forces the fierce bear man to stop in his tracks. This level of vision and strategic awareness is something Fong Ming cannot match, even if he tries his best. Because this is the experience of countless battles. The fierce bear man has the strength of a peak level 5, but is toyed with by Fong Ming and Zhao Yanyu in the palm of their hands. Half an hour later, he is already bathed in blood, his vitality plummeting. He has reached the end of his strength and is about to collapse. Fong Ming can only sigh. The fierce bear man's strength is truly remarkable to have lasted this long. However, although he has reached level 6 battle power, it is through piling up artifacts, not his true strength. This borrowed power is ultimately not as effective as his own power. Otherwise, if he had broken through to level 6, he wouldn't even need artifacts. A few punches could easily kill the fierce bear man. This is the difference. But the fierce bear man has also reached his limit, and after taking another hit, he falls from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Fong Ming steps forward, seizing the opportunity to activate his spiritual power, combined with the jade pendant, to control the man's mind. Otherwise, with his early level 5 spiritual power, controlling a peak level 5 being even with the jade pendant's assistance might not succeed, but now the fierce bear man is at his weakest. What resistance could he possibly have? Soon, the fierce bear man's gaze becomes vacant, and he rises from the ground, humbly addressing Fong Ming, Master. Fong Ming gives a faint smile. Where is paradise? Paradise is paradise, the sacred land opened up by the saints. Even if the heavens and earth become dark, there can still be a glimmer of light there, the fierce bear man, now revealed to be Victor Trier, said. Fong Ming was at a loss for words. A religious fanatic is still a religious fanatic, even when controlled, spouting mystical nonsense. He rephrased the question, asking Victor to recount his experiences from childhood up until entering paradise. This cleared things up considerably. Victor was born over 200 years ago. Just like the Taoist from Panglai, he was also chosen by the people of paradise and entered to begin cultivation. This so-called paradise, similar to Kunlun realm and the Panglai immortal mountains, has a immortal plant and a formation that confines the spiritual energy, allowing the plant to absorb it and provide nourishment for cultivation. However, this method can only help people reach level 5 at most. Now that the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy has revived, the people of paradise have sent out young cultivators to find successors, leading to this unexpected encounter. But paradise is no match for Kunlun realm. They only have 2 peak level 5 beings, Victor and a woman named Elizabeth Kin, who is much younger at just over 100 years old. She is currently stationed at the Vatican, pushing hard to break through to level 6. Fong Ming felt a slight tightness in his heart. Level 6. Even though he can use the Imperial Seal to nullify their artifacts, and the Longinus Spear to boost his own battle power to level 6, the gap between that and true level 6 strength is still significant. However, the old fogies of Kunlun realm have all failed to break through to level 6. What makes this foreign woman think she can succeed first? Fong Ming consulted Zhao Yanyu, who stated firmly, level 6 is a major threshold. Even with the proper conditions, it is not something that can be easily achieved. In that case, there's nothing to fear. Let's see who can break through to level 6 first. Fong Ming's gaze hardened, and with a slash of his sword, he decapitated Victor. The jade pendant can only control the target for a short time, and Fong Ming had no patience to keep re-establishing control. Killing him is better, to avoid the trouble. With Victor killed and Scarlet captured, the entire Eastern Expedition operation naturally collapsed immediately. Fong Ming casually swept through, only allowing a handful of people to escape back to the Vatican. This was intentionally done by Fong Ming, with the purpose of instilling fear. Would that Elizabeth woman dare to come and attack now? She must be fully focused on breaking through to level 6, not daring to come out until she succeeds. Fong Ming also returned to the mountain city. After interrogation, Scarlet fully confessed everything. She is actually a descendant of the saint, possessing the ability to use the Holy Grail. Unfortunately, the Holy Grail is in the Vatican. Even Zhao Yanyu felt it was a pity, urging Fong Ming to let Scarlet sneak the Holy Grail out of the Vatican using the Jade Pendant's mind control. But Fong Ming did not agree. Setting aside the former pope, who is an old cunning fox, now there is also that centuries-old foreign woman. Their depth of scheming is likely beyond even the pope. So sending Scarlet back there? That would be a huge loss. After all, the Vatican also has an immortal plant, like the Bodhi tree, which has only regained its luster after the revival of the spiritual energy. Fong Ming believes this resilient immortal plant must be exceptionally powerful. Unfortunately, there is no way to have a fight to compare. People can be transplanted, but plants cannot. Would the immortal plant be an exception? Fong Ming decided to keep Scarlet. She is the only one with the saint's bloodline who can use the Holy Grail. Fong Ming still hopes to steal the Holy Grail from the Vatican, so he cannot let her go. After some crying, tantrums, and feigning suicide, Scarlet gradually submitted. After being subdued by Fong Ming for the first time, she developed a sense of awe towards him. Women do have a propensity to admire strength. Now that Victor has been killed by Fong Ming, and she has been captured again, her psyche has suffered another heavy blow, instilling deep reverence for Fong Ming. Combined with the effects of the alchemical elixir, from body to mind, Scarlet has fully surrendered to Fong Ming. The taste of a foreign beauty is truly delightful. Although the goddess squad from India can also be considered foreign beauties, Scarlet is of a completely different race, giving Fong Ming immense satisfaction. Now Scarlet understands why the other women could advance so quickly. Intimacy with Fong Ming can accelerate evolution. Along with the abundant soul pearls provided, she may only need 50 days to break through to level 5, which shocks her greatly. It's too fast. Fong Ming has the people in Taibu City use satellite monitoring to keep an eye on the Vatican's situation. However, this can only track the movements of the main force. If a level 5 Esper were to charge out, their speed would be too fast for the satellite to capture. Oh well, let nature take its course. The key is that Elizabeth likely has no idea who Fong Ming is or where he resides. Fong Ming's life returns to normalcy. Cultivation, intimacy, cultivation. The women like Fatima have all come over, so Fong Ming's workload has naturally skyrocketed. He would be at it all night, but seeing the rapid advancement in the women's cultivation levels, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. Of course, the pleasure he derived was out of this world. In the temperature-controlled indoor pool, the women would either be sunbathing or playing mermaid in the pool, some wearing swimsuits, others completely nude. The sight was enough to make Fong Ming struggle to restrain himself. These vixens are too wicked, wishing he would keep them company in bed every moment. Sigh, how can one become so debased? Just as he was lamenting this, he suddenly received a satellite phone call from Taibu City. There was a massive earth rupture, with gushing flames erupting from it. What's going on? Fong Ming first sent a clone to investigate the situation. It was not within the borders of China, but in Africa. However, even crossing an entire continent is no great feat for the current Fong Ming. With full force, he reached the location in just a couple of hours. This was originally a gorge, but now it had further split open, with terrifying subterranean fire gushing out, the temperature so high that even several kilometers away there was a scorching sensation, making it impossible to approach. Relying on his clone form which felt no pain, Fong Ming charged in. He manifested dark energy to shield himself, but the closer he got to the gorge, the more compressed the dark energy became. By the time he reached the top of the gorge, the dark shield could barely cover his body. From here, he could vaguely see an incredibly bright glow deep within the gorge, but couldn't make out the specifics. In the mountain city, Fong Ming's true self was about to set out for Africa when he ran into Zhao Yinyu. "Where are you going?" Zhao Yinyu asked. Previously, whenever Fong Ming went out, it was likely he had made a significant gain, so this time she didn't want to miss out. Fong Ming briefly described the clone's findings. Zhao Yinyu's expression changed dramatically. "It's possible that an extremely young and robust treasure has appeared. We must hurry there." She took the initiative, saying to Fong Ming, "Why are you still standing there? Let's go." Fong Ming chuckled and headed towards the destination, while Zhao Yinyu flew alongside him on her sword. Upon entering Africa, they soon arrived at the massive gorge. Now there was no need for Fong Ming to lead the way. The towering flames were clearly visible even in broad daylight. However, Zhao Yinyu did not dare approach too closely, and could only observe from high up in the sky. She then came to join Fong Ming. "I'm certain that is an extremely young and fierce treasure," she said excitedly. "Unfortunately, I am of the Een and Cold Ice Phoenix physique, unable to directly absorb it. Otherwise, I might have been able to ascend to the peak in one step." She looked at Fong Ming with a conflicted and hesitant expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fong Ming asked, puzzled. Zhao Yinyu gritted her teeth. "You are a man, even if you don't have the most young physique, you can still refine that precious treasure. If we then cultivate together your yang and my yin, we can maximize each other's potential and reach the pinnacle of power." To cultivate with Fong Ming, of course she was reluctant. This man has so many women, yet she has to choose him. "Do you know how much you have profited, you scoundrel?" Fong Ming chuckled. "This cultivating together you speak of, what exactly did you have in mind?" Zhao Yinyu shot him a glare. "The kind you're thinking of course. This stinky brat, taking advantage and still acting coy." Fong Ming oed and looked her up and down. "If you're willing, I wouldn't be unwilling." "What? You dare look down on me?" Zhao Yinyu became angry. Fong Ming laughed. "Just joking, don't take it seriously. But setting aside the cultivation matter, the flames are so intense, we can't possibly descend there. How do we retrieve the treasure?" Zhao Yinyu's enthusiasm also deflated, and she sighed, "Unless we have something extremely een and cold to shield us as we go down." Alas, her 9 abyssal essence had been stolen by someone, or else it could have been put to use. Fong Ming had an idea and took out a mass of liquid. Would this work? Zhao Yinyu looked over, first startled, then furious. "So you're the thief?" Swoosh, she slashed at him with her sword. Why did she immediately jump to attack just because I mentioned it? Fong Ming was perplexed. And how did I become the thief? These exceptionally frigid liquids were obtained by him from an ancient tomb, naturally ownerless property. How could he be called a thief? If anything, these peculiar cold liquids should belong to the tomb's original owner. Wait a minute. Fong Ming suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Zhao Yinyu. Many illogical details came to the forefront. Zhao Yinyu seemed like someone from ancient times, completely disconnected from the modern world. Even living deep in the mountains, she shouldn't be this out of touch, should she? Moreover, she is very familiar with ancient artifacts. But if she truly lives in the mountains, without internet access, how did she learn about them? She had explained it away by saying she saw illustrations and descriptions, and he had been fooled at the time. But now, Fang Ming felt that was not the case. Could it be that you are actually a 1,000-year-old corpse? Boom! 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 He evaded Zhao Yenyu's attacks, then started to counterattack, asking, could it be that you are the ancient corpse from that tomb? Humph, when I buried myself, I was barely over 20 years old. How dare you call me old? Zhao Yenyu became even angrier, her sword strikes more frantic. Women, calling them old is always a taboo topic. Fang Ming was at a loss, feeling she was missing the main point. Just what era are you from, you ancient relic? Even immortal Taoist Pang Lai only lived over 200 years, but you were already buried in a coffin, and he hadn't sensed any hint of life force from you before. So from what age has this woman come from? Zhao Yenyu stopped her attack, as continuing would be meaningless. They were both at level 5, and while she could temporarily unleash level 6 battle power, the impact and damage on her would still be significant. It wasn't worth it. She had just lost her temper a moment ago, for this matter had long tormented her, as she had been agonizing over who stole her precious treasure. Now that she suddenly discovered the truth, how could she not be enraged? Fang Ming also did not attack further, as he had too many questions. Zhao Yenyu looked at Fang Ming haughtily. I am the Grand Princess of the Great Song Dynasty. Whoa, the Song Dynasty? That would make her over 1,000 years old. Wow, a super ancient relic. Over 1,000 years old, and you still want to take advantage of a young man? Fang Ming sneered. Zhao Yenyu almost slapped him. I have been in a state similar to death, absorbing the essence of the 9 abyssal essence. My plan was to fully absorb it over 10,000 years and ascend to divinity, but then you, that thief, stole the liquid, forcing me to awaken prematurely. While in that near-death state, her physical functions did not change, so although around 1,000 years seemed to have passed, her age was still just a little over 20. Alright. Fang Ming waved his hands. Now how do we retrieve the item down there? Zhao Yenyu also calmed down. With the 9 abyssal essence, it's simple. We just need to go down, and when the scorching flames come, the 9 abyssal essence will activate to resist the heat, but after obtaining the treasure, you must return the 9 abyssal essence to me. Understood. Fang Ming nodded. As they descended together, Fang Ming did not fully trust Zhao Yenyu. What if the 9 abyssal essence couldn't withstand such intense heat? Of course he would make sure to drag Zhao Yenyu along. Fortunately, Zhao Yenyu did not deceive him. As they went down, the heat grew more and more terrifying, but the 9 abyssal essence self-activated, forming a shield to envelop them in coolness. However, the 9 abyssal essence, which could previously freeze even a drop, was now visibly evaporating at a rapid pace. Hurry, if the 9 abyssal essence runs out, we'll be burned alive. Zhao Yenyu's expression tightened. Fang Ming also did not dare be careless, hastening their descent. Closer. He could clearly see the treasure emitting endless radiance, a scarlet red fruit. An indescribable temptation arose in his heart, making him desperately want to consume this fruit. He couldn't resist, reaching out to pluck the fruit from the flames and swallowing it whole. Instantly, all the subterranean fires in the gorge were extinguished. But Fang Ming was the one who ended up in trouble, feeling a raging flame burning within him, about to reduce him to ashes. Ugh, he couldn't help but let out an agonized cry, his clothes immediately incinerated. Seeing Fang Ming in such a pitiful state, Zhao Yenyu couldn't help but hesitate. A few seconds later, she gritted her teeth. You lucked out. She poured the entire 9 abyssal essence onto Fang Ming's now scarlet chest. Sizzle, visibly the extremely and cold liquid rapidly evaporated, and Fang Ming's chest returned to normal. However, just a few seconds later, his chest turned scarlet again, his skin becoming translucent, vaguely revealing his heart had transformed into a flickering ball of flame. The 9 young divine body. Zhao Yenyu exclaimed. But his cultivation is too low, he cannot withstand such immense yang energy, he'll be burned alive. She hesitated again. If I cultivate with him now, I could obtain a great amount of yang divine power to boost my own cultivation. But, if even my Ice Phoenix physique cannot suppress the overwhelming yang within him, we'll both be incinerated. Should I take the risk? The key issue was, this not only concerned her life and death, but also her pristine virtue. After much deliberation, she slowly began to undress, her regal robes sliding to the ground. You brat, if you ever dare to disobey me again, I'll show you no mercy, she softly murmured, merging into Fang Ming's embrace. Fang Ming had a dream. In the dream, he was engaged in ecstasy with a divine goddess, but suddenly, this goddess transformed into Zhao Yanyu, startling him awake. What's going on? He looked at the beauty in his arms, though her eyes were closed and she was nude, an aura of authority still radiated from her, like an empress. He actually did it with Zhao Yanyu? Sneaking a glance, he saw the blooming plum blossoms, dazzling in their splendor. Whoa, 1,000-year-old virgin. But what exactly happened? He tried to recall, though his mind had been somewhat clouded by the scorching pain at the time, the memories gradually returned. This woman actually saved me? Out of the goodness of her heart? Fong Ming found it unbelievable. In your eyes, I should have just let you die and taken the treasure for myself, is that it? Zhao Yenyu's voice softly rang out. Fong Ming felt embarrassed, for that was indeed what he had been thinking. Shameless thief! Zhao Yenyu scolded. Angered, Fong Ming pounced on her. How dare you speak that way about your man? Let me teach you a lesson. Previously, it had all been a hazy, dreamlike experience, so now that he was fully lucid, it was only natural to truly savor it. However, as they completed their union, Fong Ming suddenly realized that an indescribable, surging power was flowing from him into Zhao Yenyu's body, while a profounding force was being fed back to him. The difference was that he had expended far more energy. But the power he had expended was not truly his own, erupting from his heart, merely a drop in the bucket. Yet the energy being returned from Zhao Yanyu was genuine, comprehensively boosting his 3 types of abilities. The rate of increase was visible to the naked eye. So fast, far exceeding the cultivation through the true martial dual cultivation technique, or even his previous dual cultivation with the other women. What is this? He exclaimed in surprise. Focus! Zhao Yanyu gritted her teeth. To be distracted at such a time was a grave disrespect to her. Fong Ming returned his attention to the beauty beneath him, her jade-like features and delicate flower-like form, his emotions surging. He indulged in the pleasure. Afterwards, Fong Ming was shocked to find his experience bar had increased by at least 10%. How astonishing! The fruit you consumed has bestowed you with the 9 young divine body physique, Zhao Yanyu explained. During each spiritual energy revival, the heavens and earth give birth to rare treasures, and the 9 young divine fruit is likely the most precious of all. In ancient times, the Yan Emperor achieved unification of China by consuming the 9 young divine fruit, earning him the title Yan Emperor. Whoa, that's impressive. However, you were too impatient. As a mere level 5 Esper, you actually had no right to absorb the 9 young divine fruit, it would have burned you alive. It's just that your luck was good, and the nearby 9 abyssal essence suppressed over 90% of the danger. Even so, you still would have been burned to death. It was I who risked myself to save you. I am the ultimate Een in Cold Ice Phoenix physique. By cultivating with you, I was able to finally quell the last of the 9 young divine bodies' peril, and I did this at the risk of being incinerated myself. The debt you owe me is one you can never fully repay with your life. Fong Ming gave her a sidelong glance, chuckling. Who goes around actively seeking a favor owed? Alright, you helped me, so of course I'm grateful. But now, what exactly are we to each other? Do we still need to keep accounting like this? You shameless man, trying to renege on the debt already? Zhao Yanyu said irritably. No, not at all, Fong Ming quickly soothed her, coaxing her for a while. This woman was such a stubborn tsundere. But Fong Ming could clearly feel that she had also gained immense benefits from their interaction. So her saving him wasn't as purely selfless and great as she claimed, but rather stemmed from a mutually beneficial mindset. But the fact remained that she had saved him, and he had also consumed her, so it was best to just appease her, indulging these proud women, allowing them to feel psychologically fulfilled. Sure enough, after Fong Ming's coaxing, Zhao Yanyu soon revealed a haughty smile. Can we maintain this rate of progress every day? Fong Ming asked excitedly. Of course, Zhao Yanyu nodded. How high can it go? Fong Ming further inquired. Zhao Yanyu slowly shook her head. Even I don't know the limit. The path of cultivation is endless, not even the most powerful figures of antiquity truly achieved immortality, disappearing into the tides of history. To my knowledge, the peak back then was level 9. I'm only at level 5 now, so it doesn't seem too far off. Fong Ming thought. Zhao Yanyu snorted. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to advance further, and the greater the gap in power. Level 9 espers can fly, walk through walls, do anything. They can rightly be called divine immortals. Alas, they still couldn't escape the ravages of time. Fong Ming sighed. Zhao Yanyu gave him an annoyed look. She had been extolling the immense power of the ancients, and he had to go and say they all perished, making it sound like it was no big deal, an inconvenient truth she couldn't refute. But she too sighed deeply. Indeed, the force of time is the mightiest of all, something no one can contend with. Wait, that's not right. Fong Ming suddenly jolted. He had been reborn, which meant something had gone against the flow of time. There must be a power greater than time itself. He couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. What kind of power could manipulate and play with time? What are you thinking about? Zhao Yanyu asked, slightly displeased. You're supposed to be talking to me, how dare you drift off? I was thinking about you. Fong Ming said smoothly. Since our lovemaking can boost our levels, why don't we continue? Before Zhao Yanyu could object, he had already made his move. Zhao Yanyu only put up token resistance before relenting. Firstly, she also wanted to quickly increase her strength. Secondly, she was thoroughly enjoying it too. The interplay of supreme yang and yin energies was so soul-stirring that even she was hopelessly addicted. After 9 rounds, the two finally called it a day. As the number of times increased, the efficiency of the level boosts declined linearly, otherwise they could have advanced to level 6 in a single day. Moderation was key, they needed to rest up and try again tomorrow. The two returned to the mountain city. Seeing their intimate, hand-in-hand demeanor, the other women all let out an "oh" sound, unsurprised. It was clear that Zhao Yanyu had not escaped Fong Ming's clutches. They had all expected this to happen sooner or later. That night, Fong Ming surprisingly did not indulge in intimate activities with the other women. Unable to, as his energy had been completely spent on Zhao Yanyu, leaving the other women feeling jealous, he had forgotten the old for the new. The next day, he continued cultivating with Zhao Yanyu. However, after only 4 exchanges, Fong Ming had already reached level 5 perfection. Keep in mind that just the day before, he had only been at early level 5, which would have taken around 5 months to reach perfection. What an astonishing rate of progress! During the initial revival of spiritual energy, although it was extremely dangerous, the opportunities were also greatest. A few years from now, when the zombies are completely eradicated by humanity, could humans still maintain this rapid evolutionary pace? Clearly not. This was just one of the opportunities. Treasures like the 9 young divine fruit only appeared during the initial spiritual energy revival, never to be seen again. So this was truly an era full of opportunities. But this time, Fong Ming did not advance so quickly. Level 6 proved to be a formidable hurdle, extremely difficult to overcome. So Fong Ming turned his attention to helping the other women progress. Now possessing the 9 yang divine body, his yang energy was abundant. Cultivating with him, any woman would receive immense benefits, just not to the same extreme extent as Zhao Yenyu's ultimate Yin and Kolai's Phoenix physique. In the span of over 10 days, the other women had all reached level 5 perfection, with even the latest arrival, Scarlet, being no exception. Now it was just a matter of who would be the first to break through to level 6. Since they had all reached level 5 perfection around the same time, and it would take half a year to break through to level 6, the dozen or so day differences were negligible. Whoever was the first to break through to level 6 would undoubtedly be the one with the greatest natural talent. So the women were all eagerly anticipating being the first to succeed, as the one who did would become the undisputed mistress of the harem. Of course, Fong Ming was also eagerly awaiting this. He had always been the fastest in terms of evolution. If he fell behind this time, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, he now possessed the 9 young divine body, the same physique that had allowed the Yen Emperor to become an ancestor of the Yen and Huang tribes in ancient times. If he still lagged behind the others, he wouldn't be able to save face. Time passed in a blur, and then Fong Ming suddenly jolted, his face breaking into a huge smile. Whoosh, his figure vanished. He had broken through, he was going to break through. In just over 10 days. I really am the best. Fong Ming went to the wilderness, and unleashing the restraint on the surging power within him, a violent force began to boil in his body. Familiar sensations washed over him as his 3 types of abilities simultaneously broke free of their shackles. Boom! 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 Though inaudible to outsiders, within Fong Ming it felt as if the heavens were being rent asunder, one constraint after another shattering as his level of existence underwent a qualitative leap. It was agonizing. Fong Ming rolled on the ground, pounding the earth with his fists, each punch leaving a massive crater. It was only after half a day that he finally stopped. Phew! Fong Ming exhaled, drenched in sweat, his appearance utterly disheveled. But his face was alight with joyous smiles. Ha, Zhao Yanyu had said it would take at least half a year to break through to level 6, yet look at him, he'd done it in just over 10 days. Of course, his previous breakthroughs had always been effortless leaps, but this one had taken over 10 days, truly showing how difficult level 6 was. Still, 10 days versus half a year, the difference was far too great. I'm just a freaking genius. Fong Ming couldn't help but feel smug. He tidied himself up a bit, then returned to the hotel. Husband. Fong Ming. The women all came out to greet him, looking at him with expectant eyes. Fong Ming nodded, yes, I've broken through to level 6. The women all cheered in unison. While they had all been eager to be the first to break through to level 6, competing against their own man held no appeal. What was there to compete over when it came to their own man? They only wanted to surpass the other women and vie for the position of harem mistress. Only Zhao Yanyu was utterly incredulous and disgruntled. How could you have broken through to level 6 so quickly? This was illogical. As a princess of the Great Song dynasty, she had perused countless historical records, and while the scattered cultivation sects had long since declined, their legacies and records of the ancient cultivators remained. Breaking through to level 6 should have taken at least half a year, with level 7 requiring at least a year, and level 8 and 9 even longer. Yet he did it in just over 10 days? It was simply unbelievable. Fong Ming chuckled, pinching Zhao Yenyu's chin. What, can't you accept it? Zhao Yenyu frowned, still deep in thought. Could it be that there truly are those blessed by destiny? No, that can't be right, this lecherous fellow couldn't possibly be the destined one. Hearing her insults, Fong Ming couldn't help but frown. I can hear you, you know. Zhao Yenyu just chuckled nonchalantly. However, Fong Ming's breakthrough didn't bring about much change. After all, he had already been an invincible existence, so being the first to break through to level 6 didn't make much difference. But going to Kunlun Realm or the church? That wasn't an option, as they had sacred plants. So even though Fong Ming had broken through to level 6, he remained in the hotel, continuing his daily cultivation sessions with the women. But while he had reached level 6 perfection, the women were all still stuck at level 5 perfection. The gap had suddenly widened greatly. For he could still maintain a nearly 10% daily increase, while the women were all capped at level 5 perfection, Zhao Yenyu included. This forced her to admit that Fong Ming was truly different from the rest. Fong Ming surmised that this was likely related to his reincarnation. Whatever power or method had allowed him to reincarnate must have involved a force that transcended the flow of time. With such a mighty power backing him, it was no wonder he could surpass the geniuses of the ages, breaking through to level 6 in just over 10 days. Maintaining his rapid pace thanks to the abundant medicinal effects of the 9-yang divine fruit, Fong Ming soon encountered another bottleneck. Level 6 perfection. Time to start stewing again. Zhao Yenyu suddenly felt immense pressure, as she was stuck at level 5 perfection while Fong Ming had already reached level 6 perfection. If he were to break through to level 7 before her, she would be utterly humiliated. Sadly, her fears became reality. In just 20 days, Fong Ming had once again broken through the shackles, advancing to level 7. Level 7. What a concept. Remember, less than 2 months ago he had only been at early level 5, and now he had reached level 7. Would anyone even believe it if he told them? At the very least, the old fogies in Kunlun Realm would certainly be shocked enough to pop their eyeballs out. Fong Ming was suddenly quite eager for them to break through to level 6, thinking they were all hotshots who could rule the world, only to be slapped down by him. That would surely be tremendously entertaining. However, he still dared not provoke the sacred plants. Zhao Yenyu had said those sacred plants must have weathered down from the ancient times, with at least level 8 or even level 9 not out of the question. Plants were different from humans, they had far more constraints, like being limited to a single location even at levels 8 or 9, unable to relocate. But they had one advantage humans lacked: longevity. Was a tree living for 1,000 years remarkable? Not at all. So while humans at level 5 or 6 could live 400 to 500 years, plants that originally had lifespans of 1,000 years or even millennia, what would their lifespans become after reaching levels 8 or 9? That's why these plants had endured from the ancient times, weathering the tides of spiritual energy, and now they emerged in all their glory, almost at their peak. Fong Ming decided that once he broke through to level 8, he would use a clone body to visit Mount Penglai and see just how impressive those sacred plants were. How long would that take? Approximately another 2 months, he estimated. Continuously engaging in intimate activities to level up, a month later Fong Ming encountered another bottleneck. Level 7 perfection. This time, it took him a full month to break through the shackles and successfully reach level 8. Time to set out. He immediately used the 8 mirrors to create a clone of himself, but was shocked to find that the 8 mirrors' energy was completely drained after the cloning. What? He was only at early level 8, yet this had already pushed the 8 mirrors to its limit? If he were at level 8 perfection, would the 8 mirrors even be able to create an identical clone? And after a single cloning, it would need time to slowly absorb energy and recover, the duration of which was unknown but likely not too quick. So it seemed the little daily life trio was only a mid-tier treasure after all. Conclusively proven. The clone body of Fong Ming was flying over the vast sea, searching for Mount Panglai. The ocean was immensely expansive, but fortunately Fong Ming's speed had reached astonishing levels, and his keen eyesight could see dozens of kilometers away. This was still limited by the curvature of the earth, otherwise he could see even further. However, Mount Panglai must rise high above the sea level, so he should be able to spot it from over 100 kilometers away once he got close. Even so, the first attempt ended in failure. The time limit had been reached, and the clone body vanished. Fong Ming checked the 8 mirrors, finding it had only recovered a tiny bit of energy. It would likely take around 3 days for it to fully recharge. How slow? Fong Ming decided to go himself this time. Once he found Mount Panglai, he would then send the clone in. Why choose Panglai first? Because he felt it was likely the secret realm that was the weakest of the bunch. With his true body, he continued searching over the sea. 1 day, 2 days. On the 3rd day, Fong Ming finally spotted a floating island. The island was floating? How remarkable. Fong Ming already knew of Panglai Island's wonders, but seeing it with his own eyes still shocked him greatly. How could such a massive mountain float on the sea? What was it made of? Fong Ming marveled at the sight, clearly able to see a massive tree on the island, its crown covering nearly the entire island. This was Panglai's sacred plant. Comparing it to the one in Kunlun realm, Fong Ming found this one to be slightly shorter, but with an even more expansive crown. In terms of the aura they exuded, the Kunlun plant felt stronger. It was like an unsheathed divine weapon, its mere presence causing a prickling sensation. The Panglai plant, in contrast, felt much more gentle. But gentle did not mean weak. After all, the Bodhi tree of Shaolin Temple gave off no special aura, seeming like a completely ordinary tree. Yet it had nearly killed that old Panglai Taoist with a single strike. Unfathomable. To play it safe, Fong Ming waited until the 8 mirrors had recharged, then summoned a clone to approach the sacred mountain. Whoosh, Fong Ming swiftly flew towards the immortal peak. As he entered the mountain's airspace, he could clearly sense the level of that sacred plant. Level 8. Though it seemed to be at level 8 perfection, just barely short of breaking through to level 9. This was no longer a threat. Sensing Fong Ming's presence, the sacred plant seemed to recognize his strength, and its branches immediately lashed out towards him. Boom, a terrifying attack. Fong Ming did not try to meet it head-on. At his early level 8, without any treasures, what was the point of a direct confrontation? But his true body had already arrived. Wielding the spear of Longinus, Fong Ming charged towards the sacred plant. However, even the top-tier spear of Longinus could only boost his power to level 8 perfection, no further. After all, the stronger one's cultivation, the less a treasure could amplify it. Boom! A fierce battle between man and plant had begun. With the spear of Longinus, Fong Ming was already evenly matched against the sacred plant. And with his clone body assisting, it didn't take long for the plant to be overwhelmed. The plant's weakness was its inability to move. Sensing this, the plant projected a message to Fong Ming, suggesting a truce. Fong Ming laughed. Alright, no need to fight. But what tribute will you offer? The plant had no choice but to relent. I can bear 2 spirit-infused peaches every year, which I will give to you. You're offering this of your own will, not because I'm forcing you, Fong Ming said. Yes, of course, the plant muttered, likely cursing him inwardly. Fong Ming accepted the 2 spirit peaches, realizing this sacred plant was in fact a peach tree. He would have peaches to eat from now on. But only 2 a year? No way was he going to believe that. He would come by every month, and if it didn't give him 10 or even 20 pounds, it wouldn't be allowed to leave. Returning inland, Fong Ming went to check on the Bodhi tree at Shaolin Temple. He didn't dare enter, just taking a glance from the outside. Yet the Bodhi tree remained as it was, ordinary in appearance, its golden leaves the only sign of its uniqueness. Fong Ming suspected this Bodhi tree must be at level 9. After all, he was now at level 8, yet sensed nothing extraordinary about it. But since the Bodhi tree had helped him before, he had no intention of trying to gain anything from it. He was just curious about its level. Next, he went to Kunlun realm. One glance made his eyes feel like they were being sliced open by the sheer intensity. Phew, that sacred plant must be at level 9. Incredibly powerful. Fong Ming did not dare act rashly. He decisively turned and left, then headed to the Vatican. What was a distance of thousands of kilometers to him now? Just a matter of minutes. From afar, he saw the towering sacred tree within the Vatican, bearing several strange fruits. Were those apples? Yes, some were golden, others silver, truly remarkable. This sacred plant was also at level 9. Fong Ming sighed, turning to leave. Otherwise, he might have just stolen the Holy Grail today. Level 9? No, thank you. Fong Ming departed with flair. No need to rush, right? How long would it take to reach level 9? 3 months at most. Back in the mountain city, Fong Ming returned to his reclusive lifestyle. However, this time it took him 2 months to reach level 8 perfection. Next, the push to level 9 awaited. Faced with such a monster, Zhao Yanyu had completely given up the idea of competing with him. Of course, people could only compare themselves to other people. Even if Fong Ming managed to break through again before her, she would just become numb and accepting of it. However, that scenario never materialized. Half a month later, Zhao Yanyu became the second person to break through to level 6. A household celebration ensued. Counting the time, the half-year period had passed, so the old fogies from Kunlun realm should be breaking through any time now. The day they came knocking was not far off. Only, when they arrived at the door, they would find Fong Ming already at level 8, or even 9. I wonder what expressions they would have. It would surely be hilarious. Everyone eagerly anticipated it. The only pity was that they had no way to invite the people from Kunlun realm out, so they could only wait for them to come out on their own. Such a shame. In a blink, another 11 days passed, and Fong Ming still had not broken through to level 9. However, news came from Taiwo City. A group of strangely dressed people had shown up there, occupying the entire city with their formidable might, and inquiring about Fong Ming's whereabouts. Fong Ming immediately realized the old fogies from Kunlun realm had emerged. They broke through to level 6, did they? Very well, let's play with them a bit. Come, let's go together, Fong Ming said with a smile, leading Meng Jining and the other ladies to Taiwo City. He enveloped the ladies in his spiritual power, effortlessly transporting them to Taiwo City. Fong Ming directly manifested his wind wings, standing aloft above Taiwo City. No need for words, who wouldn't see him with those wings spread wide? Each wing spanned over 100 meters, colored by his dark energy, appearing like two strange clouds in the sky. Unmistakably eye-catching. Instantly, everyone in the city looked up towards him. Fong Ming stood with hands clasped, utterly calm. He was now powerful enough that he need not hide anything, not even using spatial magic in front of the world. What was there to fear? Fearless of all. The scoundrel has actually come? Good, saves us the trouble of searching. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 9 figures flew up into the sky, all at level 6. The powerhouses from Kunlun realm must have poured out in force. Scoundrel, how do you wish to die? A white-haired elder asked coldly. Back then, when they had told Fong Ming to stop, he simply ignored them and killed the Panglai Taoist, showing them no face at all. How could they not harbor resentment for this? They had gained power far exceeding ordinary people long ago, naturally looking down on those outside. But now, a junior had humiliated them to their faces, leaving them restless and sleepless at night. Now, they could finally treat Fong Ming like a grandson and give him a beating. My wife Fong Ming called out, turning his head. Whoosh, Zhao Yanyu arrived on a sword, sweeping him a disdainful look. You should address me as your Imperial Majesty. Even though her strength was now far inferior, her haughty demeanor remained undiminished. Then, she coldly swept her gaze over the 9 level 6 experts from Kunlun realm. Who wants to come seek death? What a bold tone. However, the 9 experts from Kunlun were not all just old men and women, there were a few younger ones, barely over 100 years old. Their worldly desires had not abated in the least, and they couldn't help but be captivated by Zhao Yanyu's peerless beauty. But the next moment, slap! Zhao Yanyu waved her hand, her magical power forming a massive palm that struck at those 4 men. Daring to harbor improper thoughts about me? The 4 men were greatly alarmed, hurriedly mustering their full strength to block. Boom! With a single strike, all 4 of them were sent flying. Although Zhao Yanyu had only broken through to level 6 recently, she had been cultivating together with Fong Ming daily. With the benefits of his young immortal body, she had already reached level 6 perfection. Level 6 perfection against initial level 6, it was no longer just a matter of father versus son, the gap was substantial. Zhao Yanyu stood proudly. The group of old fogies were utterly astonished. This woman was so powerful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 4 men who had been knocked away flew back in, for they were only slightly inferior in terms of level experience, and with 4 of them together, they could not be easily wounded by a single strike from Zhao Yanyu. The 9 stood in a line, brows slightly furrowed, not daring to be the least bit careless. Amid their shock, they were also greatly perplexed. Where did this woman come from? And Fang Ming's luck was too good, actually finding such a powerful cultivator as his partner. What's more, one so peerlessly beautiful and of noble bearing. Who are you? One of the old fogies asked. You dare ask for my name? Zhao Yanyu said coldly, slapping out again. Her temper was so fierce, resorting to attacks so readily. The 9 joined forces, collectively blocking the strike. Boom! In the sky, the clash of magical powers created dazzling light. The elder Tianfang, the one who had initially fought against Fang Ming, frowned and said, "You are not an esper, but a cultivator like us." The newcomers, who had awakened abilities after their transformation, became powerful by refining zombie cores. But these inheritors of ancient traditions relied on cultivation methods to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into magical power. So espers rely on their unique abilities, which are limited to a single type of power. If you're a fire-type esper, you can only use fire-based abilities. But cultivators are different, their magical power can be manifested as fire, lightning, torrents of ice arrows, and more. This is the key distinction. And when Zhao Yanyu acted just now, that was clearly the work of a cultivator, utilizing magical power. So this was quite puzzling. Zhao Yanyu didn't bother explaining herself, simply slapping out another palm strike. How dare you question me? Die! Elder Tianfang and the others hastily brought out their magic artifacts, surrounding and attacking Zhao Yanyu. They couldn't win without using their tools. Fang Ming chuckled slightly. 9 against 1, and you still need to use magic artifacts? How shameful. He took out the imperial seal, shining it towards the sky. An indescribable pressure swept over them, rendering all their artifacts useless. Even their flying swords became unusable. Fortunately, at level 6 they could still fly through the air using just their magical power, though their speed would be greatly reduced. Zhao Yanyu snorted, taking the initiative to attack, barraging Elder Tianfang's group. Though she faced 9 opponents alone, she was not at all outmatched. However, she couldn't decisively defeat them in the short term. Fang Ming scratched his ear. My wife, do you need any help? Aren't you going to act? Zhao Yanyu responded haughtily. This infuriated Elder Tianfang's group even further. We are the mightiest existences in the world, yet you dare to look down on us so contemptuously, as if we're just dishes for you to toy with? But in the next moment, they were all seized by terror. Because Fang Ming had acted. He flickered and appeared before one of them, simply punching him. Boom, the man exploded into a bloody rain. What the fuck? Elder Tianfang and the other 8 were left dumbfounded, then a chill swept up from their feet, permeating their entire bodies. One punch killed a person? What kind of power was this? Why you? Elder Tianfang's voice trembled. Fang Ming smiled slightly. I'll drop the act. I'm now at level 8 perfection. How's that, unexpected? Elder Tianfang's group could scarcely believe it, level 8 perfection? Impossible. But Fang Ming had just casually crushed a level 6 cultivator with a single punch, which was no lie. Hiss! What a monster! Fang Ming strolled casually, swinging another punch. Boom, the second person was blasted apart. Killing 2 with such ease. Now, Elder Tianfang's group panicked, hastily turning to flee. Back to Kunlun realm. There, the sacred plants would protect them. At worst, they could just cultivate for a few more centuries until breaking through to level 9. But could they even escape? Fang Ming gave chase, punching one after another. Boom 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 boom, 7 punches later, Elder Tianfang's group had been wiped out entirely. How boring. Fang Ming shook his head. Being too strong wasn't a good thing, as he had no real opponents, able to easily destroy them with a single punch. Sigh. He and Zhao Yanyu's group returned home. Level 8 was still not enough to directly assault Kunlun realm, he would need to reach level 9 for that. Well, he could wait a few more days. A month passed, and Fang Ming smoothly broke through to level 9. Level 9. Fang Ming did not immediately take action, but continued cultivating. Since he had already waited so many days, he might as well go all the way to level 9 perfection, as it wouldn't take too long. So after a month had passed, Fang Ming set out and arrived at Kunlun realm. He stormed right in. A clone body? No longer needed, as the 8 mirrors could at most only create an initial level 8 Esper clone. As soon as he entered, he was immediately attacked by the sacred plant. Thus, 2 level 9 existences engaged in battle. This sacred plant had lived for over 10,000 years, weathering 2 spiritual energy tides, and had already reached level 9 perfection. Naturally, it was tremendously powerful. But the sacred plant had one major weakness: it could not move. So it could only passively endure the attacks. After a day of fighting, the sacred plant had no choice but to submit to Fong Ming. Fong Ming didn't have the heart to finish it off though, as it was a sacred plant within his own realm, so as long as it submitted, that was enough. It was then that he learned this sacred plant was called the Jianmu, the legendary perch of the Phoenix Immortal. He wondered if it might have some wondrous effects in relation to Zhao Yanyu. Without delay, Fong Ming then headed to the Holy Church. To his surprise, the Holy Church was in celebration. Suppressing his aura, Fong Ming entered the ancient city. The sacred plant, being level 9, could not possibly detect this fellow level 9 expert who was deliberately concealing his presence. Once inside, Fong Ming quickly realized what was going on. They were celebrating the Holy Messenger's breakthrough. Oh, that old Western woman had finally broken through. Slower than even the old fogies of Kunlun realm. As expected, Westerners just didn't measure up. Fong Ming went straight to the sacred apple tree. Legend had it that after Adam and Eve ate the apple from the heavenly garden, they gained a sense of shame and were banished from paradise. So was this apple tree in the Holy Church the archetype of that myth? As he approached, the guards completely ignored him. His spiritual power was now too formidable, even level 8 espers would completely overlook him. When he finally drew near, the sacred plant was finally alerted. Rustle rustle, its leaves shook with a metallic clang, as if metal was clashing. It had detected the abnormality in this human. So powerful. No weaker than itself. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure abruptly appeared, a beautiful 30-something woman, blonde and blue-eyed, with a curvaceous figure that would make anyone drool. Level 6. Fong Ming hummed, this alluring mature woman must be Elizabeth. Boom! The sacred plant unleashed its attack towards Fong Ming. As a level 9 existence, this strike could rend the heavens. When Fong Ming was still only at level 4, how many of his clone bodies had been shattered by the sacred plant? Past grievances, all to be settled now. Fong Ming reached out and effortlessly grasped the branches the plant had lashed out. Hee hee, I am no longer the me from half a year ago. Poof. Seeing this scene, the old Western woman directly sprayed out a mouthful, her eyes bulging even more than her chest. How was this possible? How could this be possible? In her eyes, the sacred plant was the mightiest existence in the world, yet Fong Ming could actually catch its attacking branches? She absolutely refused to believe it. With a forceful tug, Fong Ming released a terrifying power. The branch of the sacred plant was pulled taut, emitting a clashing metallic sound as if it were a chain. Rise, he roared, about to rip the plant right out of the ground. The sacred plant struggled desperately, driving its extensive root system even deeper into the earth. If a plant was uprooted like this, it would be utterly helpless. Fong Ming snorted, unleashing a barrage of abilities. The sacred plant fought back, but it was completely outmatched against Fong Ming's triple cultivation. Slowly, Fong Ming pulled it out. Boom! Finally, a massive tree with roots larger than a city was wrenched from the ground, floating in midair. Fong Ming let out a hearty laugh, his body erupting in blazing flames. After becoming the Nine-Yang divine body, his most powerful attack had become scorching flames. When his divine fire was unleashed, what could withstand it? Fong Ming was quite respectful towards the Bodhi tree, and even though his strength now surpassed it, he would not look down on it. As for the sacred plants of Kunlun realm and Mount Panglai, since they were native to his own domain, even if they had once been his enemies, as long as they submitted, he would show them mercy. But a foreign plant? Forget it. Especially since his clone bodies had been destroyed by this plant countless times before. Bye-bye. Boom, raging divine flames, the Western sacred plant was utterly incapable of resisting, being burned to ashes. However, before it was completely incinerated, Fong Ming plucked a few apples from it. First, to taste them, and second, to plant the seeds and potentially grow a new sacred plant, one that would be native to his own China. The old Western woman trembled, hastily prostrating herself before Fong Ming, pledging absolute obedience. Fong Ming thought it over, deciding to temporarily spare her life and have her oversee the Holy Church. As long as she behaved, he would keep her, but one step out of line and she would be executed. With this done, he returned to the domestic realm. Now there was truly nothing left for him to do. Level 9, this was the limit recognized by the ancient espers, impossible to surpass. Fong Ming realized this was indeed the case, no longer feeling any constraints. If there were no more boundaries to break through, then what? Did it mean he had already reached the pinnacle? Wait a moment. Fang Ming suddenly recalled something he had overlooked. The dimensional rift. More precisely, the passageway within the dimensional rift. Entering the dimensional rift, Fang Ming was surprised to find the light within the passageway had dimmed significantly, having undergone major changes. Strange. He proceeded forward into the passageway, and the powerful forces from within his body easily swept aside any obstructions. Continuing onward. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. As Fang Ming continued forward, after walking around 1,000 meters, the scene suddenly opened up before him. He had actually entered another world. In the sky above, a crimson sun shone, suffused with abundant spiritual energy. How much stronger was the spiritual energy here compared to Earth? Looking back, the passageway had disappeared. However, Fang Ming realized his consciousness was still connected to the dimensional rift, and he could re-enter it. What did this mean? After passing through the passageway, he had unknowingly left the dimensional rift. This was truly another world. Re-entering the dimensional rift and passing through the passageway again, he found himself back in the hotel. Could my dimensional rift be the intersection point between two worlds? No matter which world I enter, after passing through the passageway, I end up in the other world. So, the secret behind my rebirth lies in the other world? The spiritual energy quality there far exceeds that of Earth. Does this mean I can break through the level 9 limit and reach level 10 there? Fang Ming contemplated this discovery, burying it deep in his heart. No need to think about it for now. Meng Jianing was about to give birth, and the other girls were close as well. He wouldn't go adventuring in that other world just yet. He had to wait for his children to grow up first, as he was truly too bored to just sit around. Honey, Jianing is about to give birth. At this moment, Lu Yuqi's voice suddenly reached him. Fang Ming was overjoyed, hurrying out at once. Putting everything else aside, he was about to become a father.